When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, just some really good news that we got another new supplier coming to Hobbymaker this coming Saturday. Don't miss it in the afternoon. The makers will bring you the cutest felting kits. You can felt little animals and landscapes and scenes and things like that. They're an eco-friendly company. You get everything you need to actually do the craft. So if you're interested, make sure you join us with the makers this Saturday, brand new on Hobbymaker. Hello everybody, hello, welcome along. It's another fun-filled afternoon here at Hobbymaker, right the way through until 6 o'clock. Stay in. I was listening to the travel bulletins coming in on the radio today. It's busy out there. Stay with us, keep warm. We're bringing the bargains to your door, basically. That's what we're all about today at Hobbymaker. Who have we got lined up today then? Mr. Smith is in the building.
Woo, woo, woo,
Himself.
woo.
There he is. We've got Paper Dienamics, a couple of shows of Paper Dienamics, different shows as well. We've also got a couple of Crafters Companion shows. Lovely Debby Robinson is here, and also Craig is going to be zooming in from the Crafters Companion studios up north, so we'll be seeing him a bit later as well. And also someone I've not seen for quite a long time. We have got the makers here as well. Steffi, the lovely Steffi, who I've not seen for probably about 2 years, is going to come in with some felting kits for you. Some beautiful felting kits as well, where you can do pictures, you can do baubles, you can do little characters. So that's what our lineup looks like for the rest of the afternoon, through until 6, live till 6 every single day here at Hobbymaker. Now, first things first, do you love flowers? Yes. Do you love vintage? Yes. You're in the right place. Talking of vintage, no.
David, how are you?
Mate, how are you?
Oh, love to be here on, what day is it?
Saturday.
Saturday.
1 o'clock.
There you go.
A week today, Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Oh, don't, David, it's been going on forever, hasn't it, really?
It doesn't craft.
It starts in, well, we started in July.
In June,
Really.
June, July, yeah. It's nearly here. Well, I tell you what we've got to start off with, nothing to do with Christmas.
Nothing to do with Christmas at all, apart from the jumper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get the memo, obviously.
I did. It's sort of, this is as Christmas as I'll get with my jumpers. I love your Rudolph with the red nose.
Yeah. I have got a nose underneath here somewhere, but I'm just too short to show you, really. And I'm not taking my jumper off.
Now, can I say you have surpassed yourself with this?
Well, David, this is the last brand new collection for 2022. Who would have thought it? A brand new collection with like a week or so to go.
And what a collection it is. As I said to you, if you love your flowers, and you've kind of got virtually every flower I can think of in this collection.
Yep, yeah. It is.
You have got the option as well a bit later on if you want to buy the entire show. You can do that at a great reduced price. But we're going to start off with the complete collection, though, of this beautiful collection. It's called the Floral Ephemera Complete Collection. And you've got 3 sets in the collection that are 36 sheets each. So you're looking at
108 altogether, David, in the complete bundle. And it is beautiful. You mentioned about vintage at the start of the show. This is just stunning, David, honestly. The topper elements are 250 GSM in quality, so really card weight quality.
Yep.
And you've got 18 different designs. Let me say that again, 18 different designs. You're only getting 2 of each, so we've not skimped on the artworks by saying, oh, you've got to have a lot of them. You are literally only getting 2 each of every design that you can see. And you mentioned, David, about the kind of florals that are in here. Aren't they beautiful?
Well, they're flowers for all seasons.
They are indeed. Yes, you've got something in there. I mean, it really is a garden in a but they've got that lovely air of vintage about them as well, Dave. You know, they've got that lovely the colour tone is like a calico cream kind of effect on many of the backgrounds as well. I was just trying to show you from stopping the glare on the studio lights in here. But
and you've also got a gorgeous kind of vintage distressed effect around the edges as well. That's been done for you too. You've got some musical notes in the background. You've got some text in the background on some of them as well. And this is just basically the toppers stash, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just purely the toppers, the type of thing. And again, you'll notice there's lots of room around the outside edge, David, for you to use your dies with. We're a massive fan of using your tools. If you've got tools in your craft room, you should be using them. And this is a collection that you can definitely use all of your tooling with. A lot of room around these as well.
If you've got any of your layering dies, fancy edge dies, all that sort of thing, you can cut out the main image if you want to, or just keep it square. It's entirely up to you. You can use them however you wish. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. It never ceases to amaze me where you find all this amazing artwork. And of course, you can buy this today and you can sell what you make for either personal non-profit or indeed for charitable purposes. Absolutely free to do that, no problem at all. But, you know, what's your best-selling card if you do sell your cards? I know lots of you make to gift to friends and that sort of thing, but if you do sell them, what's your best seller? I bet it's got a flower on it somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, David. Yeah, I mean, florals have been around for years and years and years. In fact, I mean, obviously, I've been sort of like involved in craft now for 27 years.
Yeah.
And
you'd never know it.
You'd never know. No, I don't look old enough, I do, David. I think, you know, I'm aging quite well, really.
Let me show you some more of I mean, those are just the toppers there. We've also got this stash as well, remember, which is the ephemera. And this is the floral ephemera. This is the backing paper stash. So this, GSM-wise, is 170 GSM. And of course, all of this is designed to work with each other beautifully. Take a little look at these. Oh, my word. Now, nothing's stopping you chopping this down if you want to make them slightly smaller, make them into rectangles. Again, you can die cut the individual elements out if you wish to. I've got a thing about vintage postcards and vintage newspapers. I love everything like that. And that's what you've got going on here behind the flowers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, David. And you'll notice as you're flicking through these sheets that the flowers on here are featured equally with the toppers in most cases. So we've got a yellow rose, we've got a purple rose included in all of the collection itself.
And you're going to get 36 of these as well. So this is 170 GSM. So it's between paper and card, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a lightweight card, David. But again, perfect for die cutting, but perfect for matting and layering. And that's the whole idea of this. Is you've then got the designs, the patterns, and that lovely vintage effect to be able to get you that lovely matte and layered things. Again, beautiful, beautiful colour palette really across here as well. Every genre, everybody's got a colour favourite, you know, be it lavender or be it the white rose.
Yep.
You know, white rose, red rose, white roses. We're not going to the War of the Roses, but there you go. You've got the blues, the peaches.
Are you like me with vintage newspapers? Do you always try and read the story and read the adverts and all that sort of thing? You very rarely can, but it is all in English. It's not a foreign language on the print or anything like that. So that is your 36 sheets of the background papers. And then we've also got, over near you, 36 sheets of this. Shall I do this?
Absolutely, David. Okay. Yep, for sure.
This is your 36 sheets, again 170 GSM, and this is the text background paper stash. So let's have a look at this now. Look at these. Oh, now these don't have a main image on them. They've got these beautiful kind of muted tone backgrounds, which are so romantic.
Absolutely, David. Yeah, and again, you know, ideas in there for colour coordination. The colours will coordinate with those toppers in there. Beautiful, and you've got a fabulous different range in here, David. You get 12 different designs. You're going to get 3 of each of the backing papers. They're 200 by 200 or 8-inch by 8-inch in sheet size, and you mentioned there, Dave, 170 GSM. So perfect for matte and layering, but you can die cut with them as well.
Dashing chap there.
He's a dashing chap, he is really. I've not read the story of it yet, David. This is so hot off the press, David. It's literally just arrived in the out of the workshop yesterday, and I was frantically getting Colette to make me some samples, which we'll show you in a moment or two, that have been done with this beautiful, beautiful range.
This is right up my street. I absolutely love it. Now, you get 36 sheets of each, the toppers, the background papers, and of course the text backgrounds as well. We are going to be so busy for this. I can just feel it. I really, really can. And Laura, our producer today, has just said, Keith, she thinks this is one of her favourite collections.
Well, I have to say, David, you know, and I'll say so myself, it turned out better than I thought.
It's turned out beautifully. It really, really has.
Sometimes when we start these projects, Dave, back at the factory, you know, we've got the designers involved and we've got our DT members involved. Sometimes you think to yourself, I'm not quite sure where this is going to go, whether the artworks are going to work, but those lovely florals on there are brilliant, aren't they, really?
OK, if you love the artwork and you're thinking, OK, how can I use this? Have a little look at some of these finished cards. Colette has done this one. Look at this. Now, we should be charging you £30.97. You're getting it today for £24.99. You heard Keith say it's hot off the press, literally off the printing presses, and straight here to Hobbymaker for you this afternoon. Is that FL or FL? FI. FI 2174 is the product code. FI 2174. That will get you all 3 sets of those 36 sheets. But look at these. They're romantic, they're glamorous, they're intriguing because you've got all that vintage newspaper print, and some of them got musical notes as well. But what about that? To get an instant vintage look for £24.99. And here's another one as well. Look at this. So this is what Keith was saying about if you've got your layering dies or some fancy edge dies, for example. I mean, look, you can cut into the square card and make it into a circle. but it frames that beautifully.
It does. They look stunning, don't they, David? But again, they've got that lovely air of vintage around them. You can make and sell, of course. We're very happy for you to make and sell all of your wares, or maybe for charities or for your own good cause. It doesn't really matter to us, but you can have a lot of fun with this. And I can tell you that Colette, I went to Colette's last night to collect the samples, and she said to me, this is one of the easiest collections that she's had to work with.
Oh, really?
Because of the way that the muted tones of the backgrounds beautifully sit with the toppers.
Well, $24.99 on this day, which is the 17th of December. If you fancy getting this, we will get it to your door as quickly and as we physically can. And it's a chance for you to look forward to using this maybe at the beginning of the new year, because, you know, if you're looking for new styles of card that you haven't made before, maybe vintage flowers is right up your street. Now, if you don't want to go for the whole collection, if you just want to go for the individuals, if you just want to go, let's say, the newsprint one, first of all, which is that one over there.
Yep.
If you want the newsprint stash, so 36 sheets, what size are they?
They're 8-inch, 8-inch, Dave, by 8-inch. They are lovely. I mean, again, you might want to have extras in your craft room, you know, because you only get 36 sheets. Two will make it 72, of course.
Maybe this is what you fall in love with, and you can think of lots of ways of using these background papers. Maybe go for a couple. We only ever charge you 1 P&P every day, remember, here at Hobbymaker. So no matter how many things you order between midnight last night and midnight tonight, you'll only pay £3.95 to get all of your orders delivered home. I love those.
I mean, you could just cut into these, David, couldn't you, again, and use your fancy dyes on them, really, to give you the most amazing effects. You've got all of that different text in there, and well, from a recipient's point of view, give them something to read, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would do, yeah.
It might not make any sense, but it'll give you something to read for sure. I mean, look, again, I'm thinking this side over here, you could use maybe from a bit of a masculine card. My son-in-law, he's a very keen fisherman, and he would love something like this. You know, there again, if you're into your butterfly world and your butterfly gardens, you can cut into them and mount them however you want to do so. Dave.
Only £10.99 for 36 sheets. If that's what you want and that's all you want, that's absolutely fine. It's QR2161 if you just want the vintage newsprint, which as soon as I saw that on my list of products today, I just thought, you know what, that's going to absolutely fly, and you're loving it. You really, really are. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433, if you'd like to place your order on the phones with our call centre. If you'd rather order it on the website, that's fine as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, now the other one I'm going to show you is which one? Floral stash. So is that the toppers?
That's that one.
This one.
Yep.
Okay. So this is what you like. So this is again 170 GSM, paper through to card, gorgeous quality. The printing is just so exquisite. So this has got the bolder images of the flowers with the print behind it. If that's what you can really see working well in your craft room, this is also again just $10.99. Brand new product. We're not showing you kind of old stock and clearing the decks. We're still bringing you brand new exciting things as we go through 2022. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Really different, really unusual.
I think they're really unusual, David. I've not seen anything like it.
No.
And I have to say the guys have done a brilliant job of mixing and matching all of the colour palettes to work with each other. And I think the end result, as I just said a few minutes ago, this has turned out better than I thought it was going to do. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, again, you know, you could literally just put that onto a card, put a sentiment on there, and you could literally send that, couldn't you, really? You don't necessarily have to be OTT with your card making projects.
And think about, you know, using them in your journals. If you're into journal making and you make albums and that sort of thing, they would look fantastic as background papers on your card, of course, as well. $10.99 gets you all 36 sheets if you want that on its own, or if you want multiples, again, just 1 P&P to pay of $3.95. And then if you want the star, I suppose I'd call this, these are the toppers. They're going to be the focal point on your card without a shadow of a doubt. Again, this is cardstock. So the GSM on this one, Keith?
250 GSM, Dave, on these. Yeah, lovely weight of cardstock. Just to give that little bit of rigidity there, you know, a little bit of strength in the cardstock. It's not too flimsy at 250 GSM. Again, friendly enough for you to use your dies with them. And we've got a lot of room around them. And yeah, that one's solid. It's upside down, you see. I didn't really put them all in the right order. But look beautiful with that little cascade there of the flowers underneath. I love that one with the music on, David. Everybody anybody who's got a musical taste, they're going to absolutely love that.
I don't know what the tune is, but again, it's going to go down very, very well. And if you do buy to sell your cards, buy your kits to sell your cards, I'm sure these are going to absolutely fly. Who's not going to love this? And again, for any occasion. Any occasion at all, whether it's hopefully not a sad one, but if it is a sad one, it's appropriate. If it's a happy birthday, happy anniversary, just a little note to say. I mean, this actually with a little note written on the back and just popped in an envelope would be good on its own.
Absolutely, David, it would, really. I mean, again, I look at this and I think possibly a little bit about winter weddings as well, really. You know, a little bit of a winter wedding kind of feel to it as well, really. You know, which is beautiful. There are little accessories in there. There are birds, there are butterflies. You'll find in the artwork. You'll go through it a dozen times and you'll always find something in there that you didn't see the first time around.
You can even use it like a postcard. I think we're kind of coming round to postcards again. I know they kind of went out of favour with email coming in and all that sort of thing, but nothing stopping you putting a postage stamp on the back of that and just writing on it and popping it in the post without an envelope. You don't have to use it like that. $8.99 for 36 of those toppers, ML2108. Now, if you do the maths and add it all up, if you bought all three, that would be £30.97. But if you buy it as a complete three collection, 336s, that is £24.99. So you're saving best part of about £6 by buying them together, aren't you? Yeah,
absolutely, David. Yeah, it's a great saving. Every little helps. It's a kind of phrase. Yeah, it really is. And it's a lovely set that all works with each other as well, David. As I said, we haven't got a phenomenal amount of samples because it's that brand new, but it is brilliant to be able to mat and layer with and work together.
Now, we have got, I did mention that you've got the opportunity to buy the show. So that means there's something else in the show. Now, buy the show, it's going to include, obviously, what we've just shown you, but it's also going to include your 8x8, your 7x7, and your 6x6 mats in the gold card. Now, this is like a gold satin card, isn't it, this?
It's beautiful, David.
Stunning.
It's bright, it's stunning. I just love the effects of that, but if you look at those sizes, 6x6, 7x7, 8x8, perfect for matting and layering with the whole collection, and you are getting 120 sheets, David, with that.
You're going to get 36 of the 8x8, 40 of the 7x7 and 44 of the 6x6. So 120 in total.
120 sheets in total. Okay. What a wonderful little set that is.
Now, if you want to buy the whole show, you'll get all of the flowers that we showed you, and you're going to get all 120 sheets of the mats, and you're going to get the vellum as well.
You are?
The vellum. I forgot about that.
Yes, 16, did I, David?
16 sheets of vellum.
I'll have to go find it.
Now, the vellum, it's completely clear vellum, yeah?
It's translucent vellum,
yep. Translucent vellum,
I'll go and find it, David. Whilst you're telling the viewers, let me go and do.
You go and find
I'll go do my digging bit.
Okay. Now, $78.93 is what you should pay for all of it, okay? Now, what about if I said to you, we could give you nearly a £30 saving off the price? How about that? Nearly £30 off the price. You can buy the whole show for $49.99. $49.99 gets you the gold mats and layers in the 8x8, 7x7, 6x6. It gets you the vellum, which is going to be found in a second, 16 sheets of the A4 vellum, and you're going to get the 3 sets of the 36 of those beautiful floral toppers and those background papers as well. The whole lot, $49.99. Treat yourself, buy the show. Whenever we do a buy the show offer, that usually ends up being the most popular because it means that you are saving the most money. You're getting the best value for money. Think about how many cards you could make with this collection, what you could do with this collection, how versatile this is going to be for you as well. And as if by magic, the vellum appears.
The vellum appears, vellum. Yeah, the vellum appears. This is wonderful quality, David. I think that's really quite important to say because there are different weights in vellums, just like there are different weights in cardstocks from 60 to 50, 300. This is 160 GSM in weight. Now, you can get lighter weights, and we've had lighter weights on the shows before, but this is beautiful for doing all of your embossing. So you can see there, my hand clearly is shining right underneath there.
Oh.
Now, again, that Pergamano kind of effect, or using this with your embossing folders, is just stunning.
No word of a lie, this is much thicker than conventional vellum that I'm used to holding. So if you want quality, this is quality vellum. Totally translucent, lots you can do with it. You can do your white work with it, with your ball tools. You can emboss with it, with your embossing folders as well. Lots and lots of uses for this. So that is just 16 sheets included in the buy the show. You can buy the vellum separately. I think the vellum on its own is £14.99. If you're looking for quality vellum, what was the GSM again?
160 GSM, 160. David. Honestly, it's just stunning. It really is. And again, to just get that lovely vintagey kind of look, Dave, really, where we like to work with things. Here, what I've done is I've just put that behind there, and if you wanted to just make your little flowers, as you say there, you can really get you can see the text coming through there for sure. It's that good a quality things. But what you can do with this, as I say, create those effects that will work with the range.
And also, when you put vellum on a card, it really raises the luxury side of things. It really, really does. So if you buy the show, the value is absolutely immense. Nearly £30 saved by buying the entire show. And imagine the weight of that box and the size of that box that will be arriving in the next few days. We'll deliver it for £3.95 postage. Okay, only 1 P&P per day. If you buy things a bit later on from Debby and Crafter's Companion, if you buy something from Steffi and the makers that are here for their very first show at 3 o'clock this afternoon, you won't pay any more P&P than £3.95. So that was a surprise to me that that's in the buy the show, but it is, and it's also available on the website as a separate purchase if that's all you want today. If you've been looking for vellum, and I've been looking for vellum actually for my model.
All right, yes, yeah.
For
How's it going? Is it going along?
It's going very well.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing that. You said it's going to take about a year, I think you said.
Another year to go.
Another year to go.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It'll be well worth it at the end.
There'll be an unveiling party, there will be. Okay, now, if you love the gold mats and layers, the 8x8, 7x7, 6x6s, quantity again, 36 of the 8x8, 40 of the 7x7, and 44 of the 6x6. We can give you that as a bundle as well. $32.97 is what it should be. Okay, so you're looking at around about what, $10.99 each, something like that. Yep. So UL2126, but that is not the price you're going to pay. We're going to bring that price. It's $666 per bundle. If you go for all three together, $19.99 gets you all of it. 120 pre-cut, perfectly sized mats and layers. And the gold is not a shiny, well, it is a shiny gold, but it's not a mirrored gold. It's got really classy kind of satin brush finish to it. Really lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Sometimes mirrored card can be a little bit too shiny. It looks like sheet metal. It really, really does.
It really is good quality. And it's 300 GSM, David, so it's a really good quality cardstock. Very nice weight there to it. Great rigidity. Again, you can die cut with it. You can emboss with it for sure. But perfect for the matting. And as I say, with those three sizes, 6x6, 7x7, 8x8, going to work with all of these.
I'm just thinking, so many people, you know, cut down A4 sheets to make 8x8s and 7x7 and 6x. That then ends up being very wasteful, because then you've got a little bit of the A4 left. And you think, what can I do with that then? Don't do that. Get them pre-cut, and then you're going to be saving so much of your kind of wasteful crafting. You're not going to be throwing away anything because it's all been pre-cut for you. But like Keith quite rightly said, you can die cut it. Whatever you want to do with it is entirely up to you. You can put fancy edges with your die cuts, your mats and your layers, that sort of thing. But look at the stash you're going to get. Yeah, 120.
It's a big brick, Dave. It really is. Again, not going to fit through the letterbox. You're going to have to open the front door to get that in. It really is a lovely, lovely sets there that you can see. A real fabulous range. And I like the fact that all three, David, are already resized perfectly for mat and layer. The 6x6 is 150 millimetres. Then we've got 175 millimetres and 200 millimetres, just for those of you who are in a metric sheet size.
Now, you always know with Keith, you're going to get, obviously, first thing first, quality. Without a shadow of a doubt, quality is there, and value for money as well. That's what Keith represents, that's what Keith is famous for, and that's why every Paper Dienamics show, and one of the busiest days for Paper Dienamics shows is a Saturday, funnily enough.
Funny enough, it is, David, yes. They keep asking me to come back on a Saturday. But we love it. We love being with you on a Saturday afternoon. There's no sport on today. Yeah, we don't want any of that. No. Stick around with us. And you're absolutely right. The traffic buttons driving down here today, Dave, it's not good out on the roads. In fact, the further north you go, the worse it technically gets.
It's still really, really cold today where we are. Hopefully it's not as cold as it is with us where you are, but it is going to get milder, isn't it, which is good. So stay indoors today while it's still pretty cold out there. Do your shopping with us, and we'll do all the hard work, or our couriers and our postmen will do all the hard work and bring it to your door, okay? UL2126, that gets you all of those 120 mats and layers in the different sizes. Right, you're known for your demos, Keith.
I'll go and do a bit of a play, shall I?
Go have a play.
I've got to have a play.
All right then. Now, if you want to get in touch with us today, remember lots of great guests coming in, and Steffi is with us for the very first time, and we've been having a bit of a catch up. She's lovely, and she'll be here at 3 o'clock with the makers for the very first time. Felting. If you've never done felting before, she's bringing some kits that I've never seen before, the cutest characters. That's going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And you can see there's our Robin, the Aardman Robin. More about that from Steph a bit later on. All right, Keith, what are you going to show us?
Well, we're going to just have a little bit of play, David. I did a bit of prepping beforehand just to cut some down to a sheet size so that we can just save a little bit of time on where we're going to go. But I'm incorporating those gold mats along with the elements in the toppers as well. So we're going to get a little bit of everything in there, David, to be able to work with. I've got all sorts in here to be able to play around with. Let's just take, shall we say, the big part of the set. We're going to take the big, the thing. So what I've got is I've got a rectangular card, but we've got square toppers. So let's see how that one is going to work out. We're going to we're going to dress the card, Dave, to start with a little bit of gold. We're going to make it a gold card.
Golden card. Okay. Is that a technical term?
It is a technical term, yeah, golden card that will, and of course, if you are making and selling, this is perfect to be able to give you that kind of quality because of the 300 GSM of this cardstock, it feels quite substantial, really.
Does, absolutely.
And that's brilliant for you to be able to mat and layer straight on there. So what I've done is I've just cut these down to roughly, this is just short of an A5 sort of size, which you can get out of an 8x8 because it's 200 by 200 millimetres and will work really, really nicely with that. So that one's gone on the back. Now, we did mention about embossing. We'll do some embossing in a minute or two or a bit later on the show, just to show you what that will change into if we wanted to. But I love these backgrounds, David. I think they are absolutely stunning. And look how what happens there now when you put the background and what we're after is recreating that lovely vintage kind of edge around the outside edge there, really. So that's ideally what you're looking for. Now, because this is a lighter weight material and that's a heavyweight material, you've still you're not overkilling it with the weight.
Nope.
You know, for those of us who are conscious about any postal costs.
But also, of course, the card is going to have strength. It's going to have rigidity. You know, if you put flimsy cards on a mantelpiece or on a windowsill or whatever, sometimes they can buckle and bend and fall over. This is not going to happen with this sort of quality card.
No, it's not going to fall over, David, for sure. You know, it's really going to be nice. And I think one other thing as well is that anybody who receives a card of these kind of qualities, you know, certainly are going to say, you know, well, you've not scrimped on this one, have you, really, David? You've splashed the cash.
I mean, honestly, the quality is obvious, not only visually, but also when you feel and touch it.
Absolutely, Dave, yeah, for sure. Let me just grab all my bits. I've got all of the bits, but not necessarily in the right order, to coin another phrase. But there we go. We've got the middle bit. We're going to decorate the whole thing, Dave, so just give us a lovely little look all the way around.
Are you all set for Christmas, Keith?
Well, do you know what, David? I'm so busy at work that really I don't really get set for Christmas until really around about the 23rd or 24th. But it just happens that they've invited me here on the 23rd. They thought, who else could we get to come on the 23rd? Smithy will do. So I'm here on the 23rd.
So you leave the lovely Mrs. Smith to do all the prep.
And that, you know, it could almost be classed as a bit of a cunning plan, couldn't it, really?
It could be, yeah.
Because when I get home, it'll all be done.
Yeah.
I mean, I think...
It's the same with me. I'm working 23rd and 24th. So when I get home, all done, yeah.
All done. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a plan there, really.
I'm kind of banned from the kitchen anyway, so it suits me.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I get in the way. I do things wrong. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just breathe, and that sometimes can be classed as being wrong, David. So.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in your house at Christmas. I bet it's a lot of fun.
I'm sort of like interference on legs, David. That's what I think I'm referred to, really, in the house is, you know, a little bit of interference on legs. What are you doing in here? What do you want? Go away. Is sort of like things. So usually, might even try and take Alfie the dog out for a bit of a pre-Christmas walk, really, whilst. But we have got a bit of a house full this year as well, David.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a house full. So, you know, we've got family coming up from Berkshire, the Royal County of Berkshire, and we've got family coming over from Lancashire. Not that we'll hold that against them, but we've got, so it's a good time to get everybody together. It's sure it'll be a good, fun day, Dave.
So Keith will be the host with the most.
The host, the host with the most. Yeah, I'm quite good at hosting. I like to keep people entertained, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
And entertaining is always quite good fun. So
bit of karaoke.
Well, maybe a bit later on in the evening, Dave. Yeah, for sure. See how good. They can see how this is now.
It's looking good, isn't it?
It's coming together. It's looking lovely from that kind of a look as well.
Also, if you wanted to maybe cut the middle out of the gold card to, not waste it, you could do that. But obviously on TV, we don't do it. We haven't got time to do that. But you could do that if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could take the middle out of the card, use that on another project. I would probably say that that's a smart thing to do, and really useful to be able to take the middles out. You can sometimes use some of your bigger dies to cut those out of there. But now you can see straight away we're getting a little fold up together. Now it's beginning to come together, and I love the fact then that you've got the opposites there working all still within that same pattern of being able to pick up the patterns as it is. And that's what I think, Dave, is that one of those things that you can just literally have so much kind of fun with, really. Now let me just put some of those bits now over here, if I may, because I don't need those for a moment. But I am going to take one of the toppers, this one here, David. So I've got a couple out. As I say, you do get 2 in the set. So I'm going to take 2 out, and I'm going to actually die cut one of these out. So just going to put this one on there. So I did say going to bring in the lovely little arrangement die, but I want to keep the crown in there. You'll notice there's a little crown on the top there.
Before, yeah.
See, well, say you'll go through it a dozen times, and you'll still find things that
you missed the first
you
time.
missed the first time, David. Yeah, for sure.
And if you've got the inclination and you want to do a little bit of fussy cutting, cut out maybe with your craft knife, you could decoupage the flower because you do get 2 layers. So it's up to you.
Yep, absolutely, Dave. So I'm just going to put a little bit of adhesive on there just to hold that into situ. Let's now put this in place on our lovely little cutting machine, and we'll cut that out for us. Dave, on those samples that you've got there at the side of you, you'll notice that there's some decoupaged elements that have been done with this.
Oh, on this one, yeah.
Yeah, which I think is great. And that's something that you can do. If you like to fussy cut, then fussy cutting is really, really strong within this collection.
And you can see those multiple layers there. That works really, really well. So just get your craft knife out. If you're good with the craft knife, you can easily cut it out by hand. And on this one as well, we've got a few multiple layers there too, with a bit of decoupage glue or a foam pad or 2 or whatever. So it really kind of gives it dimension and lifts it up. Really lovely.
Are they gorgeous? They really are. I mean,
beautiful.
again, just to really, brings out the delicate nature of the collection, but perfect for being able to do all of those things. So there we go. We use one of our ring dies on there as well, and we've still got the frame that we could use on another project. So you've got the frame that you can use on another project if you so desire. But what I wanted to do, Dave, is I really wanted to just bring into play that lovely little bird on there. And I did think to myself, right, well, we could, if we wanted to, we could fussy cut certainly 1 or 2 of those little elements out. We'll just very quickly just give this a little bit of a trim. We'll just give it a thing. And I'll just try and quickly. Now, I'm not an expert at cutting out, but even I can have a little bit, can have a bit of fun, cutting all of these things out, really.
Yeah, our producer Laura's a dab hand at cutting out.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, there you go.
She'll teach you a thing or 2.
Well, there you go. I think the other thing as well, though, David, is when you actually set the pattern over the top of the pattern, then sometimes you can actually, hide, that you don't necessarily need to be an expert on fussy cutting, for sure.
No.
Because when the time I get this put on there, you'll find, hopefully, that it will work.
If you do accidentally snip off a little bit of a petal or a little bit of a fern or something, you're not going to notice it if you've layered it on the original image. So
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. So I'm doing this quite quickly just to give us a generalised idea, but you could spend a little bit more time with it, and very therapeutic. I do find that fussy cutting is massively therapeutic for sure, David. A lot of people enjoy the pastime, sit there. In fact, Celia, bless her, hope you're feeling all right, Celia. She's not been too good recently, but Celia's on the mend now. She was speaking to my good lady the other day, and Celia is one of those where she'll get a number of elements out and sit there all night, just cut them all out.
Well, to be fair, crafting in general is really therapeutic and relaxing, isn't it? Depending on what you're doing. But I think probably 99.9% of crafts is relaxing and enjoyable. That's why we do it.
Well, yeah, for sure, David, yeah. And there we go. So let's just put that into there.
I've just been told the Buy the Show is, as always, really, really popular. A bit of a queue on the phones at the moment. Our call centre, I haven't talked about them today yet. They're upstairs here in the building. It's a family-run call centre based in just outside Birmingham in Redditch, in this building, and they will answer your call and give you an account if you've never shopped with us before. And it's the Buy the Show that everybody's after. It looks like that at the moment. So if you're in a queue, it's a free phone number. Don't think it's costing you a fortune to phone us. It's not at all. From your mobile or your landline, $49.99 for A02151. The Buy the Show is going a storm.
Wow, well, that's well. Do you know the important thing, David, is that people are liking it. They see what we see and they see what we're that's important for us to be able to understand that if you like it, you like it. And they're unusual, aren't they? They're a little bit different. As I say, this is the last brand new collection for this year. We've got new things coming in 2023, but between now and next year, we've got one or two little special events for you.
Okay. In between Christmas and New Year.
In between Christmas and New Year, David. Yeah, I'm going to be here. We're going to have a lot of fun, I'm sure. So we'll go through. So
what dates are you here now after today?
I'm here on the 23rd.
With me,
you know, with you. Oh, lovely, David, yeah. And then I'm back with you on the 28th.
Yeah.
As if that wasn't just enough, then I'm here with you on the 28th. And then I'm back again on January the 2nd in the new year.
Terrific. Fantastic.
So, as if they ain't going to have enough.
A lot of Keith for Christmas.
Oh, a lot of Keith indeed for Christmas. All I want for Christmas is a lot of Keith.
You asked for it, you've got it.
Yeah, for sure.
$49.99. Remember, that's saving you nearly. What was the original cost? Original price it was. How much is that saving you by buying the complete collection by the show? Yeah, $78.93. So nearly £30 off by buying the show rather than buying it individually. And look what's going to be coming through your door in the next few days. That vellum, the mats and layers in the 8x8, 7x7 and 6x6, and the complete beautiful floral collection as well. 3 sets of those 36 sheets. AO2151. Right, so now you're die cutting.
Other thing actually to say, David, here at Hobby Maker is, for those of you who don't know, all of the suppliers here, we don't generally send out with Royal Mail. They go on a courier service.
Oh, okay.
So you know, the fact that there's some a little bit of discontent around with the industrial things going on at the moment, it might not impact too much with your.
So you use a courier, do you?
Yours at my courier.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, cool.
So,
that's nice to know.
Yeah, it's all helps a little bit, doesn't it? Really, to show that. Right. So now we can see there we're going to put a little bit of the gold. You can see how that's now beginning to come together. I think that's really quite nice. We're going to put a bit of tape behind on that one, David. You'd almost think I'd planned this, wouldn't you? Really? We'll put a bit of tape.
But the gold cardstock actually is the perfect companion to use with this floral kit, isn't it?
Do you know, David, we go through so much gold card back at the factory. You know, we're producing, products with gold card all of the time. I mean, obviously, some people like gold. My wife prefers the silver look to the gold look.
Okay.
But I think with a collection like this, gold really does sit with it. It's got that lovely vintage kind of effect.
I was going to say,
there, really.
gold is more vintage, definitely.
Yeah.
Especially the colour of gold that we've got here. So really kind of rich gold. It's not like a bright 9-carat gold. It's more of an 18-carat.
You're absolutely right, David. It is more of an 18-carat gold. Now I'm just going to line up the little scallops to be able to go with that one there. That one's going to go nicely onto that, so that's fine. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put that then, Dave, over onto the front here. So that was going to go nicely down onto there. So we'll just put a little bit of tape down on this side, down on here, just to hold that in place. I mean, the styles of card that you can make with this are just, well, ongoing, aren't they, really? You know, you can use your imagination with so many different effects to be able to bring this right into play.
And also that card, before you actually put the topper on it, you know, you can put all sorts of wonderful toppers, not just the floral ones, on that background. Those backgrounds are really versatile and beautiful. And again, like Keith was saying earlier on, every time you look at those backgrounds, there's so much going on in there, you'll see something different each time with the text and the musical notes.
Absolutely, Dave, yeah, for sure. Now look, I'm going to put that one there really quite nicely on there. We've got the little birdie on the front there as well, so that's going to sit really nicely on there. So there we go, that one's fixed on there for sure. But obviously we want to try and bring something on the inside on there. And what I thought about doing, David, is I thought about just bringing into another one that sits colour-wise, sits with it. We've got the musical notes there on the back, but I think that's just going to give that a little bit of a trim and edge so that it fits on the front here, David.
Now, Keith, we're getting a message coming in from Julie in the West Midlands. Hello, Julie.
Hello,
she sent
Julie.
the email via, or the message via our website. She says, in Walmley she says, I've got to know your courier so well over the last 6 months. Can't understand why.
That is fantastic. That is brilliant. Oh, well, Julie, we really appreciate you being on first name terms with your career, really. Yeah. I get a lot of people, David, message the, they come to the factory every day. They collect all of the parcels that are leaving, and they go out by their thousands in real terms over the course of the week. So
I think the couriers and the delivery drivers get forgotten about quite often. Big shout out to them. Happy Christmas and Merry New Year from us to you. You know, you've been delivering and driving in really bad conditions over the last week. So hats off to you if you're in that sort of
Yeah,
business.
absolutely, Dave. And do you know what? One of my favourite adverts on the television is the poor courier that has to climb to the top of the block.
Oh, with the television.
Because the lift's out of action.
Yeah, yeah.
And then when he gets to the top and the lady opens the door, she goes, "Oh, it's not this block, mate. It's that one over there."
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you could
yeah.
just imagine that happening, couldn't you, really?
That does make me laugh when I see that.
Dear me, that is so brilliant on there. And so, we'll just add one or two little gemstones, I think, David, onto that. We could bring a few little gems in if we wanted to do so. And
The courier that Julie was talking about is a lady courier. She arrived this morning. There we go. With a parcel. Get to know your courier. That's what I say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make friends with your courier. Maybe make them a card to say thank you.
that would be lovely, wouldn't it, Dave? That would be really, really nice. So again,
With a Christmas tip inside it.
yeah, for sure, Dave, yeah. I mean, they do work hard. I mean, I can tell you they've got a bit of a task because when you buy the show, I mean, you put all of that weight together in one box. It doesn't half stack up, David.
Yeah.
Does the weight of it for sure. It does really give you quite a bit of weight to go around.
Just ask yourself, would you deliver a big box full that weighs a ton for $3.95? I don't think I would, but we do it here at Hobbymakers, so, great. Thank you, courier.
There we go. Right, we could go around with gems all around the front, David, but time's getting on. We want to have a little bit more play with some of the bits and pieces.
Absolutely.
So there we go. I think we've got a lovely little card there showing. I like the fact that you've got this lovely element on here that's with the decoupage, and of course you've got a lovely card. And when we hold that up to the front, we'll just hold that up to the front, guys. Give you a frontal view as to how that absolutely looks.
Another stunning card with stunning cardstock. When you've got gorgeous cardstock, it's very, very difficult and very hard to make a bad card. It's stunning artwork, it really, really is. And the fact that you've got that kind of brushed metal effect on the gold mats and layers just really kind of tops it off and finishes it off a treat. Now remember, the Buy the Show isn't for everyone. We appreciate if you haven't got a £50 budget, you want something maybe a little less, then we've got all the smaller individual elements available, all on the website now for you, if you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. But if you want the Buy the Show, you're going to get the vellum, you're going to get all of this floral collection, you're going to get the mats and layers in the gold, and all of that with a nearly £30 savings, so 802151. Now if you just want the florals, so in other words, if that's not what you're after, you don't want to buy the show, you want to just have the florals, the 36 of the toppers, the 36 of your printed backgrounds, and the 36 of your floral backgrounds, then this is another item, okay? So this is FI2174. So you're going to get this, which is your toppers. That's the 250 GSM, so that's the cardstock. This is kind of cardstock as well. It's 170 GSM, so it's just on that kind of border between paper and card. 36 of these, 36 of these. And do you want to go through them again quickly? Okay. In case you missed the start of the show where we did our little pick and flick, they all come separately wrapped up, of course, as well. This one is stunning because this is combining bold images of print from newspapers to bold images of the flowers printed over the top. And that's something you don't see very often. And I think it works a treat. Something very, very different. But beautiful, beautiful quality. It's like you've found a very old-fashioned magazine or an old magazine or an old newspaper and you've just been flicking through it, trying to read the old adverts, all that sort of thing. I'm fascinated by that, I really am. So that's part of it. So 36 of these, and these are 8x8, aren't they, Keith?
8x8, yep. David, yep.
So yeah, 36 of those. The other one over here, which is more of your backgrounds without the printed flowers as boldly anyway, 36 of these. So these are really lovely. And this has got the text, whether it's written text, whether it's printed from newspapers like this one, whether it's manuscripts, whether it's musical scores, whether it's old-fashioned photos that have been taken from newspapers with the butterflies and, of course, the fish on there as well. Characters, portraits of people from yesteryear. Really lovely, and I think that's our favourite. Everyone in the studio said, "Oh, I do like that one." Very, very, very smart, very different, very unusual. And you get 3 of each of these, Keith?
Yes, Dave, yeah, 12 different designs, 3 of each in there, which is lovely. And again, that's always quite important, really, because if you want to make the same card more than once, then you've got 2 of each of the toppers and 3 of each of the backgrounds will work really, really good together.
Well, I love those. I really did, right up my street, that. So that is your vintage paper backgrounds. Let's pop those back on the stand. And then, of course, the focal point of any card is the main image, the topper. Now, these, again, can be die cut, as we've shown you. They can also be fussy cut, as we've shown you as well. So this is your topper stash in 250 GSM, all this artwork and all these florals. You get 2 of each of these, so lots of different artwork to enjoy. That's got musical notes in the background there. They are lovely, aren't they? You can feel the quality, you really, really can. Keep them square. If you don't want to cut them out into different shapes, you don't have to, but if you've got nesting dies and matting and layering dies, I'm sure you've got sets that will give them beautiful decorative edges. But look, you've even got that kind of distressing around the edge. Now these are uncoated, so if you wanted to add effects, maybe you like splatter techniques and you want to do that, maybe you love blending techniques with your inks, your oxides, your distress inks, it's all been done for you really, but if you wanted to add to it to make it more unique, you've got that opportunity as well. So 36 of these, the whole 3 sets together are $24.99. But if you just want the toppers, that's absolutely fine. If you just want the vellum, that's available separately. 16 sheets of vellum available separately, so you can cherry pick what you want and build your own basket if you want to. But someone's just actually bought 4 of these, I've just been told. Why not? Yeah, actually, the artwork is so good on this. This could be not just card toppers, this could be framed artwork. You can buy frames these days, you can even make your own frames with some of the fantastic suppliers we have here at Hobbymaker. But these in a frame on a wall would look lovely. It's wall art as well as card toppers.
Oh, absolutely. I did think about those 8-inch with the floral newspaper backgrounds. Maybe you could put sometimes when you go to places like Blackpool, you can go into these places and have a vintage family photo take and mat and layer that on there. You could create yourself a whole wonderful piece of home decor pieces for sure.
Absolutely. So $24.99 gets you all 3 sets. If you love the concept of this, and maybe like someone who's just bought 4 sets of them, just under £100 that will be, but you'll then have, how many is it in total in the full collection? 36, 36, 36 is?
108.
108, so 4 times 108, that's basically nearly 450 sheets that person's got by going for 4 of these sets today, and just 1 P&P, and that box would weigh quite a lot. If you took that to a post office and get a quote for postage, that would be quite a few pounds in P&P, $3.95 capped. Now the gold mats, there they are. It's a pyramid that I've got there for you. And you get different quantities in the different sizes, but it comes out at 120 sheets in total. So you've got 36 of the 8x8, the biggest one, 40 of the 7x7, the medium one, and 44 of the 6x6, the smaller one. But they are some of the most popular sizes of card blanks. You can put your 7x7 on an 8x8 card blank and then maybe put one of the smaller toppers on top of that, and that will give you a beautiful frame. But rather than cutting into A4, and that's what lots of us did for many, many years, if you wanted a 6x6 or a 7x7 or whatever, you cut into bigger sheets of cardstock and end up with scrap that you very often ended up throwing away. Well, you know, this has all been pre-cut for you. Now, in the next hour, we've got some Crafters Companion goodies coming up with the lovely Debbie, and we've got letters of the alphabet in various different styles and various different sizes. So imagine being able to cut letters of the alphabet out of these as well. You can die cut them. But, you know, first and foremost, they've been produced because they just make instant mats and layers, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, David. Yeah, I mean, and whilst you've been talking there, David, I'm just doing a bit of playing, really. I'm just doing. It's what I love about being here. It's like playtime for big children, isn't it? Really, but I wanted to bring into play the fact that those metallic mats are amazing value, but also they've got great craftiness in there. So I'm just using my embossing folders, Dave, just to putting them through. Just put 1 or 2 through just to show the viewers what you can expect to get at home with just a simple thing like your embossing folders. You know, it is brilliant to be able to work with. And so I've got a couple of bits to show you that I've put through an embossing folder. Here's one that's coming out before your very eyes, and you're going to love it, absolutely love it. And you think to yourself, yes, it looks great in its natural gold colour look, but when you actually then emboss with it, just look at these. When you mentioned about the words and the letters there, David, that's quite a hard one there to be able to take out. We can then snip off the edges, cut that round, and then we've got our Inspire, Create, Smile, Moments, Laugh, Dream, all of the things in there. But beautiful, beautiful quality of the embossing detail.
Keith, I missed the GSM of the gold card.
300 GSM.
300, wow.
Yeah, so really good rigidity in there. You can fold it back and it'll hold its rigidity in there. It's actually what we call a foiled card, David, and what we mean by that is it's a foil lamination on a 300 GSM board. So you could actually technically peel off the foil if you wanted to do that.
And to be fair, what I love about it...
want to do that, but you could do that.
What I love about it is it actually looks like sheet metal. It doesn't look like cardstock at all. It looks like I'm holding a piece of metal up towards you. But it is, of course, totally embossable, totally die-cuttable, or just use them as great mats and layers. And if you do want to use them as mats and layers and you begrudge the fact that you're actually going to be covering up the centre of the square, cut it out with a trimmer and then use that other smaller square for something else in the future. So you can make these go an awful long way, you really can. So details on the screen are for the metallics. So the whole bundle, the 6x6, 7x7, 8x8, all of them for £19.99. And remember, you can shop all afternoon. You can buy something from every single show that we have here this afternoon between now and 6. And your postage, when you get your confirmation email at the end of the day, you will only pay £3.95. Brilliant, brilliant value. That's what we do every day. That's not a special offer just for today. The shipping is always just £3.95, no matter how many things you buy from midnight to midnight. And we've got another show later on, you and I, Keith.
We have, David, yeah. We've got another show later on.
At
if
4.
one wasn't enough, 4 o'clock.
But it's a different show.
Well, we've got more products on that are going to work with this, David. I mean, look how beautiful those butterflies have come out on that 8x8 sheet. That's an 8x8 embossing folder on an 8x8 sheet of card. How stunning does that look? And there's the words when I've trimmed it down. How beautiful do they look? And then just to show you then how you could die cut with all of those as well. Look how this one has die cut out as well. I've got a lovely effect on there. Really, really nice, lovely frame that you can die cut out with that, Dave. And, you know, and the other thing to say then is, look, here's an interesting question, because this is the 7x7 card. Yep. This is one of the toppers, which obviously then is designed maybe to fit really quite round there. But if I take one of the little toppers there, David, and I've just done this. So this is the 6x6, yep. And these are the toppers, literally out of the collection. Yep. Watch what happens when I just put that over, overlay that there, David. It's already just got the perfect size edge.
It's been done for you.
It's already done for you. You don't have to measure, you don't have to cut. It's already been done. And we've done that deliberately to make it really easy to be able to use. So you could mount up all 36 of these with the gold card, because bearing in mind, you're getting 44 sheets of the gold 6x6. Mm-hmm. You're getting 36 sheets of the different toppers. Mm-hmm. So you could mat every one of them. You could literally spend all afternoon or all evening just matting them all up, getting them ready. You could literally use things like your corner punches on them as well. Yep. You'll round off your corner edges.
And to be fair, that's why the Buy the Show is proving so popular, because Keith has thought about exactly the size of what you need and how they're all going to work together. The fact you've got that very, very fine gold edge around using the mats and layers is perfect. No measuring, no trimming, no cutting, no getting it wrong. It's all been done for you. So,
yeah. All been done for you, David, and I think it's brilliant to, it's what I would call easy crafting. And that's why Colette said to me yesterday when I went to see her last night, she said, this is an easy collection. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily, it infuses its own mojo, really. If you've lost your mojo, this is a great collection to get it back again, because everything works with each other. And again, you've got those lovely floral backgrounds. So I'm just literally, let's just move that out of the way. Literally, that is just going to sit now perfectly. I haven't cut it, I haven't trimmed it, I've just used my corner rounder on it. And bish, bash, bosh. It's already done. Look, there you go. You've got that luxury quality effect there. Stunning. And to be able to work with that.
Do you know what? Because the topper is 350 GSM, so really, really strong cardstock. If you did take that inner square out, so you're not actually covering up so much of the gold card, you wouldn't see that that had been removed.
No.
You wouldn't. You just have a lovely fine gold frame around the edge, and then use the rest of the gold cardstock. Make it go as far as you can. You know, we want to stretch the pennies, make everything last and make it go as far as we possibly can. So that is just for the gold mats and layers in the 6x6, 7x7, 8x8. If you want the Buy the Show where you're saving nearly £30, the Buy the Show is what most, not all of you, but most of you, quite a lot of you, are going for. And this is, remember, the final new collection from Keith for 2022. This is not something that has been on earlier this year and it's a bit left and we're bringing it back. This is brand new. Over 20% of the Buy the Show offer has gone. And bear in mind, an awful lot of people watch these shows at different times. We're broadcasting live at the moment at 10 to 2, but of course, if you're out in the afternoon or you're working during the day and you can't watch the shows, you watch them back in the evening or maybe at night or whatever. You know, stock is always going, even after we've done the live shows. So you can always watch a show back if you missed it, maybe from yesterday, a bit later on, just by going to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. Buy the Show is what I do, I think.
Well, you're going to get, so much craftiness in there, David, to be able to make. I mean, just think, I'm thinking about 36, and then you've got those backgrounds as well. You could use those backgrounds, but I think also that could be used as a focal point, really, which we'll try and do in the next show. We'll try and use one of these backgrounds with the flowers on. We'll use that as a focal point on the card making project. So we'll have a little bit of a play of that, just to show you that all of the elements independently will work each other brilliantly.
But also, for those of you that are good with scissors or a craft knife, the snippability there is absolutely amazing. It really, really is. You could cut and fussy cut those flowers out if you wanted to. This one, there's even more on there to have a real good go at. You can make the flowers risen so that they actually stand up, and the print possibly is in the background. There's all sorts that you can do with it. You can also bring in like maybe your glossy highlights or your glossy accents or whatever and make them shiny if you wanted to do that. Think about all the different techniques, and remember, all of these are uncoated. So if you want to add effects to it yourself to make it different,
and you can see on here, David, we've added a lovely glitter effect into the centre flowers on this, really. If we can try and get into the centre there, you'll see there's a lovely layer of glitter being sprinkled around those flowers. It really is stunning.
We had those lovely Zig glue pens on our shows yesterday. They'd be perfect with the fine lines, just to put a bit of glue on there, add a little sprinkle of glitter or whatever you want to do. So there's loads of techniques you can use. You can round the actual petals of the flower, the ball tool, or make them more domed if you wanted to do that as well. So the potential's massive. I've never seen a collection quite like this before.
And I mentioned, David, that I'm not the best fussy cutter really, but you can't really tell that that's been done by an amateur. You know, as I say, you've got all of the, I could have put the ball tool around there, give it a little bit of shape, but you can see it's not a bad little job that really for a novice.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Don't do yourself down. I think you did a really good job on that one. It looks really, really cool. It is certainly one of the nicest cards that we've seen in a very long time. It's lovely, it's vintage. Now, the buy the show, let me just explain to you what you're saving here if you buy the show. It's nearly £30 off. It should be £78.93. So you're not saving a couple of quid. You're not having to spend like 200 quid in the supermarket to get £2.50 off or anything like that. We're giving you nearly £30 off this bundle. And you're going to get all those beautiful satin gold mats and layers, 8x8, 7x7, 6x6. You're going to get 36 of the sheets of the bold floral backgrounds. You're going to get that fantastic 36 sheets of the print, the old-fashioned vintage newsprint, and also musical score as well. And then you get your 36 of your 250 GSM, sorry, was it 250?
250,
250 GSM toppers, 36 of those as well. And an extra bonus, you're also going to get 16 sheets of your vellum, and that vellum is some of the finest quality vellum I've touched.
David,
it's lovely and thick.
David, tear it, go on, go for it, Dave. Look, you know, so you get a white edge as soon as, it's always a good quality, is to show you where you get the white edge.
Look at that, look. Now that, just to give you that extra vintage distressed effect, is a really lovely technique. Give it a go, give it a try.
So get your bronze inks out, get vintage inks out, distress it. You can stamp onto it as well, Dave. You can stamp, over stamp it. It will be receptive for stamping. You can do all of the effects that you want. But again, just feathering the edges, you can do all of those things as well, Dave.
Brilliant. Well, as I say, Keith has got another show a little bit later on this afternoon at 4 o'clock. I dare say we'll be revisiting this as well to remind you of it in case you've just missed the show. But other things are coming up different this afternoon with Keith at 4 o'clock. But if you want that fantastic buy the show offer, it's $49.99 and the product code is A02151. You can phone the call centre 0800 001 4433 and they'll put it into your basket and do that for you. Even if you've never shopped with us before, just call them and they will make sure that it's on its way. If you'd rather do it on the website, you can order it there as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. So Keith is here. We've got Debbie Robinson, we've got Craig as well from Crafters Companion, and we've got Steffi from The Makers, all here this afternoon. It's going to be a lovely, festive, fun-filled afternoon at Hobbymaker, and you can get involved in the show as well. Send your messages in. We always love to hear from you. You can do that via the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, where it says contact the studio. You can tap a message. It goes straight through to our producer, Laura, and then she can put it directly on the screen. Now, being the weekend, you deserve a weekend wonder. And we've got an exceptional weekend wonder on the way with Debbie launching it and then Craig with us with another look at it at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But if you love personalisation of cards is fantastic. The next hour is going to be for you. See you in about 2 hours?
2 hours, David.
2 hours time. Keith will be back. Debbie Robinson next.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, it's Gwen here from Creative Expressions. I just wanted to let you know about my last shows for this year, which are going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the 21st and 2nd of December. I have got an amazing collection for you. These are some of my favourite picks from shows we've done in the past. So I have some paper cuts dies and I have some products which you might find somewhat surprising. So I hope you can join me then.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hi everybody, just some really good news that we've got another new supplier coming to Hobbymaker this coming Saturday. Don't miss it in the afternoon. The Makers will bring you the cutest felting kits. You can felt little animals and landscapes and scenes and things like that. They're an eco-friendly company. You get everything you need to actually do the craft. So if you're interested, make sure you join us with the Makers this Saturday, brand new on Hobbymaker. We've all got the memo. We're all wearing our Christmas jumpers.
We have indeed, Jamie and Keith, I think definitely have, because we've gone for red jumper.
Absolutely. Yeah. Welcome back. It's Saturday afternoon at Hobbymaker. Hope you're having a nice weekend. And, well, hopefully you're keeping us company and we'll keep you company right the way through until 6 o'clock today with some amazing shows, some amazing offers, and a brand new guest, Steffi, who I've not seen for at least a couple of years from the Makers with felting, is along in an hour at 3 o'clock. So it's lovely to have her here.
It's been lovely chatting to her. It's been lovely, yeah.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you very much, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got your reindeer out?
Got my reindeers on, yeah.
Lovely.
I feel part of furniture this last couple of days.
Absolutely.
And you've got me for another couple of days.
I know. She's moved in. Now, it's our weekend wonder. One product just for Saturday and Sunday or until the stock sells out at a really, really special price. Look at this. When it comes to personalisation, that's got to be one of the best things that you can do in crafting is make something personal. Whether someone's name is spelt really unusually, someone's nickname, your website address that you want to publicise, whatever it might be that you want to spell out, letters and numbers are absolutely key. We've got letters uppercase and lowercase as the weekend wonder at the most unbelievable price. I said to you a little while ago, one of my first memories when I started doing craft shows, loads and loads and loads of years ago, I remember doing a set of the alphabet for £100.
Oh gosh, yeah.
$99.99.
Yeah, I can believe it, yeah, definitely.
Prices have come down quite a bit since then. This is your opportunity to get a very unusual font as well. Even if you've got other letters of the alphabet, I bet you haven't got a font like this. And this is perfect for personalising any size of card, because sometimes the larger letters are too big to put on a card, unless you're doing a huge card. So, you know, even if you're doing relatively small cards, this can be brilliant.
Yeah, and it is perfect for, like you've just said, personalisation. You can say anything. You can spell all those unusual names that are out there. And we're in a world now where, especially with the kids of late, they're all getting all these unusual names, but you can now personalise them. It can be anything from any occasion, whether it be birthdays, anniversaries, numbers as well. Numbers is always important to have the numbers because then you can personalise numbers too. So there's tons and tons of ways. In fact, I can promise you this is going to be the set that you're going to use a lot of. Yeah. The uppercase and the lowercase, for me, is an essential because it spells out, and especially if you love doing do you know when you start a word with the uppercase and then you want to continue the rest?
Yeah.
This is going to be that one for you, and
Now,
one that you're going to use time and time and time again. It's going to be one of those craft essentials that you're going to have sat at the side of you in your desk when you want to personalise, pull that out, and then you can personalise it to your heart's content.
Let me just show you. It's not just a case of you having the letter as the die. You've also got the outside cutting edge of it as well, which will give you a mat for the letter to go onto.
Yeah.
So you have got 2 dies for each letter. You've got every uppercase letter that you need. You've got every lowercase letter that you need. And when you see the price, you're not going to believe this. MG2065. MG2065. That is the weekend wonder that I have got my doubts that this is going to be here tomorrow.
For the whole weekend.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to last the whole weekend. Look, how?
Something like that. Let me have a quick peek because I'm
How?
just checking. It is an amazing price for a set of alphabets that you are going to use time and time again. And the fact is, I know,
£49 pence.
it's going to see you through years of crafting. Years and years of crafting, and you're going to be able to personalise it. And like you said, the font is a lovely script on this font.
You've got over
Seriously.
100 dies, 106 dies for £13.49. This is off the charts. I use that phrase quite a lot recently here at Hobbymaker. We have some amazing deals at Hobbymaker every single day. This is another one of them. Remember, it's supposed to be on 5 o'clock this afternoon with Craig from Crafters Companion HQ, who's going to be joining me. And also tomorrow you're supposed to have this as well.
Yes, I'm supposed to have it tomorrow as well, but not sure.
We have got other letters larger and other numbers larger coming up a bit later on. But this is the one, a lot of the bigger letters or whatever, or bigger numbers, wouldn't go on a small card. But these, remember, are great for all sizes of cards and also for personalisation and printing maybe in journals, memory books, anything like that.
Scrapbooking, home decor pieces, all your card making. Oh, God, honestly. This is the thing in card making. We do all the, the nice designs, but all the nice stamping, all the die cutting. But you always personalise your card makes, your gift boxes, especially in scrapbooking. I always personalise mine. These are absolutely one of those craft room essentials that every crafter should have in their collection.
This is what our director Dan has been busy doing.
God love him.
Before he came on air this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he's been playing. He likes to play before he goes on air and puts everything through its paces.
He has, bless him.
None of these have been stuck down, Debbie.
No, I know. That's why I'm just going to make sure when I'm using them. What he's done, God love him, bless his little heart, he's been working like a little demon today. However, this would be cut out in a full colour. So you'd have that cut as the full colour because that's your mat.
Yep.
That is your absolute alphabet. And these are a really nice size as well, Dave. I'm going to be careful because I don't want to... And I can feel the aircon underneath me as well, so I'm just going to be really careful.
You can use the letters,
but you
though,
can
without
use
the
them.
mat.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. So you could literally... What shall we spell? Let's have a go. We'll go...
Hello, Shirley, you've checked out. So's Eileen, so's Kathleen, Pauline, Lottie, Elizabeth in Yorkshire as well. Loads of you putting it into your baskets right now. Unbelievable value. Deb,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, they're all your alphabet, and this is your lowercase one. Do we have the uppercase one as well, Dave? It's there, yeah. It's all right. I'll just bring this in just for a second so you can see it. Sorry, I didn't see that, Alex.
do you know what?
Also, and the same.
These are also so easy to take with you to craft fairs as well, so you can offer personalisation while you're actually selling the cards.
So that's going to be a word. I mean, even what Dan's done, he's actually cut them both out and then kept the waste. And I still think you could use that waste in a certain way too. However, the outer part is that the larger die is the one that creates the solid piece. So you wouldn't actually cut it out with that laid over the top.
Right.
You would keep it fully. However, I think he's done a cracking job cutting that all out.
Weekend wonder, I said I was a bit worried that it may not last till tomorrow. 20% of the entire weekend stock is gone. It's 7 minutes past 2. There are 2 more shows. So
there is. Oh, look what he's done. Look how he's done that. That's lovely, Dan.
What will be left tomorrow, if anything? It may even sell out in the first show. £13.49 for uppercase, lowercase, and you've got the mat and you've got the main letter as well. That's 106 dies. MG2065. What I would suggest you do, though, is to get yourself a magnetic sheet and put them on the magnetic
absolutely.
sheet.
And again, and we do lots of storage, we do lots of magnetic sheets that you can put it in. But I can promise you, Dave, this is that alphabet, uppercase and lowercase, that you are going to use practically every time you craft. The font is beautiful. It's got this gorgeous script font to it. The size of it is perfect for all of your card making, gift making, gift tag is what I was trying to say then. Gift tags, adding those extra, like personalising. You can't get my name well, you can't. You could get Deborah. Mind you, I'm saying that. No, it's old-fashioned now, isn't it, Dave?
You're Debbie with a Y, you always have been.
I know I have been Debbie with a Y, but you wouldn't be able to get Debbie with a Y anywhere on anything unless you personalised it yourself. This is going to be that alphabet that you use, and that price is amazing. Can I just tell you, £13.49 for all of those dies, and the different ways that you can use them as well, because you can use the matte and the layer behind the back, so that matte piece, and then put it into a different contrasting colour, the font piece, and then what Dan's done there is cut them through together, and you can create another little alphabet that's got a different quirky feel to it. So lots and lots of things that you're going to be able to do with it, but it's all about that personalisation. Words are our world. We all use words. We all personalise things. We all want to say something, whether it be thank you, wedding, birthdays, and all those kind of things that you're going to be able to personalise, especially, like we've said, the unusual names, the ones that you can't find regularly in your high street shops and those kind of things. You wouldn't be able to find them, but you can now. You can personalise it yourself. And do you know when you said about taking it to craft fairs? Yeah. Absolutely. You could take your cards, make them, just have them plain, don't personalise them, and then when your people come to your stalls, you can then say, what would you like it to say? And then you can die cut it, because these go through all your smaller machines as well. I was going to say,
if you've got any of the Gemini minis or something like that.
You don't need electronics, so you could take your little mini manual machine with you and die cut those and get those through and personalise it in front of their eyes. And literally, it's going to be one of those that wow people every single time.
Now, size-wise, we're being asked about that. The maximum size on the largest, the uppercase, is 1 inch. And on the smaller lowercase is 0.9 of an inch, and that in centimetres is about 2.2 centimetres for the smaller, and the larger uppercase is 2.5 centimetres. So they're a really practical, useful size for any size of card and any message, any spelling of any name, even pets' names. You can now do that. Now you've got the uppercase and lowercase, and it's a quirky font, it's a fun font, and it's MG2065. Have we got enough stock to last the weekend? I don't think so. It is our weekend wonder, and it's absolutely flying out of the door. Free phone number or the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. We've got a screen full of names. Some of you are buying multiples, okay? Okay, now another collection we've got for you. It's all about letters of the alphabet and personalisation in the show. Yeah. Next one we're going to go to is this one. Is that right? Yeah. Let's have a little look at this. Now this is much bigger, obviously. These, would you call these multimedia dies?
Yes, they're made from a thicker metal. So they're called a multi-craft die. Right. So anybody who loves to die cut multiples, this is going to be the set for you. This is a big set, Dave. We've got uppercase, we've got lowercase, and we've got the numbers and the ampersand, exclamation mark, and all those kind of things. And your question marks are in, your little dashes on there. Honestly, this is a fabulous set. This is going to be that die set that you can, and again, can I just talk about that strong font? Look how strong that font is. These are big dies as well, but they will multi-craft, so you can take this into your card making, layering, especially 2 and 3 sheets of cardstock, so that you can do multiples. And also, if you do love applique and your soft crafts, then this will cut through all your fabrics and all your different materials like foam, felt, leather, material, denim, Milo, and all those kind of things, because it's a multi-craft die.
But also think about where you're going to be using these letters. Maybe you've spent a fortune on a sign being made, maybe for your craft stall, for your website, whatever it might be. You can use these, you can use them for maybe messages on notice boards and things like that. They're a fantastic size and probably the most classic font you can invest your money in. Now, $119.97 is what you should be paying. NV 2086, okay? $119.97 for the letters and the ampersands, uppercase and lowercase.
Now, I know
Size of
this don't look very glamorous, but this is how they come to you. And you can always tell the difference between an ordinary regular die and a multimedia or a multi-craft die with us, because we change the colour.
Yeah.
Because it is got a thicker, deeper die cut edge to it. So with the pressure of your machines, and these will go, even though we're labelling them as a Gemini, yes, they get optimum results in a Gemini, but they will go through all your manuals and your electronic different machines that are out there on the market. So this is your lowercase. I've already taken some off because I'm going to be doing a little demo for you. You've got all the numbers. Look at the size of these, Dave.
Let me just let you know where that price has come down from. $119.99 down to $69.99, and on 2 interest-free split payments. So if this is what you've been waiting for and wanting, $34.99 is all you pay today, plus your P&P, if you've not paid it already, and $34.99 in 4 weeks' time. You may want to go for the Weekend Wonder and this as well, because you want to get as many different fonts going as you possibly can. But these really will stand out, even from a distance away, won't they?
Yeah.
Do you know the size of them?
Yes, 2 inches.
2 inches.
So the 2 inches in height.
Right.
And they're all the same.
Right.
So yes, the 2 inches in height. But they work beautifully together. And again, when you're doing your personalisation, you can start with your uppercase and then take to the smaller case, the lower case, sorry. And then you can personalise all your numbers and then your ampersands and everything else.
Now, the thing about this is, yes, of course you can cut cardstock with dies. You can cut cardstock with any dies. So these are no exception. But when it comes to things like faux leather, craft metal, things like felt, for example, even cotton and things like that, if you want to put someone's name on a quilt or something along those lines, you may not do quilting and soft crafts all the time, but occasionally you may want to use them for that. They are going to work. So these are going to work in all the different mediums that you want to personalise. It could be 2 people's initials. It could be a company name. It could be a website address. It could be phone numbers. It could be ages. Whatever you want to say on a card or on a poster or on a notice board, these are the most professional dies to go for to get something that really packs a punch and stands out brilliantly. You're going to a 21st birthday later. So
Excuse me, I am indeed.
You're making the card to take.
Laura caught me. She said to me, "What are you doing there, Debbie?" She said, "You're going to a 21st later." And I went, "Yes, I am. It's my niece's 21st birthday today. Happy birthday, Jade. I am coming home, even though I've got my 2 days, Sunday and Monday. I'm still going to come home tonight to celebrate with you. I missed our lovely Cam's birthday yesterday. He was 21 yesterday, but I just couldn't help it. So happy birthday to Cam for yesterday. But yes, so I thought, well, I did. I went to Asda last night, Dave.
Okay.
There are other supermarkets out there. And I went to go and look at the cards. I was like, what's going off? What's going off this? Honestly,
Not much choice.
there's hardly any choice. There isn't. So I thought, do you know what? I've got my alphabets with me, so I'm gonna quilt it.
Even if you were looking at cards that were personalised, would you find a Jade card?
No.
Probably not.
No.
I see lots of Davids, but I don't see many Daves. Maybe you see lots of Debbies with an IE, but you're
Yeah.
a Y.
Yeah.
We all spell our names differently, whether it's
We
nicknames
do,
or
yeah.
whatever. So having a fantastic collection of uppercase, lowercase, and numbers in this size, I love the font on it. It's
The font is
unfussy,
strong.
classy.
It's very strong. It's very bold. It's very readable. And now you're probably thinking, Jade 21 toy, what's going off here? But I have got 2 pieces of multi-purpose cardstock here, and I've got some pink at the side of me. And because I'm being able to multi-cut, I'm actually just going to do that, because I'm going to take the D and the A of the second cut and put it to Jade 21
How many
today.
layers, as their blades are slightly deeper, how many layers of cardstock could you cut at once?
2 and 3 easily.
2 and 3, right.
Yeah, easily, yeah. So I'm going to cut through 2. In fact, you know what? I'll put my textured cardstock underneath and we'll see how many. Now, I've got a 300. Now then, is this 300 or 310? I think it's 300 that I've got. So I've got a couple of layers under there. Then I've got some textured cardstock as well. So I'm going to run this through. Now, with it being a multi-craft die, you don't necessarily need to use your magnetic shim.
Okay.
I'm going to try it without. So I'm going to, with the Gemini, I'm just going to use the 2 clear cutting plates and the plastic shim.
Because they're deeper blades, you
Yeah.
could cut through 2 sheets of cardstock and instantly then you've got a drop shadow. Just by moving the one that's underneath down a little bit,
Yeah.
it would look really 3-dimensional then,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
absolutely. Drop shadow, cut out in multiples, cut loads of alphabets and pop in a bag so that when you want to then come to personalise. And I know one crafter that I know personally, and this is what she's done with hers. She's multi-cut lots of A's, B's, C's, D's, and got them in them little small wallets.
Oh, yeah.
So that when she comes to personalise, she just goes through and she just flicks through and then
Great
personalises.
idea.
It's a really clever idea.
Have a cutting evening and then take them all with you when you go to the craft fest. Great idea. Also,
Yeah.
of course, you can make toys as well, maybe for the kids and things like that, putting letters of the alphabet and numbers on there, so there could be like a teaching aid as well, couldn't they? Could be learning without them realising that they're learning.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that's a great idea. That is an absolutely fabulous idea. Yeah, I love that. That's cracking. But yeah, you're just going to multi-cut all your pieces out, and you've got yourself all of these pieces. This is a difference between a multi craft die to a regular die. It's the multiples that you can cut out.
Don't throw the waste away, because that's a
No,
stencil.
yeah. Look, that's a nice little stencil as well, isn't it? So, yeah, so cut all those out. And when you've got them all cut out, Dave, you're then ready to personalise as well. You could be doing things as well. Do you know, because this is such a bold alphabet, and I'm just going to put these to one side. But do you know, if you love all your different kinds of crafts where you want to stamp inside them, you maybe want to do a bit of tangling inside them, you absolutely can. They're really lovely size, these. They're not small. They're really nice, so you can make your bold statements. I absolutely love these. And I am not going to lie, I've been using these quite a lot. Now, I am going on tonight, so I'm going to bring you some of my samples of what I have made with these, because I love this die set. I use it ever such a lot. Did you mean, Laura, bring us some birthday cake?
They're dropping hints for birthday cake. Yeah.
Absolutely, I will. If I remember, I promise I will. So we've got all of them cut out, and we can then now start to have a little play with them, Dave. Now, I've already done a little bit with mine, just so that I can show you when you put these together. So I've taken some multi-purpose cardstock. I've cut this down to 8 by 8 because it's a nice big alphabet. That's exactly what I'm just going to do. But again, it's all about that personalisation. Me going looking round yesterday, and I'll be totally honest with you, Dave, I don't tend to do that when I make
If you went out
cards.
today looking for a Jade 21 Today card, good luck.
Yep.
It doesn't exist unless you make it. It's as simple as that. Now, we've got a question, I believe, coming through. We always like your questions. Nicola, good afternoon, Nicola. Nicola says, can you use these numbers to make cards to sell online?
This is a great question. Nicola, you can make anything you want. You can sell wherever you want, on your Etsy's, on your eBays, on all your other mediums that you can sell. If you want to personalise using any of the alphabets that are on across the show today, absolutely make as much as you want and profit from it as much as you want. That's what it's all about.
Very clever idea to make a little bit of extra money, have a little business going online, offering personalisation for names and ages. You'll be innedated.
Yeah,
where
you
else can
will.
you get a Jade 21 Today card?
Exactly. And Jade's got to be well, because I was looking and thinking, I'm just not copying out. I'm just going to make her a card. And I thought about today, I'm thinking, I've got the alphabet, so I can make a card and I can go and give it to her.
And I bet you that'll be her favourite card.
I hope so. I do hope so. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to bring in me 3D Collal glue, just for speed more than anything. I would probably use some foam pads.
Because of what you do for a living, do all your friends and family expect handmade cards?
Yes, they do.
Do they?
They do. They don't always get. They'll always sometimes just get a gift because, or when I make cards on the telly, then I tend to save the ones that I really do like. Yeah. And I think, oh, that'll come in handy for so-and-so, and that's how I do it. So the one I'm going to show you tomorrow is the one that I made for my dad for next year.
All right.
So as long as you don't know and you guys not watching. Yeah, I'm all organised, Dave. I'm all organised, let me tell you. And the beautiful thing about these is that you can have a little play with them as well, because you're in control of how you use them.
And Debs, you've done that drop shadow on there.
I have,
so
yes.
It's a slight kind of pinky shadow around the edge of it. It just makes the numbers and the letters pop. It makes them kind of stand out, leap off the page a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the reason why I've done that, Dave. I've just stuck two pieces together. I've used the same. I actually use the waist part of me in a underneath part of the card. I'm just going to push that up a little bit, and let's have that on a little bit of a little wonk there. But honestly, I love these. I love anything to do with personalisation. I absolutely love, because you wouldn't be able to go into the shop and find these. And the lovely question that Nicola asked, yeah, absolutely. If you want to make as much of this as you want and sell them online, you go for it, girl. Honestly, that's what it's all about. We're not one for telling you, no, you can't. There's no angel policy. They're in-house designs. And at the end of the day, it's an alphabet. It's an alphabet at the end
And
of
probably
the day.
the most classic font you could ever invest in.
Yeah.
It's always going to be appropriate for whatever you're wanting to say, for whatever you want to promote. These are going to stand out. If you've got a notice board and you want to put up, I don't know, slimming classes, whatever it might be, American dancing, what do they call that? The line dancing. Line dancing classes, anything like that you want to really promote on a board in a hall or something like that. These letters and these words really will stand out brilliantly. Imagine them in some of that gold cardstock that Keith brought in the last show. They'd look great in metallic, they really would. But just plain white on a pink background, a couple of balloons.
And I've got my balloons from another set that's coming up in a moment. Yep. However, I'm just trying to find my pen because I want to pop a couple of little balloon tails down there. Probably just use me. Yeah, I'll probably just use this. It might not stand out very well, but it'll do, Dave.
Yep. You can see
we can get away with that one.
Yep.
And I'll do the same with that one.
And you can give that to her later on today.
I will be doing as seen on TV. And you know what? It doesn't need to do anything else. It doesn't need to say anything else because I've actually personalised it for her. And that's exactly what this is. It's about personalisation. It's about those numbers. And the fact of the matter is this one is a fabulous one because it cuts out multiples. It's not just... one die cut. It will cut multiple layers of different ones.
Cards have to be special to mark a special occasion very often. And what more special, or how more special can a card be that's personal for your name, personal for your age, maybe a nickname or whatever. I think we've all got nicknames in the family, haven't we?
Yeah.
To have a card with a nickname on it, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And that's what the letters of the alphabet allow you to do. And we've got it, remember, down from $119.99. That letter of the alphabet set that I talked about, that I sold best part of 20 years ago now, I think it was. It was $99.99, but it was just literally one set of letters of the alphabet. It wasn't uppercase and lowercase, it was just uppercase. There were no numbers in it, and it was $99.99. You've got uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and ampersands, $69.99, and on 2 split payments as well of £34.99. So that's all you have to give us today, plus the P&P, unless you've already paid that, and then it's on its way. Now, you can actually buy uppercase individually, lowercase individually, and numbers individually. Now, the chances are, if you're going for uppercase, you'll probably want the lowercase as well. But if you don't need the numbers, or you just want the numbers on their own, they are available as a separate item. So $49.99, that is the uppercase. So that's QD 2045. If you just want the uppercase, if you want to spell everything in uppercase, that would look good too. That's entirely your call. That's just under £50, $49.99 plus your $3.95 P&P. And then we have the lowercase on its own as well. And that's actually quite fashionable and quite trendy to actually have, just words made out of lowercase. That's quite a fashionable thing to do these days. So if you just want the lowercase on its own, if that's all that interests you, that is $39.99, and that's JH 2019. But if spelling words and names doesn't really appeal to you at all, but the fact that you want the numbers for phone numbers, for ages, for address numbers in the street, that sort of thing, then the numbers are available individually as well. But those are the lowercase, JH 2019 if you want that. And then the numbers, and that's going to include the hashtag, the exclamation mark, the comma, the full stop, the question mark, and the and also you've got the kind of arch as well there as well, the bracket, that's the word I was looking for. $29.99 for your numbers, and that's XR 2098, but do the maths, it's obviously the best way is to go for the whole thing, because you're going to get the lot for less than 70 on split pay as well, and you get everything. Uppercase, lowercase, numbers and ampersands. Now, I've also got in front of me these. If you just want numbers, but you want them as big can be, then we've got them individually available. And we've got them in a bundle as well. The large number expression die and stencils PC collection. So basically what you've got here is the die, and then you've also got the stencil, which allows you to make your mats and layers around them as well. So you can make every letter really stand out, okay? So every number has got a stencil. You can have a very shallow border, you can have a slightly bigger border, or you can have a huge, you can actually have 3 different mats underneath each of these numbers. So what would you use these for? You can put them on balloons, you can put them on, maybe it's someone's first birthday. I mean, imagine, you can see the size of that. Imagine that, just on a card, and it's just the number 1. How brilliant is that? It says what you want it to say. There's the 2. I love the font on this as well. Lovely and curvy, very, very classy. Could be quite whimsical as well if you wanted them to be. So you get the stencil and you get the die with each one. They're all available. And we, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, are going to offer you about a half-price deal on this, Debbie, aren't we?
Oh, wait till you see this one. This is amazing.
Okay, now they're currently $7.99 each, so $79.90 for all 10 of these. And you get the 9, and you get the stencil, and you also get the number 6 in there as well.
Yep.
So these are going to be amazing when you bear in mind how big these dies are. $7.99 for a die and stencil is pretty amazing. Let's do them in a bundle for £3.99 each. £3.99 each. So the whole lot for $39.99. All your problems for numbers that are appropriate, that are right for the occasion, problem solved. Size-wise of these, Debbie, do you know that? Or?
They're big. They're big. Oh my goodness, I'll measure them for you. And I'll tell you why they're big.
They are.
The metal die is what will create your cutout bit, but the stencil is where you can take your creations and take them onto a whole new level in terms of blank card shapes of the numbers, stencils to create the mats, and not just one mat, 2, 3, 4 mats that you can create with this on top of your, excuse me, I'm chucking glue around. Yeah. You can literally use these. These were popular. We launched these a few years ago. I'm saying a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and then retired them. And then people asked us about them. Can we bring them back? Because we'd run out of certain numbers and we'd only got 1 or 2 left of certain ones. So we decided as a company, which is very unusual for us, we don't normally do this, but we decided to bring back the whole entire set because they were so immensely popular. Still people loving them now. Brilliant price now.
Yeah. And I found the
absolutely amazing.
I found the size, 3.3 inches by 4 inches, which is 8.3 centimetres by 10.1 centimetres. So these are going to get noticed. These could actually be your card blank.
They can.
The number could just be the card
Yep.
blank, couldn't it?
Or you could just use the number on its own and just decorate. And this is a big statement number.
Yeah.
I've cut these out in vinyl before and stuck them on my wheelie bin. So you can use those dies to create and have your wheelie bins, which sounds bizarre, but I didn't want my wheelie bins going off somewhere else, so you can put them on and cut them out. However, this is the magic with the stencil. Look at this one. Now, this is where the stencil comes into its own. So that patterned 2 and 1 has been cut out with a die.
Yeah.
The green layer that you can see there has been used with the stencil. The black outline has been done with the stencil. So you can create your own shaped numbers with the use of those stencils. And then, of course, you can take it into all your special birthdays. The one I'm going to show you now is how to use it to create a shaped fold card and then to create all your mats and layers. And can I just tell you, this one is about personalisation, again with the numbers, but the part of this that stands out is those numbers that you don't find in the shops. So you will easily find 1, 2, 3, 4, probably up to about 10.
Yep.
Then you get your 13, then your 16, then your 18, then your 21, and then your 40, 30, 40, 50.
Could you find a 58 for me?
No. But these allow you to personalise to that person that you're sending to. So I absolutely love these, and I'm so pleased we've got the full set back. The full set. And can I tell you, the 6 doesn't work for it to be the 9. You've got 2 separate ones. So 6 and 9. So you don't have any duplications where you've got to twist it around.
But look at
ones.
the deal, $39.99 for everything. 10 stencils, 10 dies, amazing value for money. It's back because you asked for it, basically. The audience said to Crafter's Companion after they retired them after a couple of years, oh, it's a shame you don't do the numbers anymore. Can you bring those big, bold numbers back with the stencil? And that's what they've done. And they've given us the most incredible deal today. When you want the numbers to be the prominent thing, whether it's an age, a milestone birthday or not, whether it's a phone number, whether it's a wheelie bin house number you want to put on there, whatever you want to use them for is entirely up to you. You can even make them the card blanks. So these are just great. I love the shape of the font as well. It's fun, it's easy to read, it's very, very, very eye-catching, and yeah, they've got it so right here. And they bring, Crafter's Companion bring the deals to Hobbymaker that just are exquisite. They're brilliant. So $39.99, VD2024 is the product code, okay? VD2024. Now, the individual numbers, if you want just individuals,
yep.
I don't know why you would, but if you wanted them individually, you can buy them on their own if you go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. They will be $7.99 each. Still good value.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, and it may be that you only want one number. That's fine. We've got all sorts of different things for different price pockets.
Maybe you bought them before and you've lost a number.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It could be. Or you can go for the whole. Obviously, the whole bundle will give you the better savings, and the lower the price it would be than individual if you think
It's half
about
price.
it. But there may be a number that you just want. Maybe you just want the 1. Maybe you just want the 0. Whatever it is that you want. It's entirely up to you.
$39.99 though gets you all 10, and VD 2024 will get you that sent in the post straight away. Remember, the operator's there, the call centre's here. It's in the building in the UK, just outside of Birmingham. They will process your order if you want to speak to somebody. Free phone number on the mobile and on the landline, 0800 001 4433. And you can order yourself on the website if you want to, free of charge, hobbymaker.co.uk. Right.
And can I just tell you as well, in each one of your packaging, whether you're going for one or the whole of them, it tells you how to create your single numbers with your stencils, how to create your multiple numbers with your stencils, and so on, and how to embellish and use your die as well. So it does come to you in a great package form and also very usable. In terms of maybe you just want to cut the one number out using a card shape. I'm going in with a double. I thought, well, might as well. And I'm going in with a number that you wouldn't find in the shops. You wouldn't find 38 in the shops at all. So what I'm going to do is take the stencils. Now, I've got some Centura Pearl cardstock here. I've actually folded it in half, Dave. So I've already taken a piece of A4, folded it into half, and then I'm going to use the stencils, and I'm going to take a pencil to do this. Now, I've got my 3, and you can see quite easily that that 3 will fit inside. I'll make sure I've got that the right way around, Dave, because I know what I'm like. There we go. Whoo, nearly. Right, so that's my number 3, and that's my number 8. I'll talk about those in a second. But this stencil enables you to create using, and if I just talk about the different sizes, you can create a matte layer by drawing on the inside. Yeah. You can then go to your next stage by using these lines, and if you follow the first line, you follow the first line all the way around and create a second layer. Going into that second groove, that's the third layer, so you could take your pencil and draw all the way around and create your third layer, and then your outer part, use your outer part as well, because you've got a really big statement piece then and can really get creative with these.
Imagine as well, if you've got a party planned and you want to have the person's birthday age on balloons, if you get designer balloons, they cost a small fortune. Get ordinary everyday balloons and then stick these numbers on them.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you want to do a multiple one, you will bring both of the stencils together. I'm going to use the biggest platform, as in the biggest outside layer for this. So I'm just joining the two together. I'm actually just going to push them that little bit over the fold, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to cut out two separates and then try and faff around sticking it together. Okay. This means it'll stay connected to the cardstock. So you just take your pencil, and I'm going to just make sure that that's in both sides. There we go. I've got that little bit of an overhang, and then you just take your pencil and you draw around your stencil. Now, we could have done dies, Dave, but we would have had to put in there your number die. We would then have had to put in your first matte die, your second layer die, third layer die, and it would have bumped the cost up. Yeah, it would have bumped the cost up. So we don't want to do that. We wanted to give you good value.
Getting the same result.
Exactly. So yeah, it is a more affordable way, but these are really super strong and they will last you a long time as well. Now, I've drawn that on quite faintly, but I don't know if you can see there, Dave. If I just go around it a little bit more, you're just going to take your scissors, your larger scissors, your small scissors, whichever you feel more comfortable with, and then I'm just going to cut through now that I literally just take it around. Craft knives will work with this as well, so you could use your craft knife. You could do one number on its own, like with what I've just described, 2 numbers, 3 numbers. Maybe you know someone out there who's special in 3. What about years? So you could perhaps welcome the new year in, so you could do a 4, so 2023 we could do as well. And it goes on and on. And again, I know lovely Nicola, I'm going back to Nicola, but yes, you can again make and sell online. You can sell at your craft stores and all those other places as well.
When you want people to call you to maybe commission cards or ask you to make a certain card, just spell out your phone number, your mobile number. People see it from a long way away because they're lovely large size numbers.
And they are really lovely size numbers. So that is the base of the card that creates that first layer for me. So I'll just pop that to one side because I'm going to bring in then all my other layers. And this is when you'll start to use your... So I know the outside there, excuse me, Dave, is the base of the card. So I don't want to be doing that again because it'll just line over the top. Or you could do if you wanted to put that line on. Okay. However, you're just going to move down to that next number. I'll only do it with the 1 rather than the 2 because I've already got some cut out for you so you can see. But this is how you would get that second layer that'll fit perfectly over that number base that we've done. Again, using your pencils, holding your stencil down and just draw around. It really could not be any easier than that. And then you cut that out, Dave, and you'll end up with your first layer, that's the number 3,
right, yep.
And then the second one with the number 8. Now, if I bring that card base back in, it then just lines up. So you're going to put that first layer down. So I'm going to use...
This is going to be so cool.
Honestly, these are fab. I've loved these. I was a little bit sad when we retired them, but then due to popular demand and customer feedback, and we do listen to people.
Well, I tell
and
you
we
what,
brought them back.
They are so popular this afternoon. There's a demand for them. They make me think of balloons. The actual font of the numbers makes me think kind of, celebration balloons, all that sort of thing.
Now, I then could take on and go down with the next matten layer if I wanted to, and I'd just move down that next one, and I could even go down as far as a 4th layer if you wanted to do that. However, I love drop shadow, so that's exactly what I'm going to do with these, but I'm going to use my dies. So you just take your medium, whichever one it is. I've gone with the black Centura Pearl.
Very nice.
Pop that onto your card, and then just run that through in your die form. These are super big numbers. You can use them on their own if you want to use them on their own. What have I done with my little plates, Dave? Oh, do you know? Oh, they're there. Let me bring those little plates in. But yeah, you can... a statement number. I'm going to call it as it is. It's a statement number.
We could even use them as numbers for your house.
Yes.
House numbers. If you've got craft metal, anything like that,
yeah.
You could cut it using these dies and actually have the house numbers on the door, or put them on the post on the gate or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Doing that.
Yep. The world is your oyster with these. And I love the idea, again, of that personalisation in terms of numbers this time.
Would the dies cut through vinyl?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
Vinyl,
yep.
Stick them on the wee bin and stick them on the door, yeah.
Yep. What I would do if you were using vinyl is I would use your metal shim in your Gemini.
Right.
And you'll be able to cut through there as well. I know people who've used these in multiple ways, let me tell you, Dave, absolutely multiple ways. So I've got my 30 and I've got, my 3 and my 8 brought together. And then die cut them again. So I've die cut them in this lovely, do you know our luxurious or luxury cardstock we call it, where we have the encapsulated glitter, the mirror and the satin cardstock. That's what I've done those with. And all I'm going to do with it, Dave, is I'm just going to bring in my tape pen and I'm going to just give this a little layer. I could use foam pads or, again, 3D Collal glue, which I've been using.
You know what, when you've got these dies, I bet this will become probably one of the most popular types of card that you get asked for, because, you made a really good point. Yeah, you can buy milestone birthday cards in the shops, 21, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100. Yeah, but, there aren't many years when we're actually at a milestone birthday. There are lots of other fill-in years that we need to make cards for. If people know you've got those numbers and you can do personalisation like this, you'll be inundated.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're a really lovely, chunky size. I love them.
This is drop shadow, by the way.
Yes, that's the drop shadow. So what I've just done is I've just slightly moved it to one side. And you can do it either dropping it down, dropping it across left or right. It's entirely up to you, depending where you want your shadow. So I've just moved it across to give it that little effect. And again, you can see. Now I'm going to use, I think I've got some more 3D Collal glue. Let's bring that in. Just pop some foam pads or 3D Collal glue to lift it, give it a little bit of height. But they sit in there beautifully into that shaped card that I've made using that stencil, which is why I absolutely love these. And I know Craig has got a different way of showing you how to use them later on, because he's shared a little sneaky peek of his makes for later. But that's your base card done, that's your number done. And then I'm just going to add a little bit of decoration. So I've used some of the, and I think these are the stamps from the
next set we're going to show you.
Yes, the next set. Yeah, that's what I've done.
We're not done yet. We've got another set of alphabets coming up in a minute. Ones that are actually open like a door. They're genius.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So let me just grab hold of, I think I might have just got a little bit more in there. But again, just take that across the centre. And then, I forgot my little black piece. Hang on a minute, Dave. Let me just give that a little drop shadow with that one as well. Be able to get away with that. Yeah, got away with that one. That's okay. And again, just pop my glue just on the inside, pop that across, and then just finishing that off with a little cupcake. And I think I'll have my little cupcake just sat at the bottom of my number 8.
Cupcakes on the menu for you later.
Oh, I hope so. I'm hoping my niece. So my niece Jade has got a sister called Casey. Casey is 18 and makes. She's got her own business going. Casey's Cake. She won awards for it when she was in school, and she's kept it going. And she makes the most amazing cupcakes and other things as well.
I'm sure they'll be on the menu.
Oh, I'm hoping they are. Yeah, absolutely. But what is on the menu for you guys is a set of fabulous numbers that you can create shaped card bases with, and then create all your numbers. All your mats and all your layers are taken care of as well, and then create your own personalised number. It could be someone who's 51 next, or 59 next, or 101 next.
Okay.
You can create that because you've got that fabulous set of numbers and stencils to do so.
Now, it is very rare for Crafter's Companion to go back and reproduce something that they've done previously. But that is what they did. Such was the public demand for these numbers. When they were retired a few years ago, everyone was saying, oh, do you still do those numbers? No, we stopped doing them. Please do them again. So here they are, 1 through to 10, all of them, $39.99, and you get, remember, the big die for each of the numbers and the stencil as well to do your mats and layers and to make your card blanks. That's VD 2024 for $39.99. Well busy for that. Okay, now this is one of my favourites that Crafter's Companion have ever done, and you and I have done the show before.
We have.
You may not have seen these before, in case you may have done, you may not. Anyway, these are what they call the left fold. So imagine letters that allow you to open them, like butterflies' wings when you lift those up, when they stay attached to the cardstock. One side of the letter doesn't have a cutting line. The other sides do. So it basically means you can lift the L, you can lift the O, you can lift the V, you can lift the E, and you can put designer cardstock behind it or mirror card behind it. The effect is incredible, it really, really is. So you're going to get all your letters, and you're going to get all your numbers, and you also get, these are the stamps that Debbie was talking about a few minutes ago, stamps for the balloons and stamps for the bunting, stamps for the butterflies, but you also get the dies to cut them out as well. So you can literally decorate and accessorise your card with the dies and stamps at the top, and these are your letters that open to the left-hand side. They are clever, so clever.
Right, I'm just going to I just need to tell you, this is the wrong set of numbers. So I'm just going to show you the right set of numbers.
Okay.
Little faux pas there. We'll blame Jimmy.
Okay. They're the right ones. They're the left ones.
That's right, yes. So, but I am going to be taking those back with me, Dave, because I need those for later. But yeah, just so we've got the right ones, so we're not confusing anybody. However, let's show you what you can do with these. You'll love these, Dave.
I've loved them ever since I first saw them.
I've made an hobby maker card, actually. It's probably gone down with because it's all the Christmas decorations. But I made a hobby maker birthday card for you guys when I was here the last time in July. That was the last time we had these on, was July time.
Right.
Absolutely love these, and you will too. So, personalisation, what is it that you want to say to someone? Well, I want to say thank you. So, we've got our lovely, and I'm just going to lift that up so you can see it, that it creates that lovely fold. So the fold is on the left-hand side, it cuts away from the right-hand side. So you've got what we call the left fold. It just says, and again, this is when you can use it for shaker cards. You can put pictures of loved ones behind the back, so it's almost like a little reveal when they pull it back. But again, it's absolutely fabulous. Now, what Craig does a lot with is, because he adores this set, and you can ask him tonight, Dave, but I can tell you now, he'll categorically tell you, he uses this set nearly all the time when he has his alphabets.
Yep.
Strong, bold font. However, snippability, because you can then just snip down if you want to and create multiple layers, which is what we've done with this thank you card. We've actually cut it out into some white cardstock, but then we've done it again in yellow and cut them out to create a really strong fold as well.
Right.
But Craig uses it a lot. You might have seen some of his work that he does with it.
Now, it's 2:45. Let's give you the opportunity of ordering these. If you've never seen them before and you want them, or you have seen them and have forgotten all about them, you haven't got them in your stash, this is brilliant. QW2080, one of Craig's favourite die sets. He uses it, like Debbie said, all the time, and he'll be singing its praises later on. He's going to be here from Crafter's Companion HQ at 5 o'clock today. It's $36.99 for the letters, for the numbers, and for the stamps and dies.
Yeah,
to
this
decorate.
is a great deal because you've got the extra embellishment factor with these. Now, if you're going for all of them today, they're going to work. You'll be able to use them across the board, including that weekend wonder. You absolutely can, and it's all about, again, numbers, alphabets, personalisation. This one, I love this card. This card is really funky. Leslie did this one, and she used the banner dies and stamps to create the top bit, the happy birthday. She then had a play with the 2U by using the left fold of the numbers and the left fold of the alphabet and pop that in to create a really fun card. One of my favourites, and I'm hoping Craig's going to show you later tonight, is the number plate one. I did one the last time I came down, and I did a number plate one that I took the idea from one of our design team members, but these are really good fun. And again, I always have to look at this and look at it the right way.
I know,
because I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. They've done this deliberately to me because it looks like it's saying fat at 53 or whatever. But it's not. I can promise you it's not. It is fab at 53.
Fab at 53.
There's some tittering going off in my ears.
That's what I thought. You got to sew one pretty well.
Yeah, but yeah, honestly, it's just a fun way of designing it. And we've used nesting dies in there, but again, personalise it. Just what I would say is product placement. Make sure you get it in the right way, because it does look like fat at 53. You don't want to be saying that to someone at all. Oh dear, get me, compose yourself, let me compose yourself. But it is a great set, and you have that liftable factor, which means you can multi-cut these, you can die cut them, use those embellishments. They're absolutely fun, and you can see that with some of the things that you can do.
You made my afternoon now. $36.99. I tell you, I bet loads of people will be making that card. Fun factor, absolutely.
Oh dear.
So letters, numbers, all that lift up and open. And of course, here are your stamps and your dies, and the dies will cut out what the stamps stamped. So you can use them to embellish, decorate on other cards as well. You don't have to use these with these letters of the alphabet. Just $36.99. What was the price we started with? I can't remember what the starting price was. $74.99. So basically, it's a half price deal, isn't it? Half price for all of this. Wow, I'm sure they're going to become firm favourites of yours as well, like they are with Craig's. They're brilliant, they really are. Should we do a demo with these?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do a very quick one just so I can show you. I'm going to use the numbers, so I'm just going to pinch my numbers back. Right. We'll get it sorted for later on. Craig won't have to worry about it because it's a bit difficult to get hold of Craig's when he's a little bit far away. So I'm going to use the numbers for this one. Tomorrow I've got some others lined up for you, but you can see the die cut element. If I just take my pencil, the die cut raised element goes around on the, and I'm going to say it's the right hand side when you look at it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, the right hand side. This part here, though, you've got a score line, so it's not a raised die cut, so it's going to keep connected to your cardstock on that left fold, which is why I absolutely love these. Now I'm going to go in with, we'll go in with 15 for this one. So I'm going to take it, and I've got some patterned paper just here, Dave, and I'm just going to hold those down onto my patterned paper. Like so. Let's get that into there. And again, this is, I mean, I'm hoping I'll be able to find that hobby maker card that I made for you. Because you can play with them again, you can move them around and things like that with these. So you don't have to necessarily always have it straight. You could have a play around, and you could mix the numbers, which I did with my mum's. I actually put my mum's birthday card with the mum and then a number in the other corner, so you can have a real play with these.
Is there any way you could put shakers behind it?
Yes, absolutely. Bit of acetate behind the back. Yep. Attach the acetate to the back of the fold, and then raise it with your foam on a roll, with your foam tape, and then add your sequins into it. And what you'll get there is that lovely shaker element to your card when you open the door, because that's how I look at it. It's like opening a little door to the number or the letter that you pop in.
Also, what about putting maybe someone's picture behind the numbers?
Honestly,
the person that's got the birthday.
Love that idea, I really do. So I'm just going to take my numbers off. Now, as you can see, it's cut through, but what it's done is it's got the fold. So you just fold that back on itself to create that lift, but it's connected into the cardstock. And the same with the number 1 on there. Now, what I said and what I talked about with Craig is that you can cut it out again, but this time you're going to, the fold, you're just going to take your little snippy scissors and cut it out. So that you can then strengthen your number number, so that's exactly what we're going to do with this one. We're going to strengthen that number. We're going to pop that over the top, and I've popped mine onto a Xyron. You can use any of your glues and your tapes, but it gives, it makes it pop as well. Not only does it give it a bit of extra strength, because this is paper at the end of the day, you can do it in paper, but you'll find, especially if it's going around in transportation or anything like that, it might weaken it a little bit, so I like to strengthen it, and that's only because I've used paper. If I'd have used cardstock, I wouldn't have necessarily had to do that, but what you've got now is that liftable factor, so it stays connected into that cardstock, but it's got that lovely lift to it as well. So I'm going to bring in, Dave, I've got a card blank, I think it's 6x6 if I remember rightly, yep, 6x6. I'm going to use some background paper. I've gone with a baby blue Centura Pearl. It matches the paper, but there's a little bit of red in this pattern paper that I've used. So I've brought in a little bit of Centura Pearl in red.
Very nice.
Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a bit of a lift.
Oh, perfect, that works.
So, yeah, so again, I'm just going to pop a little bit of that red just into that background. And then when I come to stick this piece down, now what I want to make sure is that my door doesn't close. So get your glue, go up to the number, don't go over the number, just go around it. And then when you layer that down over the top, you've got that lovely bit of red poking through.
Love that.
And you haven't stuck your doors down. So literally, what we're going to do now is just pop that on, and then we're going to add a little bit of extra embellishment. So with that die set and the stamps, you get, and what have I done with mine, Dave? I've put them here, let me get these out.
You've got bunting, you've got flowers, cupcakes.
Bunting, cupcakes, flowers, in the form of a stamp. You don't need to fussy cut anything, because you can just directly stamp and die cut and create your bunting. So I've gone with a 15, because I'm going to go with a 15 birthday. However, 15 birthday sounds a bit daft, doesn't it? You need to add something else to it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring in the Weekend Wonder. I wonder, have we got any left of the Weekend Wonder?
How's that going, that Weekend Wonder? It flew. We've still got stock. Okay.
Perfect.
But about half the stock of it has gone.
Wow.
We only mentioned it.
And we've
for
only
about
mentioned it
10
at Topic
minutes.
Show, yeah. So the Weekend Wonder, we've got all of our uppercase and lowercase, and the
TF.
Yeah, I can do that as well.
Ordinals.
So the ordinals, thank you very much, Dave. So again, I'm just going to pop that into there. Now you can use, I've used my Xyron. I use my Xyron all the time. I'm not sure if we've got any in stock, however, any form of glue, but you can again play with these words. So let's go in and pop down and personalise this card now.
So this is the Weekend Wonder alphabet. If you missed the beginning of the show, it's on the website. It's only £13 and a few pence if you want it, uppercase, lowercase. It flew at 2 o'clock.
So I'm going to go in now and I'm going to make sure it sounds right, because 15 birthday doesn't sound right. But the minute you add your Weekend Wonder to it, and the font of this is lovely. And look how lovely it matches with the left folds. So now it's making sense. Happy 15th birthday. And I'm going to personalise this one, because again, that Weekend Wonder you could take with you, run through your manual machines, and you can personalise for whoever comes to your stall or whoever comes knocking on your door late at night. Oh, that didn't sound right. It's because I have friends. I have friends that come round knocking on my door late at night. Debbie, can you just do me and I'm thinking, oh my days. But literally, that's exactly what you can do with your Weekend Wonder alphabet. And you can mix the two. So now it makes more sense. Happy 15th birthday. And you've got that lovely left fold to it as well.
These. I've seen them before. They're certainly a firm favourite of mine. I know Craig loves them as well. Craig will be demonstrating these in the 5 o'clock show too. But at £36.99, QW2080. Now, I think we've got one. Oh, yes. We've got one more deal.
Yes.
Now,
this is a good deal, this.
Now, we were talking about how the die scores the number and the letter so you can open it up. If you love the idea of scoring and maybe making boxes and that sort of thing, this bundle that Crafters Companion have put together is incredible, because you've got here your scoreboard, which is just here for you, with the scoring tool as well, with lines on both sides. So that's part of the deal.
Can I tell you, it's not just a scoreboard, Dave.
Go on.
It's a scoreboard and a box maker.
Okay.
So if you've just, in fact, I've got mine here. Let me just show you. Yours won't look like this because I've got a black mark down the centre of mine. But at the bottom of your board, you have a box making facility. Box lid, box base, with your inches. And then you've also got centimetres. So depending on what metric you use, you've got the both choices there.
Okay.
You get your tool at the top as well. Nice, handy, portable size, and absolutely amazing.
Now the
piece of
ultimate,
equipment.
which is the kind of briefcase that Crafters do. This board was designed to go and fit onto the ultimate, but it's a completely freestanding board as well. So the boxer board is different to the other scoreboard.
So the boxer board fits on top of your Ultimate Pro,
Yep.
and it's got your inches and your centimetres on both sides with your box base and box lid.
Okay.
You get your instructions as well, so you've got some how to use it
Yep.
guide in there, and it's a really lovely one to explain how to make all your boxes, really super quick as well.
You're going to get one of your Crafters Companion
Yep.
glue tape pens as well, which everyone absolutely loves. You're also going to get your envelope box creator. Now, this is one of my favourite things because
I
an
love
envelope...
the envelope box creator.
Yeah.
It's where you can create flat envelopes and then raised box envelopes from starting at your because there's four, I think there's 4 different ones on there, 4 different measurements
Yeah.
where you've got your half inch, your inch, and you can go on and so on. So you can make really nice big boxes. If I get a chance tomorrow, I will show you how that works. It's a brilliant piece of equipment, and it's brilliant that you've brought it in with a lovely little starter bundle for
But
you.
there's more. You're also going to get your Centura Pearl as well.
Yeah.
How many sheets of Centura Pearl do you
So
get?
in your packs you get, I think it's
10,
10.
isn't it? 10
I
of
think it's
each.
10 sheets of
Yeah.
your baby pink, and then your, now if I remember rightly, is it the hint of silver or hint of gold, producer Laura? Is it the hint of silver or hint of gold?
Hint of silver.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yep, so it's our Centura Pearl, hint of silver. So it's like a silver thread running through there.
Now, bear in mind, all of these products, you usually buy them individually. We've got them together in a bundle, so you can now make your boxes, you can now make your envelope boxes for your decoupage cards and things that are quite chunky and that sort of thing. PV 2098. Now, we've extended this hour a little bit for this so we could get this in. When you see where this is going to go, the price we're going to, you will pay just for the envelope box and the boxer board, okay? You're getting everything else absolutely for free.
Oh, wow.
So where on earth is this price going to go then?
I'm interested myself. I'm going to have a little nosy.
$29.99 for the lot.
Yeah.
Under £30 for everything. You get your tape pen. You get your boxer board for your box lids and your box bases. You get your scoreboard. You're also getting your envelope box creator as well that allows you to make envelopes with depth. Then you've got 10 sheets of your Centura Pearl, which is perfect to use with those boards. 10 of the pink, 10 of the hint of silver. All for $29.99. What you'd pay for the envelope box board and the boxer board, you're getting the rest for nothing.
That's amazing. That is a really an amazing deal.
$29.99. PV 2098. Debbie, have a great 21st birthday.
Thank you very much. I'm going to head home. I'm going to tidy up, head home. But I'll be
forget your
back
card.
tomorrow. No, I've got my card. I've put it here to one side. I'm going to make sure. But yeah, and I just need to borrow your envelope box because I need to make an envelope.
There you go.
Thank you.
My pleasure. All right, well, coming up next, it's really lovely to welcome to Hobbymaker, a brand new supplier. I've known Steffi for quite a few years and haven't worked with her now for about 2 years. So looking forward to catching up with Steffi. And the makers, felting, and some of the cutest characters you could ever make. You can do it, and Steffi will show you how in a couple of minutes.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, it's Gwen here from Creative Expressions. I just wanted to let you know about my last shows for this year, which are going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the 21st and 2nd of December. I have got an amazing collection for you. These are some of my favourite picks from shows we've done in the past. So I have some paper cuts dies, and I have some products which you might find somewhat surprising. So I hope you can join me then.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hi everybody, just some really good news that we got another new supplier coming to Hobby Maker this coming Saturday. Don't miss it in the afternoon. The Makers will bring you the cutest felting kits. You can felt little animals and landscapes and scenes and things like that. They're an eco-friendly company. You get everything you need to actually do the craft. So if you're interested, make sure you join us with the Makers this Saturday, brand new on Hobby Maker. Good afternoon. Yes, Saturday afternoon continues here at Hobby Maker. I'm Dave, great to have your company, and we are welcoming yet another brand new supplier to Hobby Maker this afternoon. So we're really, really excited to have the Makers here. Now you might think to yourself, the Makers, what are the Makers? Maybe you've heard of them before, maybe you've seen them before. The Makers are basically a felting company. Now, felting is something that goes back many, 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 many years, and I know an awful lot of people have discovered it recently and absolutely love it. It's very kind of relaxing and therapeutic and enjoyable, and what you can make with this technique is nothing short of incredible. Let me introduce you to the lovely Steffi, who I've worked with before. Many of you will recognise as well. Welcome to Hobby Maker.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad to be here, Dave.
We're excited
Lovely to see you.
Have you here. Great to see you too. You were telling me a few minutes ago that felting, really, you've taught how many people this year?
Over 1,000.
Wow.
Over 1,000 people at different workshops throughout the country when I go to these face-to-face shows that we can go to again.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And felting, just explain to us the process. What is felting and where does it come from?
So this felting specifically is needle felting. So as the name says, you need a specialist needle, which I will talk more about when you've got a bit of a closer look, when we can have a closer look at it. But basically, it's the only time you're allowed to stab a needle into something, into wool. Okay. And it's so much fun stabbing needles into wool because it's a very therapeutic craft, as you already said. It's very addictive. I've actually been doing it for nearly 20 years.
Really? Wow.
I'm definitely a needle felting addict. So
now, also, it's really lovely to know that you're incredibly environmentally aware as a company as well, which is always nice to know. There's no plastics that have been used in these kits at all. And basically, what you've got the chance of doing today is to order a kit that's going to give you the raw components that you need to actually do the felting. All the tools you need to do it are supplied with it. All the things that you'll probably need will be maybe glue and a pair of scissors, and we've all got those in our craft rooms, I'm sure. The rest of what you need is actually in the box.
It is, absolutely, including accessories. We're really quite good with little accessories. You'll see with the skiing mouse, you get the hat, the scarf, the skis and the poles, of course, because need to keep balance. And so we're really keen to make these projects so that they're literally all in one box. You can take it away on holiday and you don't have to remember anything else that you need to bring.
Honestly, you're going to fall in love with the characters we've got for you. Now, the first character I want to show you is this. Now, first thing I'm going to do when I get home tonight, and I am going home tonight, is I'm going to look up on Netflix Robin Robin. It's an Aardman animation. Now, you've teamed up with Aardman, you've partnered with them.
We did, yes. So we've created this kit under license with Aardman Animation, and it's the sweetest sweetest needle-felted animation that I've ever seen. In fact, there are not many, but this is definitely always going to be my favorite. It tells the story of an orphan egg that gets brought up by obviously she pops out of the egg and it's Robin, and she gets brought up by this mouse family, and she thinks actually she is a mouse, which is why she's got these ears.
Right.
So she fluffs them up because she wants to look more like her mouse. But the story is about discovery, it's about self-acceptance, it's about family, friends, and all the beautiful things that you imagine Christmas is all about.
Well, a bit later when we come off air, have a little search if you've got Netflix for that. It came out last year.
It did, yes.
So it should be on there for you to have a little look at. And maybe you've already seen it and you've fallen in love with it, because the first kit we want to show you is actually the Aardman Robin. And I mean, was that a really special moment when you got the franchise to be able to do this?
Yes, that's right. So basically, the first thing I will say is a lot of people, when they see the kit, they don't realize how big the project is that you make.
Yes.
And you can see Robin there standing. So everything that you need to make her is in the kit. It is a she. Often people talk about her as if she was a he, but it is a she. And there's beautiful song in the film as well, and the voice over, there's a cat in there, it's by Gillian Anderson. So there's famous actors in there as well that are speaking the characters. But the kit itself, so you make the legs from wire and silk clay, and then it's basically shaping the body and then colouring her in and giving her this very adorable look that she has got, because she's a happy little soul.
Amazing. I wonder how many of you later on this evening will be glued to your TV watching that animation. And this is endorsed by Aardman. It's part of a collection that actually gives you the opportunity to create your own Robin at home. And this is one of the biggest projects in the show, isn't it? One of the biggest items in the show.
It certainly is. I think it's something that we really enjoy doing, is buddying up with brands, especially when they tell such beautiful stories that fit 100% with the ethics of our business as well, because we're all about caring and being kind to people and just enjoying each other's company. And that's certainly what Robin stands for.
And of course, Robins are not just for Christmas. They're all year round. £27.99 gets you everything in the kit that you need to make this Robin. Can anyone achieve what we can see here? Can everyone do this?
Yes, you can. Absolutely. We've had some amazing photos that people shared with us that they've made from the kit. If you want to have a look on Instagram, if you look for Hello Robin, that's the Instagram handle for Aardman's Robin. So have a look on there, but we've also shared lots of photos on our Facebook page at themakers.co.uk and Instagram at themakers. So we've had some beautiful reviews. You can definitely look up what people have been doing on those social media sites.
And just to show you, if I just show you what's inside the box, all of the wool that you need, all those specific colours, again, to recreate the character, all of that is in the box. All the tools that you need are in the box as well. Even the felting mat that you need to stab into is in the box as well. And all sustainable and all environmentally
Yes, let's talk about the felting mat, because we're really proud. We're one, I want to say we're the only one, but having not checked every single needle felting kit out on the market, I can't say that with certainty. But our felting mats are revolutionary in that they are no foam or plastic mats anymore.
Right.
We've ditched them about 2 years ago. They're made in the UK, especially for us, and they're made from recycled wool, and they're fully compostable in your home bin.
Okay. Fantastic.
Perfect.
Brilliant. So £27.99, we just thought we'd show that one to you first of all, because I know there'll be an awful lot of interest in it with people who are fans of the animation film. XA7808, your very own Robin, and you know, a character that comes to life not just at Christmas but all year round. That will look fantastic on display in your home, in a display cabinet, on a windowsill, in a bedroom, wherever you want to put it, but absolutely adorable. And you can achieve this, and we'll show you the technique of felting very, very soon, because it's an ancient technique, isn't it?
So wet felting is because you just needed water, friction, and so people would wet felt by wearing wool in their shoes.
Right.
Needle felting is actually quite a new craft, because it was only invented during the industrialization, because that's when needles were made for industrial felting machines. So it is a lot less old, but therefore there's lots more to discover still.
Absolutely. All right, so that is our Robin. Now, the first item we're going to talk about and show you and make, because none of these take that long. You might think it will, but it won't. The skiing mouse. is my favourite at the show. I just think he is so cheeky, so cute. Now, again, I said that you get everything in the box to make him. You get the knitted hat. You don't have to knit it. It's already done. You get the fabric for the scarf. You even get the ski posts, and you even get the skis themselves as well. They're in the box. And, of course, the tail for the mouse, that's also there for you, included. You make the mouse body. That's all you have to do. But isn't he just adorable? I keep him out all year round.
I know, I think you should, because you can probably ski somewhere all year round.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's some really good photos on our Instagram page if you want to have a look, because I've been really lucky. I've been literally snowed in the Forest of Dean, and I took the mice. I couldn't wait. As soon as the sun came up and there was a blue sky after many, many days of grey sky, and I took them out and let them play in the snow, and I had a lot of fun myself.
Took some photographs.
I did, yeah. It was really, really fun.
Good job the snow melted and you could get here today. That's the main thing.
Well, the main roads are clear, so yeah. Nothing's stopping me.
Now, if you want the mouse, £20.49. It needs a name, so you can christen yours whatever you want to. FR7883 is the product code for just over £20, and you'll have so much fun making it. But what a cute little character. Is this going to be something you have on your desk at work, maybe, or on the windowsill in your home? Maybe you're a skiing fan, a member of the family's a skiing fan. You're thinking that's perfect for my niece or my nephew or my auntie or whatever. Yeah, you're just going to have a ball. And you're going to show us how to make it, yeah?
I am. Right, let's start at the beginning. Felting needles. I mentioned that they're specialist needles, so if you've never needle felted before, have a close look at the needle first off, because they have these little notches. They're not barbs, contrary to what a lot of people think. They're actually little notches in the needle, and if I run my finger across the tip of the needle, I can sort of feel a roughness, a coarseness, and those notches, when you stab the needle into wool, pull the fibers inside and tangle it up. So these two mats, which is what you get in your felting kit, they need to sit on top of each other, and it might be quite nice when you start out just to practice needle felting. So it has to go in a straight line, in and out in a straight line. You are stabbing. There's no other way to describe it. I want to make it make it sound less dangerous, but you are stabbing. You're not poking. You're not doing any of this. You're not doing anything else with the needle other than stabbing. So that's good to learn.
And it's important you go in vertically, not at a.
Well, you can go in at an angle as long as you go in and out in a straight line.
Okay.
So you don't have to go vertically in, or you can come in from all directions, but only ever go in and out in a straight line. And what I've done here now already is I've felted these two mats together. So that's what happens. The wool fibers get pushed through and they tangle together. So that is basically the needle felting process explained very quickly. And this is, if you stab these two wool mats and you make them stick together, you've learned to needle felt.
Okay.
That's as simple as that. However, with a mouse, we start slightly differently because, as you can tell, I've got here one without hat and skis. There is actually a pipe cleaner that runs all the way through the mouse, and she's got two legs here and two arms. And so the first technique I'm going to show you is how to wrap wool around wire, or pipe cleaner in this instance, because that's a really great technique to learn if you want to make a little wire armature. And this is a very simplified wire armature, but it's a great one to learn how to do this.
So the fibers are wool, yeah?
Oh yes, 100% wool.
Right.
All of our wool is sourced ethically. We don't take, we know where it comes from. We have certification that it's GOTS certified, which stands for, I can never remember the name, what it stands for, but it's basically for the organic wool standards, and also the animal standards are held up high according to EU laws.
Good.
And so what I've just done is I've bent the pipe cleaner so I can just literally wrap the wool around it. And the two things, or it's actually three things you need to remember when you're wrapping wool around wire. You have to keep it flat, thin, and tight. And that's the three things you've got to remember. So imagine you had a really pretty ribbon that you're wrapping around the wire. You want to make sure that it's nice and tight with every wrap you pull. So work close to your wire. And if you've got too much and you need to secure it, let the wool stick to itself. That's the best way. It will sort of like
So it won't uncoil or unravel?
No, because the wool is a little bit like Velcro. It wants to stick to itself, but you have to, the only condition for this to happen is you have to wrap it flat, like a ribbon. So get it started with the wispy ends here. You have to leave the ends of this pipe cleaner folded in half as a loop, because that's going to be the hands or the feet. Haven't decided yet.
Right.
And so when you wrap the wool and you pull it tight, do that close to your work. And because I've been teaching so many mice, I've seen people do it. So what I would say is if you do it at home by yourself, it doesn't say it in the instructions, but do 2 sets of limbs first, and then use the one that you like the best for arms, and the one that maybe was sort of your practice pair of limbs, use them as legs. And I explain.
Most of the legs are covered up. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's it. So I've got 2 set of limbs here now, and now I'm going to use the longer wire. So I haven't needle felted yet. You have to bend that in by about 1/3. On our instructions, you have on the left-hand side, you have got a centimeter tape measure, so you can also measure if you don't trust yourself to fold it in by 1/3.
You think of everything there, don't you?
We do, yes. And then the top part, from here to there, you twist by about 4 centimeters. Now, I've done so many of these, I know roughly where that is. And now you're going to trap the arms, whatever you've decided will be the arms, in there. So you've got to insert it in here, twist the wire shut. So I'm making a little wire armature for the mouse. And then I go about 2 centimeters down, and then I do the same again with the legs. So I trap them in there, and then I should have a construction that looks like this. Now, with needle felting, things don't always look straight away what they're meant to. In fact, the mouse will look like roadkill for a long time. And that's just quite normal, because that's what needle felting actually does. You have to trust the process. But as soon as I bend it into shape, you can see the mouse is here.
Yes.
And all I need to do now is add meat to the bones. And that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So I tease off a little bit more wool. Try and get the wool so that you've got strands of wool. You can bend the arms out of the way. And I'm now building a much faster and thicker layer here onto the head. Because a mouse has got quite a tapered head, I need to make sure that I obviously wrap more wool around the back of the head and not here at the front. And this is the nose. So if you look at the shape, you can see where this is going. You can see exactly where this is going. This is the nose that is poking out here.
And you've got the photograph on the box.
Yes,
for instructions.
Step-by-step instructions. So our pictures also look like roadkill, just to make sure that you know that you're not going, they literally look like somebody's just run over a mouse. But you bring it back to life, so that's all good. No mouse has been harmed in the making of this.
No mice have been harmed.
No, absolutely not. So I'm at some point, when you keep wrapping wool around itself, it doesn't want to stick anymore because it gets too built up. At that point, you're going to have to use your felting needle.
Okay.
And so you rest your work on the felting mat, that's what it's for, and then you keep stabbing into the wool, and you're now securing the wool into place, and at the same time you've got the scope to sculpt.
So that's bonding the fibres together?
It is. When you wrap wool, you might get a little bit of a lump on one area where you don't want it. So if that happens, you can felt it down. So wherever you stab the needle, and that's really important to remember, is where the reduction takes place. Because far from fluffing anything up, a lot of people think needle felting is fluffing things up, or we often get asked, what do you stuff them with? We don't. That's all built from wool to start with. So it's almost like the reverse, what happens when you knit something and then stuff it. We do it the other way around. We start on the inside.
How do you know when you've actually used the needle enough and when to stop?
So there is no right or wrong, and I say that often as well. As long as it holds together, in principle, job's done. What I often say is that if you're an impatient crafter like I am, if things take too long, I just get fed up with it. You'll love this because you don't have to do very much work. This mouse here, for example, is really softly felted, but it stays together, so it's not falling off. So you can felt it really tight, or you can felt it really softly. Once you've built up enough here for the head, or even if you haven't built enough for the head, and that's the other thing I love about needle felting, is that you don't finish one part and then move on to the next part. You're actually constantly going back and forth. And that makes it, I think, so special and also so self-correcting, because you're not ever going to go really wrong. You can always correct it. You can always felt it down more, add more wool, even at the very end. So for those people who are perfectionist crafters, you will love it too, because you can literally spend years on a project and just keep stabbing it, because you might think, oh, it needs a bit more here or there. I've just pulled that arm out a bit because it was a bit wonky.
I can't think of a better craft and hobby to enjoy, certainly at this time of the year when we've got dark mornings, dark afternoons, short days, sitting down maybe with the fire on, telly on. You could just lose yourself doing this.
You can certainly lose yourself. I think the other nice thing is that it is one of these crafts that fits perfectly with other crafts because you have nothing to get out.
No.
If you've got a few minutes to spare, maybe you've got a lunch break and you just need to chill, it's very therapeutic, it's very relaxing. Just get your needles out and stab away. You might get the odd weird look, depending if you're stabbing in public places, like I did when I once took it to a Lido when my children were younger and they wanted to go swimming, and they sort of put themselves about 20 yards away from me because I didn't want to be associated with this.
I tell you what, people will come up and talk to you, they'll wonder what you're doing.
Well, they do, absolutely. Absolutely. So when you get to this stage of the mouse, it's like a skinny little thing. But if you start bending him into the right shape, what you're going to do now is, and this is my favorite bit, we're going to give him now a saggy bottom with the wool that we're wrapping around him and building up shape really quickly. So I'm just going to push the arms out of the way. I'm going to start wrapping it at the top. And now I'm going to go beyond where the legs are. So the legs are getting covered up, which is why, as you said earlier, Dave, it doesn't matter if you use the slightly messier limbs for the legs because they get hidden away. And you instantly can build up these layers much faster with soft wool before you felt them down, but making sure that you keep them nice and bulky around his bum.
When you said to me earlier, oh, I could do a mouse in about 10 minutes, I thought, really? I would have thought it would take a lot longer than that.
Well, we've got an albino mole here at the moment, so this is the fun bit. But once you start trusting the process and you're not instantly thinking, oh my goodness, this looks nothing like what I want to do, it becomes quite funny. We get quite funny postings of people saying, oh no, look, it looks like this and it looks like that. It looks nothing like what I want to make, but it's in good jest because if you stick with it and you continue doing it, it will turn out exactly how you want it to. Sorry, I have to stab this poor mouse right in an area where nobody else wants to be stabbed in. But I view it as mouse acupuncture. That's what, when they start taking on a little personality and I start talking to them, I usually say, it's alternative therapy, don't worry. It's all good. So I've got this little shape. I'm gonna stick with this shape now. A lot of it is how you pose the mouse. So even with a head, if you bend the nose up a bit, it makes them instantly look cute.
It doesn't take long before it starts to take shape and it becomes...
It doesn't at all.
Recognisable.
And the only thing about sort of some of the mice that we're doing in this mouse is that you have to add a little bit of the bulk on the head because you need to fit the hat. If he's got a flat head, the hat won't fit. So what I've done is I've made a little shape earlier just from wool to save a little bit of time. And this looks extremely weird when you do that because you're adding a little bit of that bulk now on top of his head, which makes him look a bit alien. Again, like I say, these poor mice go through all kinds of transitions. And to fasten the shape on, you actually stab into the side of that shape and push the wool right into the main shape. But we're not leaving it like this. But what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to take another sheet of wool. I love this so much. I honestly, I love it so much. I can't say it enough. You're going to put a sheet over him like this, so that now you can see that the shape of the head is changing, but it doesn't look weird anymore because we're covering that attachment and making it part of the whole shape. So that basically completes the shape of the mouse. So you have to stab the wool in all around him. Just cover that head up with that sheet of wool.
Isn't it fascinating? You're going to have so much fun doing this.
It is so much fun. We have so many people, so many loyal customers who come back again and again and again and these mice in particular, they're extremely addictive. Can you imagine having a whole Christmas tree full of these mice? They can hang on their tails, they can be place cards, they can sit on the mantelpiece, they can be they can be all kinds of mice. They don't have to be skiing mice. They can also be mice that maybe we've done a whole edition of mice and are going to continue it this year. So I will be bringing some back here as well.
Good.
I've got quite exciting plans for
You know,
them.
Mice, although he's in a skiing scenario, you know, people go skiing in the summer, people go skiing in the winter.
That's
It's
it.
not just a winter thing. So to have him on his own wooden skis that's included in the kit with his ski posts as well, his woolen hat that's already knitted. Because when I first saw him, I said to Steffi, "Oh, do you have to knit the hat?" And she said, "Oh, no, that's in the box. It's already been done."
No, it's all here. There we are.
And his scarf.
Hat, skis. I mean, you could maybe don't glue him on the skis, and then you can take the skis off and the hat off, and have him have him as a summer mouse without skis and hat. So it doesn't have to be an alpine mouse all year round. So once you've got the head in on and properly felted down, I can do so much more felting now. I've got so much wool left. So for those people who like it really firm to felt it down, you have lots of wool to do so. But what I want to show you quickly is how to make the ears. So I've prepared one ear, and I'll show you how to make that. So you get the pink wool in your kit as well. And I'm going to just quickly show you how to mix it, because if you mix the wool a little bit, it doesn't look quite so sore. The pink doesn't look so sore. So I'm just laying the wool on top of each other, mix it together. And then I'm shaping now this ear shape. It's a bit pinker than that one, isn't it? Maybe add a bit more pink to it so that he doesn't look like he's got one.
And I would imagine that those fibres feel super soft, don't they?
Yeah, some of them are softer than others, but for the mouse it's definitely very soft. And all I'm doing here now is I'm stabbing almost like a semicircle onto the felting mat. So I'm actually fastening the wool onto the felting mat. I don't want that to be the case forever, but for now, that's what I need to do. And I'm folding the sides inward. So I'm teasing it off now. You can see how much it's fastened onto the mat.
Right.
And now I'm shaping this little ear, but I've got wispy fibers at one end because these are going to be crucial to attach the ear to the mouse.
Okay.
So that is why I'm keeping those fibers unfelted, but I'm stabbing into the felting mat and make a little shape of an ear. Now the ears can be bigger or smaller. I've got some are bigger, some are smaller. That's entirely up to you. But what you need to try and do is make two roughly the same. That would be good.
And it's important to let you know the felting mat as well is totally reusable, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. You can use this mat over and over as other needles. Keep those needles safe. We have got all the needles in the kit, just to let you know, are brand new. They are yours to keep, obviously, and you must look after them. So don't leave them lying around, because they are a bit of a hazard if they get in the wrong hands. Now, one ear is on. I'm just going to put the second ear on quickly, and it may look a little bit weird that the ears are on the side of the head, but that it needs to happen that way so that the hat can fit on top of the head. So think of almost human ears. If you can think of somebody with sticky out ears.
If you go wrong and you put the ear in the wrong position, it looks a bit wonky.
Take it off.
You can just literally take it off.
Take it off. Once it's felted on really, really well, that will be harder. I have been known to take scissors to my makes and chop heads off and other limbs and start again. But you can. You can, definitely. So the only thing that's missing now is attaching the eyes, and that I will do this very quickly because that brings them to life. I'm actually using my needles to poke a hole into him and put one eye in.
Oh, hello.
And
There he
then
is.
I love this. So this part is my favorite part because he suddenly is like, "Hi, it's me." There.
Oh,
As soon as the eyes go on, you definitely have a little character looking at you there. And then you pop the hat on, you can felt that down the hat, and you've got your mouse. And I've just made this from scratch. So there you go.
He's brilliant.
He's ready to get his skis underneath him and go off on piste. There we go.
He is absolutely brilliant. He could become your mascot, whether it's in the
There he
office
is.
or at home or whatever. But there we are. If you want to make your skiing mouse, Steph has just shown you, it doesn't take too long to do at all. Anyone can do it, even if you've never done felting before. Follow the instructions. Maybe watch this show back or record the show as well. But he gets all the accessories with his skis and everything else as well. £20.49 for him. Now, we're conscious we've only got about half an hour left, so we're going to show you all the kits that we can between now and 4 o'clock. The Penguin, equally as gorgeous, equally as lovely. And again, penguins are all year round, not just for Christmas, but have a little look at him. Again, everything you need in the box, including the felting mat, including, of course, the needles and all the fibres, all the wool, all the colours are in there. And that's VI7818. VI7818, my producer Laura's favourite. My favourite's the mouse. Laura's is the penguin. I mean, these, I presume, are really, really popular kits.
They are, yeah. I've brought our bestsellers.
Ah,
yeah,
great.
I did. I thought, let's come in with everything that our existing customers love already.
Fantastic. So, and the prices are fantastic. This is only $16.99 because you don't have any of the skis or anything like that in there, which obviously would push the price up a little bit. So it's purely the wool. And is he wrapped around anything, the penguin?
No, so you make the shape from wool itself.
Okay.
There's no wire in there, but it's very easy to make shapes. So we all of our kits have got woolen shapes inside.
Terrific. So that one is VI7818, your item number. I think the next demo is going to be the actual pictures, isn't it?
Yes, I'm going to make a smaller version of the pictures.
Okay. Well, let's go. Which one do you want to do?
I have actually sort of started on the cool landscape, but either of them have.
Okay, well, I'll give you the poppy details and then we can go and demo the cool landscape if that's okay. So this is another technique. It's the same process of felting, but you were saying to me earlier on that, you know, it may look a little bit daunting, but in actual fact, if you analyse it, all those poppies are just basically little red blobs.
That's it, with a bit of brown blob in the middle.
Yeah.
And when I demo on the little landscape, I will just pop a poppy in there so you can see how easy it is.
Now, this is a fantastic, fantastic picture that look amazing in a frame. It really, really would do. $24.99 is the price, and you do actually draw onto the fabric, don't you?
You draw the basic landscape onto the fabric, but it is a little bit like colouring in by numbers.
Yeah.
So you just start at the beginning. Don't get overwhelmed by thinking, oh, I don't know when is what happening. The picture is built up from the background forward, so the details get put on at the very end when you already see the magic unfolding in front of your eyes.
Well, this is A4 in size as well, to give you an idea of actually how big it is. PF7821. PF7821 is your item number there. Now, we're getting lots of messages coming through for Steffi, which is lovely. Sarah in Hampshire. Hello, Sarah. Good afternoon.
Hi, Sarah.
I have many makers kits, she says. The instructions are outstanding. So easy and satisfying to make. Thank you for your passion and enthusiasm, Steffi.
Thank you, Sarah. I don't actually know which Sarah you are because I know many, but that's lovely to hear. Thank you so much. It's working.
I mean,
excellent.
your passion for it comes across.
Oh,
it really is
thank you.
infectious. So there is the poppy landscape. Now, the one that you're going to demonstrate for us is this one, which we're going to move on to next. So there's the poppy. This one is the cool landscape. And we're going to put a poppy in there just to show you how to do those as well. Now, you look at that and you think, oh, crikey, sheep. How do I make a sheep? It's basically a white blob and a black blob.
That's it.
And
You got it.
the birds are just a little black V. But when you look at it, your eye and your brain sees sheep and birds.
Right.
And
It's the magic of the wool because it's fuzzy. So it's a little bit like Impressionist painting. Sometimes you can't actually see if you're really close to it. That also happens when you're needle felting a landscape. You can't actually sometimes see. You have to look away and then get somebody to hold it up, or you stand away, or you take a photo and you see a completely different picture suddenly emerge, because every single fiber of the wool, every variation suddenly makes something in the landscape or in the clouds that you completely unintentional put there, but it makes sense in the big picture,
And
literally.
what I love as well is that, you know, don't feel daunted by this, because if you do something and you think it doesn't look right, you just literally pull it out.
That's it, exactly.
And then do it again.
And you've got this lovely palette of colours of wool in the kit. So, that's not the extensive colour that you have, because you're also mixing colours. Like I've shown you to make the pink slightly lighter, you can actually mix colours together, because nothing in nature is ever just a dead one colour appearance. So you have bits and other pieces running through it, and you can make that with the wool. It's absolutely magic.
I'm fascinated. Can you show us a technique?
So what I've done is I've scaled it down, because I mean, you can scale the pictures down as well, and I've done half, and I'm going to do the other half. So this is the very simple landscape that I've drawn on the cool, copying as much as I can the cool landscape, and I've just used a pencil. And the first thing I'm doing is, or I have done, and I'm going to show you how to do it, is I'm filling in the sky. And I'm mixing wool. I'm not planning every cloud, I promise you. This is completely random. I literally lay out the wool, and thin is good. Thin is always good. Less is always good, because the less wool you use, the better your needle will cope. And this time, you're literally stabbing it straight into your felting mat. You also get this bigger mat, so I'm using exactly the tools that come in the needle felting landscape kits. And so that means that you are fastening it onto the felting mat. So you have to keep peeling it off now and then to make sure that it's not getting completely stuck to it.
Can people, if they buy a kit today, can they follow you on Facebook? Or?
Yes, so, yes, absolutely. So please do follow us on Facebook. We've also got a private group on Facebook called Everyone a Maker, where you are always welcome to pop any questions. Usually before I get a chance to answer it, one of our lovely felting friends has answered it already. I also do live streams every Tuesday on YouTube. At the moment, we're working through an Advent project, which sadly nobody can buy anymore because we sell them quite early on in the year. Yeah. But you can certainly watch and just enjoy the fun. We are on part 3, and it's a mystery wreath. So I can't even tell you what I'm doing on Tuesday because it's a secret. And then we restream this on a Thursday evening at 7 p.m. on Facebook again.
But as with most crafts, if you invest in the makers' felting kits, you're becoming a part of another community.
You certainly are. And I will also say, for us, quality is the prime thing. We could do things a lot cheaper, but I genuinely don't think in the long term that pays off at all. So we are choosing our wool. We want to be an ethical company with having the environment in mind. We've got the welfare of the sheep in mind as well. It's important to us. And so we hope that the people who join our community share the same values, because that's what we're all about.
Well, I've known you for a number of years, and you've always been like that. And that's always been something that's really admirable about the makers and about Steffi. And yeah, you're going to have so much fun with this. If you don't think you can do it, give it a go and prove yourself wrong. Anyone can do this. And the instructions are really well written, really well put together. Again, you can watch videos on YouTube and that sort of thing, in tutorials. Just watching Stephanie wants me to have a go with it, you know.
And what I'm doing right now is I'm literally just taking green wool to colour in the hills. Now, with a lot of needle-felted landscapes, it's a little bit like painting. You don't need to be an artist. No, I've never painted a picture to save my life. But I've looked up sort of general rules, and they obviously are in your instructions as well. So usually things further away are darker. And so you are making, to give that perspective in the picture. So I'm making the hills at the background slightly darker than the foreground. And then you can add, in your kit, you get some really magical fibres. You can add a little bit of this already mixed wool. If you just add that into the background, suddenly it's like it's a heather covering, or maybe maybe there's some wildflowers growing there. Could even give the appearance of poppies. So you're just breaking up that landscape by doing things like this. And then to make a tree, it's really easy. You literally just take some brown wool, pre-shape it, and put it in the picture. So
it's well worth pointing out as well that the finished picture is actually inside your box, as well as on the front of the box lid as well. So if ever you think, oh, I don't know where to go, there's always that point of reference.
There is, absolutely. So the way that our kids, and this is why probably Sarah very kindly said those kind words, is that we are always thinking, what's it like for beginners? What is it like for somebody who's never needle felted before? How would we want this to be presented? And the one thing we always get told about our kids is that the instructions are superb. So coming back to the Robin kit, because I expected that many people would be total beginners making it. I think there's 12 pages of instructions, and there was lots of templates as well. So I think that it's really, really not something to worry about. Just sit down, give it a go, and get sucked into the magic of needle felting. It is just absolutely fantastic.
Well, Steffi, your passion comes across brilliantly, and I've got to let you know that the Robin, the Aardman animation Robin that we started the show with, 20% of the stock of that has gone. We only spent about a couple of minutes looking at it, but there it is. That's what we started the show with. If you're a fan of the animation film, then here's your chance to make your own character from that film. And it's a partnership with Aardman and the makers as well. So it's a lovely thing that you'll be able to make. And if you haven't seen it, why not have a little look on Netflix a little bit later on? It came out last year, and you can, of course, if you've got a Netflix account, still watch it on the TV tonight, maybe, if you wanted to, and get your kit now, and you can have your own Robin in your home, at your office, in your bedroom, wherever you want to put her.
So whilst you were talking about Robin, I have just added roots to the tree. And for this, you get these lovely curls. These were made by sheep. They just grow them like this, amazing. And you can put these down, you can see that they look sort of a bit more like gnarly wood.
Yeah.
And because you don't just put a tree on top of something, you then have to just use a little bit of wool to make it integral, an integral part of the picture again. But this is being totally described in very good detail to you. So there are a few tips that we give you along the way as well and why you're doing it. But I will just show you how to make a sheep because I think that is the one bit where people were wondering. So a white blob, and I'm pre-shaping it with my fingers and just put that down here. At the moment it's just a white floating circular shape. And now I'm going to use a tiny, tiny bit of the brown. So because it's a small scale picture, you will be obviously working with larger, on a larger scale. I'm just felting this tiny little, almost triangular shape onto, and this sheep is very fat, so that's good. It's got lots of wool because it's a cool landscape. And again, I can't just have the sheep floating, so I'm going to put a little bit of dark wool just below it, so it looks like it's standing on a patch that it maybe been sitting on for a while.
You're absolutely right. Just looking at it, instantly, your brain thinks that's a sheep.
That's it. And when you're doing it, because you're looking at the camera now on your screen at home, it will look differently for when you're doing it. It can sometimes be a little bit like, oh, I've just made a white blob with a brown blob. What the heck is that? But once you look away and then you look at it again, it's literally, it's there. And the same with the bird. I've just made the bird and the bird is in the sky. And these clouds are completely not intentional, the shape and the mood it creates. If you want to create more mood into a sky, you can put a little bit of pink into it. So many amazing pink skies at the moment and orange skies. Just add details to it. If you don't like it, pull it off. You can add a little owl into the tree here. And I said I would do a poppy, but I haven't actually. Oh no, I've got some red. Let's do a poppy.
Okay. So the other landscape you can do is the poppy fields, which of course is available as well. This one is the cool landscape for $24.99, and yours won't be that size. It will be A4 in size, but this is just a scaled down technique demonstration for you.
So the reason why I'm putting more than one poppy there is because when a lot of these shapes, they happen because we remember shapes, and poppies often come in large numbers. We think of poppy fields rather than a single poppy. And so as soon as you put a few poppies down, that makes it even more of a case that you're now got poppies there. And then just add a tiny bit of either brown or black into the middle. And it doesn't even need to be totally in the center because we want it to look like they're swaying in the wind, and they can look a little bit off center then. So they've got these big leaves, poppies, and they often face into different directions anyway. Absolutely. So you've got, at the moment, I've just put the flower heads here. And again, like with everything else that I've been doing, I am going to add the what I call like an anchor. You have to anchor it into the ground. So I'm just putting a couple of dark stalks. But again, I don't have to do this on every single poppy because you're not going to see that detail once you see the big picture. All you're going to see is a bunch of poppies that are here in the field.
And you heard Steffi say she's not an artist, she's not a painter.
No, I haven't.
Anyone can do this with the felting techniques. So a reminder of the two then, and we've got baubles to come, and we've also got another robin to come too. But that one is basically the A4 size of what Steffi was showing you. So that's the size that you'll actually be doing. But it won't take you too long at all to actually get to that level. Very, very quick, isn't it? Surprisingly quick, actually. $24.99. Now, if you love the poppy idea, then this is the kit to go for. You're going to get lots of the poppy red woolen fibres as well. This is beautiful too, isn't it? The cottage in the poppy field. How about that? That is also just $24.99 for that one as well. So the Poppy Landscape Needle Felt Kit, that's PF7821. PF7821 if you'd like them. Now, if you want to begin felting and invest in something that is so quick and so easy and so rewarding, these baubles are great. They really, really are. Now, we'll get this to you as quickly as we can, and this can be something that you put away and bring out every single year. ID 7828, you said to me earlier on, Steffi, that these are the easiest
yes.
to do.
So I've just taught these to over 300 people over several days at Country Living show in London and in Harrogate. And they took to it like fish to water, because they're people who just want to have a stab at something. They don't know if they're going to like it. They want a quick thing to make, and they might take it up or they might not.
Yeah.
But this is a perfect example. So basically what you get in the kit, you get 2 of these woolen balls. They're ready made for you. You don't need to make them.
Okay.
And I think that's the attraction here, that it is really, really the easiest thing.
So you're just decorating it, basically?
Yes, that's right. And I'm going to show you how to do the mistletoe, because it's the easier one. On the instruction, it actually starts with the holly bauble. But the difference with a holly bauble is that you have a little bit of water-soluble paper in the pack, and you're drawing a template that you felt directly onto the bauble, and therefore, so you make the shape. But the mistletoe, if you're complete beginner, then start with the mistletoe, which is here on the last few pages. To draw the template for the holly, you have got the drawing here on the back, so you can use the water-soluble paper. It's see-through. But once I show you how to do the mistletoe, the holly leaves will be making a lot more sense. So I've got my wool here, and I'm actually pre-shaping it because I need it to be almost like sort of a long, stretched-out tear shape. So I'm already pre-shaping. Everybody can pre-shape that with their fingers. It's really not that hard. And then, because the wool bauble is ready-made, all you need to do is just stab into that shape so that you're fastening it on to your ball. And when you stab into the wool, it shrinks. So bear that in mind. To get a really neat edge, we mentioned this earlier, you can actually come into the wool with your needle at a slightly more shallow angle, so it doesn't have to be vertical. So that makes a nice crisp edge. The only thing you need to remember is to go in and out in a straight line, and to use not that much wool. So keep it thin, because it's much easier to add a bit more wool if need be, rather than tearing it off. And then, I mean, you can do that too, but it's a shame, because you have to start from scratch. Whereas if you add a bit more, you just continue your work that you've already started.
Now, it's well worth pointing out, you don't get the needle, the felting pads with
You don't
these,
need
because
it.
You don't need it for
No.
baubles, because you're going straight into
That's
the bauble
it.
itself.
What you do, however, get, and that's that I think makes a lot of difference, is this little gold fastening, so that you can give your bauble sort of a really lovely finished look, and you also get the satin ribbon. And these are just you put these together, and you put these 2 wires, push them inside the ball once you've made a hole in it. So if you've got an awl, or you can use your felting needle again, and they have proven very popular. People love that they sort of finish off the bauble and make them look a little bit more, I don't know, finished.
I mean, how magical to have these every year, and remembering the fun you have making them in 2022. And I mean, yeah, we're all going to have our trees up until the beginning of next year, aren't we? A good few days into January. So by then, you could actually hang them on the tree if you wish to, or maybe you want to make them as gifts as a thank you for being put up at Christmas.
I also think of Christmas tree decoration that it's an heirloom. So I have Christmas decoration, and my children have said recently, they said, oh, we should get all new Christmas decoration. I said, no, because every single one reminds me of a particular part or stage in my life. Mm-hmm. You know, when the children were little, we were doing this. So it's almost like a picture book of history going back on what you've been doing on these Christmases and days and what was happening. So I think making special Christmas decorations for the tree are very, very popular and special indeed.
And they may not be for the tree. You may want to hang them maybe from a ceiling light or something like that, or from door handles. Mm-hmm. They're great fun to do. Very quick and very easy to do as well, but they look amazing, and they're only $16.99, and you get 2 pre-made woolen balls in each kit with all the fibres that you need, and of course the actual tool too, the stabbing tool, for that price of $16.99.
3 needles in there.
3 needles?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
3
wow.
needles. Occasionally needles break. They can break if you've put too much wool on your work, so just keep it minimal. It's tempting to put lots on because we put lots of wool in the kit, so you will always have wool left over because we're not stingy. And but the other thing is, if you're using your needle for anything other than stabbing, that's when they break too. So sometimes people use it as a lever. They put it into the ball, and then they sort of pull it across. The needle doesn't like it. I'm telling you this now. So what I've done right now here is I've just added 2 very sort of messy balls on there, and to give the the holly, not doing a holly, the mistletoe berry.
Yeah.
Slightly, it's got almost like a sickly green look, hasn't it? You can add a tiny bit of yellow on there. So again, we're not doing anything precise. We're not doing anything in detail. We're just giving the impression of, but that's enough with wool because nothing needs to be that precise for you to recognize that these are the berries of the mistletoe. So you can make them bigger or smaller. And you just put a stalk there, then you decide, Dave, you decide where the top is, and then just create more and more of these, more and more of these leaves. And then when you're ready, you can put that fastening here in the center and then hang it up on a
Steffi, they'll be probably two of the most cherished and loved baubles on your tree. They'll certainly stand out, and they're so different. I've never seen anything like that before. $16.99 gets you both the holly and the mistletoe bauble with three of the actual stabbing tools in there as well. Now we've got one more item to show you before we say cheerio to Steffi, and it's been a brilliant first show. Here's another robin. Now, the Robin from Aardman, that's been doing very, very nicely. Look at this one, though. He is so cute. He is absolutely adorable. All the characters in the show are adorable. So this is your round robin, and it's NF7839. Now, presumably, does he come like the bauble?
Yes, exactly. Now, if you pass me that kit, I'm going to open that kit and do it directly yes, please, from there.
Yeah.
So just giving you a good idea of what you find in kits again. So if you open this up, you will get in here, the legs are already falling out, some more wool. So you have in here your eyes for the robin, and you also get a handmade beak that we make ourselves in our workshop from silk clay for you. So you don't need to needle felt a beak. So that's inside the kit. You get the bird legs, very important for birds to stand on. There you go. You get your felting needles, and you don't need a felting mat, and you get your instructions. And you get a felt ball. So this is, there is a template in here which you're going to follow. The template is only like a little picture, but I've made so many of them I don't need to refer to it. But obviously when you're doing it, refer to that template because you can actually draw it onto your ball first. If you're not sure how to start out, draw onto your ball. I'm launching straight in there. I've got that line in my head. I know where it's going. So the first thing I'm doing is that dip for the beak. That's where the beak is going to go, and then I'm going to follow the line around where the eyes are and all the way to where the wings are. So you felt the wool on. You would have a pencil line there. I'm not doing this right now just for time.
It's a bit like you're putting a wig on, isn't it? Really?
You do, actually. I mean, they can look quite funny, especially when the wool is sticking up. Yeah. We've had several references to different politicians. I won't mention them. But, or even just sometimes they look like Elvis. An Elvis robin. Yeah, it's quite fun actually. I think the nice thing about needle felting is also that families do it together, and they literally have fun because these figures can be very comical. And the nice thing also is they're not carbon copies. Every single one is different, and it's yours, and you will fall in love with them because you've made it, and you know, and they're special to you. They literally emerge in front of your eyes.
But don't be worried that it's not going to resemble a robin. Yes, it will. If you follow the instructions and the template,
it absolutely will. But I think a lot of, they can be very stylized, a lot of the makes, and I think that's what makes them special. And once you, if you get into needle felting and you find your sort of way, your own way, what can happen is that I sometimes have to look just at makes that people have made that I've taught, and I can tell who has made them just by looking at them, because people find their own style. It's a really magical thing that can happen, and I think that's what makes, you talked earlier about can you make these and sell? Of course you can, and especially when you sort of get your almost like a trademark, not robin necessarily, but your trademark look in some of these
I don't think I'd want
makes.
to sell them, I'd want to keep them, but yes. I mean, if you wanted to, you could.
Well,
but
I think sometimes people sell them so they can buy more materials and more kits.
What always amazed me, and it still does actually, ever since I've known Steffi, it's been a few years, how quick this is. You'd think when you look at it, oh, it's going to take me forever to do that. And it doesn't. And
No.
it's not long before you get that sense of satisfaction. You see the character start to take shape and to come to life.
That's it. So the wool in here is actually a natural brown. That's how it comes off the sheep. It's what we call, well, we don't call it, the sheep's called a mountain sheep. And what it has got, however, it's got some of these, sometimes it's got really, really long coarse fibers in there, and sometimes they get a bit on my nerves, but I can literally just pull them out.
And
I think this robin is going to be a very furry robin.
It is all ethical as well. Eco is incredibly important to Steffi and the makers, so you know that you're not getting anything that's plastic in there. It's all naturally sourced wool, and the packaging is, you're very proud of that too, for obvious reasons. $17.99 to make your round robin, the small needle felt kit. It's a great price, it's a great project, it's a great little character. How cute is that? NF7839. Our most popular kit, though, has been Robin Robin, which is where we started. And I must admit, I'm gonna go for one of those little mice. I've fallen in love with the mouse, absolutely. But Robin Robin, here it is. This is a female Robin, and you may well be very familiar with the Aardman animation. And that was the first film you said that's actually used felted characters.
As far as I know, at that in that extent. So I don't know any others. I know there's been sort of people dabbling at it, but not in a big way like that. And they were actually nominated for an Oscar, and they have won some international. If only I could remember, but there was definitely something about the best song in animated films. And yeah, so it's very exciting.
Well, I'm going to be watching that when I get home tonight. I didn't know anything about it until I saw Steffi today. So Robin Robin, it's on Netflix. It came out last year, but it's still there. And here is your chance to get an Aardman endorsed, basically, Robin Robin. And it's the biggest collection, or the biggest character. You can see the difference in the sizes between our round Robin and Robin Robin. Yeah, much, much bigger. But how cool is that? I mean, with the Aardman, can you sell that if you make it?
Well, I did actually ask that question, and they said that they, if you churned them out by the hundreds, they would have an issue. But they said they have sort of like that sort of angel policy that the odd one they're not going to, get. No, that's right. Don't mass produce them and
don't mass produce them. If you just sell the odd one or two, then that's not.
But that's what I've been told.
Okay.
Whilst we're talking about the Robin, I have actually made this Robin now by just adding the red patch, and I'm just about to force the eyes in, but I think I might have to make that hole a bit bigger. And these get glued in. Once they're in, you put a dab of glue behind it. And what I think is really lovely is when these legs go in, because you can have them slightly at an angle, so it looks like it's about to slip on the eyes and make go in a split.
That's taking you no time at all. You've done that live on TV in about 10 minutes.
Well, this is what I mean about these when you've got a ready shape already. And we put these shapes in there because we hear so many people saying that they're using polystyrene, and it absolutely freaks me out. I will be honest. I don't want them to use polystyrene. You don't need to. You can actually use wool for all of this as well. So once the legs are in, he will stand.
He is adorable. They are all adorable.
He will stand.
Whether it's the skiing mouse, whether it's the penguin, whether it's the round robin, whether it's those wonderful landscapes, or maybe
put him down.
it's
He
the
stands
baubles.
better that way. Obviously, his legs are all over the place at the moment because I haven't glued them in. But,
I know how you feel.
Yes, yes. I was going to say legless Robin, but he's not legless. He has got legs.
Well, we've got literally a minute left on the show. Robin Robin has been the most popular. Steffi, it's brilliant to see you here. Thank you.
I'm glad to
Good
be
to
here.
have you
Thank
back
you.
with us.
I'm back in January, if you want
great.
to know that. It's going to be a Wednesday, and I want to say it's the 25th of January at 2 o'clock.
Well, have a great Christmas and New Year.
Yes, thank you.
Great to
You
see you
too.
at Hobbymaker. If you want Robin Robin, if everyone checks out, half the stock of Robin Robin has gone. It's only $27.99. And do remember, as we said before, it is official. Aardman endorsed a partnership between the makers and Aardman. There we go, look. Robin Robin on Netflix now, and it was there about a year ago is when it released. And I'm going to be certainly watching that tonight and having a little look at it. If you want to get the character, please do feel free. $27.99 is your price. And to phone us, it's a free phone number from your mobile and also from your landline, 0800 001 4433, or you can order it on the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker.co.uk. See you soon, Steffi.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right, show number 4 is on the way. The second one from Mr. Keith Smith. We'll be here with Paper Dienamics. And then, of course, it's Craig from Crafter's Companion at 5 o'clock.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, it's Gwen here from Creative Expressions. I just wanted to let you know about my last shows for this year, which are going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the 21st and 2nd of December. I have got an amazing collection for you. These are some of my favourite picks from shows we've done in the past. So I have some paper cuts dies and I have some products which you might find somewhat surprising. So I hope you can join me then.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker are live from 1 PM to 6 PM every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Great to see Steffi and the makers here at Hobbymaker. We'll see them in the new year. Great to see you back, mister.
Oh, thank you. That was a lovely show, wasn't it? Really, there with Stephanie. It was really. I was getting drawn. I was supposed to be setting this up, and I'm watching what's going on over there. It was lovely.
I was watching it and just losing myself in it. In fact, that's the whole point of it, isn't it? Really, to get lost in your craft.
Absolutely.
Okay, now we're going to get lost with Keith now for the next hour.
Get lost, Keith.
We have got Paper Dienamics.
How rude.
I know, how rude, how rude, how rude. Now, we've got some brand new products. We've got also what was in the 1 o'clock show as well, in case you missed it. If if you're out doing some shopping or something like that. We've got textured cardstock. Now, this is brand new today. It's never before been seen, and you had great joy in telling me this actually has gone through the foiling machine twice.
Yes, this has two applications. There is actually a copper foil and a gold foil being applied in two different sizes of micro dots on there as well. All over, it gives it a lovely textured feel as well, and it's something completely different, David, on a vintage cardstock background.
How many sheets?
You get 10 sheets in the bundle, so it's a little try-me kind of pack.
Yeah.
So not going to be not going to overcrowd your stockroom, but brilliant for all of your mat and layering and different kind of techniques. As I say, I always get asked about masculine cards. You know,
Yes.
stuff for masculine
Yes,
cards.
yes.
This is brilliant because obviously, you know, dots, polka dots, micro dots will work for any occasion and every occasion.
It's got a lovely finish to it, a lovely almost embossed texture to it as well, but those different colour foils work so well together. What do you look at when you're looking at this? Do you see like an animal skin? Do you see maybe speckled eggs? You know, there's all sorts of things when you're looking at it. The pattern is lovely, and to get that texture and the GSM on this, do you know?
It's 280 GSM.
Wow. I knew it was,
it's a good
nice weighty
rigidity
cardstock.
in there. It's lovely.
Let's get that price in then. 10 sheets of this, something a bit different and a bit new for you. £7.50. Keith is the king of cards. When it comes to cardstock, comes to different techniques and printing and foiling techniques, there's nothing that this man can't do. And this is brand new, 75p a sheet. I'd multi-order. If you've already bought something from Keith earlier or from Steffi in the last show, you've already paid your postage. So it's £7.50 delivered, if that's the case.
£7.50 delivered, David, and it's good to go. We've got it made. It's all packed up, ready in the factory. If you order it today, it'll be winging its way to you early next week for sure. It's a lovely set, David. I was quite impressed with the way that the two foils, you know, we're not really quite picking that up on the screen here, really, but when you get it home, you'll definitely see that there's a copper foil in there and there is a gold foil as well. There are two foils on that lovely rustic kind of background.
Something a little bit different. It's almost like, I remember when I was at school doing like the hammered copper.
Yes.
You're a bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed, yeah. And you can feel that on the back, David, actually. If
Yeah.
you actually, you know, you say you can feel the texture on the
Yeah,
back. You
you
can
can.
see that it actually has got some good weight on there to get that lovely deboss kind of effect in the sheet itself, Dave.
£7.50, 75p a sheet, brand new from Keith and Paper Dienamics. Do you want a couple of sets? Do you want 3 sets? It's entirely up to you. That would be £22.50, I think it would be, if you wanted 3 sets. Buy as many as you like. It's different, it's new. If you're looking for new cardstock for your cards to make them stand out from the crowd, designs like this will do that.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great for, you know, box making. I think about jewellery making, how wonderful that would be for putting your little jewellery in there. So, you know, don't think about just for card making. This will make, it's got a great weight and rigidity in there, so really to make other kind of things as well. Home decor pieces, you can put that behind a picture frame.
I mean, that shot there from a distance, look how warm that gold is. That combination of those two colours together, really, really lovely. And it looks like sheet metal again.
It does, it does. I mean, I was really impressed with how it came off the press. Sometimes when we do these things, we don't know exactly. Life's like a box of chocolates, never know what you're going to get. Well, we didn't know what we were going to get when we put this through. We hit it once with the first dye, then we put it through a second time with the second colour on there as well. And I thought that looks really, really classy. And I like things that look, you know, expensive, but not necessarily too expensive.
Absolutely. You can die cut into it if you want to. Box make, that's a really good idea. If you're looking for, maybe you do jewellery making and that sort of thing, and you want to have boxes that are distinctive, that are different, that you'll be known for your creations. $7.50 for 10 sheets. UG2176. That's the product code, UG2176. Phone us or indeed order it on the website. It's brand new today. Lots of new things from Keith from Paper Dienamics. Okay, next we've got our metallic textured multi-buy.
Yes.
So,
which is
that's
this.
David,
yes.
Okay.
And that one there at the front, yes.
All right. Now, this is the first one. Does it get 10 sheets of each?
You get 10 sheets of each, David. This is the vintage look. And as you can see from that, it's a lovely vintage kind of feel, isn't it, really?
Oh, yeah.
You've got that lovely bronze effect going right the way through. And this is a film lamination that we've put onto a cardstock. Again, 280 GSM, beautiful, beautiful quality, but fantastic for something a little bit different. And that vintage feel, which will come in play for the show that we had in the first hour.
Absolutely, and it's not rough. It looks as if it's got a lot of texture, but it's actually smooth as anything. But those lines are, it's a laminate, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. So there we go. So if you fancy that one, you get 10 of those. The next one, similar but different.
This is the rustic.
This is the rustic. The rustic.
Yeah, and this has got like a red vein coming right the way through the application there. Again, a laminated film board, but with a lovely red feel on there. Again, you can use that landscape, you can use that portrait. It's A4 in sheet size. Beautiful.
10 sheets of that, and I've never seen any foil cardstock like this before for that sort of price or that sort of pattern either. So a laminated cardstock with that lovely metallic finish to it with those wonderful flecks going through it as well. So it's almost like wood grain, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. High-end wood grain, David, I would say.
High-end wood grain, absolutely.
Definitely, for sure.
So that's in there. And then you're going to get this.
You're going to get your assorted metallics, David.
And well known
these
for your
are a
metallics.
300 GSM. Metallics is something we've been working on for over a year now back at the factory. This is a coated board with a metallic ink that we've applied onto a 300 GSM board. You do get the colours, as you can see from here. It's a 10-sheet pack, 2 of each of 5 different colours. You've got the golds, the silvers, the coppers, the bronzes, all included in with a set. It's lovely, and the metallics will work and complement those two rustic and vintage feels really, really well, David.
Okay, so in other words, you've got 30 sheets of designer cardstock from Keith and Paper Dienamics. All 3 sets of this, 25.25? No. Nowhere near. XR2143. XR2143. Let's give you that for $14.99. Oh, Robin's popped in for a little visit as well. Can't keep it. Yeah, can't keep it away. Wants to stay here.
It's flown off, David. It's flown off.
Absolutely. £5 per 10 sheets for these designer cardstock deals. This is insane. $14.99 for all 30 sheets. The metallics have been a bestseller. You've got some lovely colourways in there. But these distressed designs, I love them. They're so different.
Yeah, they are, David. And when you put that together, as I say, this is what you're going to get home and delivered to you. If you want them all, let's just put that all together, David. Nice little collection.
Yep.
And what I like to do, David, is I like to be able to see in the cascade of colour what you're going to get in the cascade of the colour. And you can see straight away that the colours will all work and complement each other for sure. It really is a stunning, stunning range.
For £14.99. Stock up, get a couple. Only 1 postage per day, a $3.95. If you've already paid that, then that's $14.99 delivered to your door. You should get it in the next few days. XR2143. Metallics, if you're a fan of that, stock up on this.
Yep.
Replenish your stock. But the other 2 are brand new concepts and brand new
Dave,
finishes.
look at the embossing on that, just being put through an embossing folder. Look how it changes just by using that with your embossing folders. It really has a great characteristic to be able to work with. I mean, again, you can do all of your rub back. Look at the die cut on this one. If I can just put that one behind the actual fleur-de-lis at the top there, you can see the intricacy of that die.
Very
Look
nice.
at the intricacy of that die.
Yeah.
And yet every one of those is cut out perfectly with the cards. So you can die cut with it, you can emboss with it. Look, this has been rubbed back as well, embossed, over stamped. You can add your colorizations to it as well. It really is the metallics is a collection that just keeps giving and giving.
What I think the metallics are so good at is they do look like metal sheets, but they don't have the high shine. You've just got that really classy gloss to it, which really does look superb. It really does. It die cuts a dream as well. It embosses a dream, as Keith's just shown you. Already, if everyone checks out that's got it in their baskets, 20% of this offer has now gone. You're going to get 2 new, totally different techniques, 10 sheets of each in that kind of bronze and the gold, and then you get your metallics as well. XR2143. Now, the pack of 5 colours of the metallics that people are asking for, if you're asking for extras of those, have we got those individually separately?
Yes,
We have.
you can get these individually, David. So if you want just the metallics,
Okay.
I can't remember what the price is off the top of my head, but I'm sure I put £5.25.
$5.25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to get all of these.
AE2139, 10 sheets of metallics for £5.25, 52p a sheet. I thank you.
It's brilliant. Honestly, it really is, David. Again, I've got some samples here where it's actually been embossed as a focal point on your card making projects on there. Looks lovely, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
So everything that you want to be able to get from a cardstock, you can get. Look at this one. We've actually, if you're into hot foiling, this has actually been overfoiled with a hot foil on the flowers as well. So, it's upside down. It's upside down. But we've applied the hot foil application. So you can stamp onto it, you can hot foil onto it, you can die cut with it, you emboss with it. All of the things that you want to be able to do, it's really, really giving for that, really, David.
So if you were one of the many people asking for the metallics extras on their own, 10 sheets in those different colourways. If you've never tried metallics before, it's something that Keith has been very, very well known for over the last couple of years or so. They are brilliant. They really are. They are different to any other cardstock that's out there. You've got that sheen rather than the shine, but you've got these wonderful designer colourways. They really are lovely. I mean, look at this one. This is almost like a rose gold, isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful? It really is. And this is it's a metallic ink, Dave, that we've sat down. I have to stress that really, that we've put, it starts off as a liquid. If you imagine that as being liquid, like nail varnish,
right.
You know, and we've actually managed to pour that onto the paper, get all of the blemishes out of there, and for it to dry as well, which obviously is quite an important part of the process. But we've got this luxury, high-end luxury feel, very soft, very silky.
It is.
On that 300 GSM board.
That looks like platinum to me. That looks so luxurious, absolutely beautiful. And then look at this fantastic shade of kind of grey-blue. Stunning, isn't it?
Like a steel blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And look at the way the light plays on it too. So 10 sheets for £5.25. And remember, one shipping and handling P&P charge per day of £3.95. Now, the vintage card assortment we've got for you. Now, this looks interesting.
Yes, this is very interesting, David, because
Bronze.
if you like the other items,
Gold,
what we've
silver.
done, yeah, we've got the gold, the silver, and the bronze. And we get two different finishes on there as well, David. Now, what we've done is we've taken that rustic feel and we've applied another bronze foil application over the top there, which gives it rich, exuberant lustre, doesn't it, really? Beautiful. You get 5 sheets of each, David.
Is it embossed as well?
Yeah, just have a feel.
Yeah,
you get that debossed kind of effect, don't you, really, in there as well. So we're going to give you 5 in the bronze.
Yep.
We're going to give you 5 in the gold effect on there as well. So this is, again, that lovely gold with the red vein shooting through there as well.
Lovely.
We're going to give you 5 with a satin silver, and we've applied a bright silver foil on there, so 5 sheets of those as well, and that's stunning.
So you've got matte and shiny. Love that combination.
Yeah, absolutely, something a little bit different. Now, that was design number 1. This is design number 2, so again, we're going to give you 5 in the rustic kind of effect on there as well. I mean, again, these are what I call non-directional patterns, David, so you can use them landscape, portrait, cut into them, die cut with them, as much as you like. But it's 5 of that, 5 again in the lovely gold effect, and then 5 in that lovely satin silver.
Wow.
30 sheets in total, David. It's a wonderful, wonderful set. And this is really high-end, luxurious paper crafting.
It really, really is. And new from Paper Dienamics, new from Keith for today's show. So in total, you've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 sheets of this beautiful foiled, double foiled cardstock in your silver, in your bronze, in your gold for $15.99 FE2113. FE2113 is the product code. If you want that today for 30 sheets, it's again about 50p a sheet, isn't it?
Yeah, and the fact that you're only getting 5 sheets of each, again, we're not overloading your craft room, but at least you've then got choices of what you want to be able to make. Of course, you can make and sell with all of our paper craft products, which is great. But this looks lovely in those lovely kind of vintage feels. So again, when we talk about our lovely ephemera collection in a short while, that would work perfectly with this.
Yeah, if you bought the ephemera earlier on, the floral ephemera in the 1 o'clock show, all of this works beautifully well with what we're showing you in this show as well. FE2113. Now, something that we haven't done for a while, where are they? Oh, here they are. Now,
Yeah, Dave.
these are great. These are printed, foiled on metal inks, and these are ribbons. These are sentiment ribbon strips. I love these because you get 2 different verses or 2 different greetings on each strip.
And metallic gold finish, and metallic silver finish, and it's on metallics materials, David. They are stunning. But the idea of these, of course, is use your oval dies, your rectangular dies, your round dies. Use your smaller dies on these, or you could literally just cut them in half. You could use them to make little gifts like bookends, what's the word I'm looking for, David? Bookmarks. Yeah, that sort of thing. But again, you've got these lovely little sentiments. Happy birthday, best wishes, all my love, all on there as well. But do you want something else, David, to tell you?
Go on.
They're adhesive.
Oh, are they?
You don't even have to stick them down, mate.
Oh,
honestly, you
wow.
just peel the back off and stick it down.
Because you did do self-adhesive metallic sheets,
Yeah,
didn't you?
yeah.
So you've printed these sentiments in foil on there, and you just peel off the back and stick it down. Absolutely brilliant. So think about those presents that you struggle to wrap up. Think about when you in the sentiment in the middle of the card. Use a die to actually cut it out. Use your matting and layering dies to cut it out, and then just stick it directly in the centre of the card. No messy glue. Absolutely job done. Oh, that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And now you've got 40 sheets, David, but that gives you 80 sentiments.
Yeah,
So
80
look at the value for money there.
self-adhesive sentiments for $8.99. That's 10 pence per sentiment.
Yeah. We've tried to make it affordable, David. You know, obviously appreciate it. There you go. It's sticky.
It's adhesive.
You're going to shut me up, David. You could just wrap it around my mouth, and there we go. Don't tempt him.
$8.99. So that's 80 sentiments, or 80 verses for £8.99. CU2181. CU2181. That's the product code if you'd like that. This is going to fly. Absolutely fly. It really, really is. Now we've also got something a little bit vintage.
Yes.
Now, The price on this is going to blow you away.
Now, the thing with these, David, is this is quite an unusual card. So I've just got short legs and long arms, short arms and long legs, whatever. You're going to get 10 envelopes with it as well. Just to let you know, you're going to get 10 envelopes with this. But these are brilliant. They're already pre-scored with a lovely vintage kind of feel to them, David. So they're A5 in size with the little fleur-de-lis on all of the corners all the way around. But this is a double-sided card. So what we did was we actually put those fleur-de-lis on the reverse. So if you wanted to, you could decorate the front in the white, and then you'd have your vintage look on the reverse. Or you can decorate your vintage at the front, and you'd have your white on the reverse.
Hey, I'm just thinking, you know, if you bought those toppers in the 1 o'clock show, the floral ephemera toppers, you could either, with the die, cut it out. That would look fantastic with that vintage background. Cut it out with a fancy die, pop that in the middle as a topper. Yep. That would look amazing.
Already done for you, David, isn't it, really? All that thought process. And that's why I brought them on the show today, is because I know they're going to work with the ephemera ranges of the toppers and, of course, with all of these metallics as well. Let's just take one of those and say,
how many do you get?
There? You get 10 cards and 10 envelopes.
10 envelopes, £4.99. Oh, my word. What a deal. And you've got that look of vintage leather about the cards.
Yes, yeah, they are.
Really lovely.
And really good quality cream envelopes as well, David. They're going to come with these as well.
Fantastic. £4.99. What a crazy price. OW2172, 10 of those. Whether you use that as the front, whether you use that as the front, it's entirely up to you. And then you've got the cream cards, cream envelopes as well for £4.99. What a steal. What a bargain. What a deal.
I mean, it means, you know, crafting, that's obviously going to be just under 50 pence for your card. Then obviously you've got other elements on there. You're definitely going to be able to make a card for well under £1. And handmade cards, what you're going to sell them for, 250, 350, 450, 550. You know, you really are going to be able to make a good profit margin on these.
I was in a card shop only last week looking at cards and looking at the cost of them. A card about that size for a husband or a wife or a mother or a father was £8.
Wow.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I could not believe it. That's how long it's been since I've been into a card shop to see how much they were. But I almost fell for the...
You put it down then, David.
I did put it down. Yeah. But I mean, you know, handmade cards should be going for more than mass-produced cards any day of the week, because the love, the skill that's gone into it. You know, most cards in those places are made by machine, I would imagine. So to have cardstock like this that you can get for pennies and then sell for a few pounds, that's got to be a good thing, hasn't it? OW2172.
It's you know, really, really... Bring it in at the front end, David. Bring it in at the front end.
I totally agree.
Okay.
Right,
I've got one more, Dave, to show you, and we don't have a lot of stock of this, Dave.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of stock, so if you want it, you need to get it, and you need to check it out. We had this on a few weeks ago, right at the start of autumn, in fact, which is, a couple of months or so ago now?
Yep.
We've only got a small quantity left of these, but we have got 8 different toppers included in the set, again with a lovely bronze metallic foil application to them as well. It's a lovely set. I mean, don't forget, autumn comes round all year round, every year round.
It's been very wintry for the last week, but up until then it's been very golden, very kind of autumnal, hasn't it? All the trees shedding their leaves. I dare say when the snow and the frost goes in the next day or two, it'll still look very autumnal out there. But these toppers are die cut.
Yep.
They are foiled.
Yes.
The imagery in the artwork's amazing. Is some of it photographic?
Yes, it is, David. Yeah, photographic. Lovely little waterfall scenes there as well. And of course, a lot of little things there. So for instance, like this one up in here, you've got a triptych kind of a feel included in that as well. They've got the mats, and then you've got the layers over here, so you can use that and that on one card, that and that on another card, or you can use them on 4 separate card projects in itself.
Spectacular images, absolutely. I mean, this one's got 2, 4, 6, 8 different die-cut images there with lovely sentiments as well. You're as golden as the season. I like that.
Golden as the season, David. Yeah. Now, to go with that then, Dave, we're going to give you 8 of the backgrounds to go with it as well. So you're going to get 4 different designs of the backgrounds as well, of the autumnal feel. We've got the Hessian kind of look there as well.
Is that paper or card?
It's 170 GSM, that thin, lightweight card stock that we use all the time at Paper Dienamics. Look at that one there with the skeleton leaves.
Wow.
So again, beautiful for matting and layering with all of those toppers on there as well. Then we've got that one there again. That's beautiful to be able to use as a landscape effect if you wanted to as well, really. Lovely photographic images there. But that's not all, David. So that's 8 toppers, 8 backgrounds.
Right.
Bish, bash, boss. What about then doing a range of inserts to go with it as well? So you've got the inserts to go with the collection as well.
Get away. This price is ridiculous. 13.75. That's all this is, and that's potentially 2 inserts in one, isn't it?
Yeah, you could cut that in half quite easily.
Yep.
I mean, again, you know, just taking that on board really. If I let's just feed your imagination for a moment. I'm not folding it quite rightly, David, but it's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. But you can see then how that would work. You know, straight away with the browns sitting off against that. Just trim it down a little bit, and it will work beautifully as a topper focal point. Now that could well be for a sympathy occasion. It could well be for something where a favourite holiday place that you've been. A lot of people have a favourite place. My good lady wife goes like going down to in Berkshire. There's a place called Black Park, not far away from Pinewood Studios.
Oh, okay.
Pinewood Studios use the park a lot for doing filming. I've been down there many a time. I've
Lovely.
seen the filming.
Fantastic.
But there's a bench down there that Karen's grandfather personally built because he was a woodsman in the woods, worked for the council, and this reminds us very much of that occasion.
Wow, how sweet. That's beautiful. Okay, well, what a collection that is. Now, Richard's got in touch with the show this afternoon. You can always get in touch with the show via our website. Richard is in Derbyshire. Hello, Richard. He says, I have made them up for autumn birthdays. I have in my family amazing quality, look lovely, great products. Merry Christmas to you all. Richard, thank you very much.
Oh, Richard,
so you
that's
got
lovely.
these,
Thank
you got these
really.
last time
That's
they were
right,
on.
yeah, by the sounds of that, yeah, and not disappointed by the sound of that, which is really important to us. You know, we want people to be happy with their purchases. It's really important to the team back at the factory there in Halifax. You know, we want you to be happy with what you've got. What I can say is that this is a really nice craftable collection. It's actually got edge-to-edge foiling on it, David, as well.
Yeah.
So even after you've taken the elements out, you've still got a usable frame.
Well, just to let you know, if you, like Richard, want to get hold of these, Richard loved the quality of them, loved the value of them as well for all the autumnal birthdays in his family. We're down to single-figure stock now. We've only got a few of these left. So 8 sheets of the toppers.
8 toppers.
8 sheets of the backgrounds and then 8 of the inserts.
Yep,
so
24 sheets in total.
Yeah, amazing value. LM2142, if you want that, all of that will be shipped to your door with your £3.95 P&P, but that's a daily P&P, not per order. So if you ordered things earlier on this morning, this afternoon, you've already paid your £3.95. You don't have to pay any more shipping and handling until tomorrow. Anything you order up until midnight tonight will be covered by that one P&P charge of £3.95. LM2142, the product code. Okay, so there we are. That's our autumn covered. Oh, I'm just having a look at some finished cards.
Some little cards here, David, that have been made with the collection. So we've got some really nice cards here just to show you. I'm sure when people see these, that will be it. It'll be on its way because these are lovely. Look how this is actually stepped up there with a little triptych feel as well. And then obviously we mentioned about those inserts. Look how the insert coordinates with
Icing
the
on the
collection
cake.
as well. Lovely, lovely card making projects. Then you can do things like your stepper kind of cards as well. You don't have to just stick to a straightforward. You can use the artworks. And these have got, look, twisted kind of pyramid elements in there as well, so that's another one there. This one again, lovely with the scene on the front there, with the triptych kind of scene, and we've used the frame. I mentioned about the frame that's left over. We've used that, and we've put it a little bit on the tilt there for us, and equally inside you've got the coordinating insert to work with that as well. So really, really nice. You can just use it straightforward. You could actually just pop them out, put them on a little bit of metallic card, which we've got on a show, and bish bash bosh, away you go. And again, inside there, we've got the insert as well.
Richard's delighted, and thank you for messaging in, Richard. If that gives you confidence, if you've never bought anything from us, never bought anything from Keith before, or Paper Dienamics, the quality's superb. The value is unbelievable. $13.75, and it's LM2142. Okay. We've got time to do a demo, and we'll remember and go back to what we showed you at 1 o'clock as well, the floral ephemera. If you want to see it now, if you've got things to do and you've got to go out or whatever, have a little look on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see the floral ephemera that we had in the 1 o'clock show. You can even buy that show, buy the whole show if you want to. That's what a lot of you did at 1 o'clock. So we'll remind you of that in a few minutes. But what do you want to show us first?
Well, if they wanted to, we can do a demo. We're going to bring in some of the elements, David, that we've just been showing there, I think, really.
How did you do that?
I've just grown.
I've just grown about
I've just grown
10
4
inches.
Yeah. Let me just put the liquid over here. Thank you very much, Scott. We're going to have a little bit of a play, and then we'll come back to this in a moment or two if we can, when we start talking about it. Now, I think it's just really important to say that when we put these things together, we really want you to be able to have a lot of creative fun. So I'm just going to try and get things slightly out of the way so we're not going to spoil it necessarily. So we take that out of there. Let's just take some of the elements as we go. So what I've got in here is I've got an A5 card, but with a gatefold kind of application on the front there. Let's start by decorating the inside of the front. Now we obviously spoke about the the vintage kind of cardstock. And this is using
love that
one of those
card.
sheets. Isn't that just lovely? As the backdrop there is going to be brilliant. So again, very rich, very expensive looking.
I've never seen card like it ever.
No, it's beautiful, isn't it? Really, again, which something that we've made back at the factory. It's not something that you can just go into a shop and buy it from anywhere else. It's exclusive here on Hobby Maker as well. You cannot buy this anywhere else but here today.
And if you just want this on its own, we have got it available. So 10 sheets for $7.49 for new looks. When you're not here doing shows with us, do you spend lots of time experimenting?
Yes. Yeah, all the time, David. It's one of my passions, really, is to be able to just play with the equipment that we've got and the foils that we've got and the cardstock that we've got and just see what else we can create and whatever we can invent, really. I mean, this is a collection that you can just literally keep on inventing and inventing. Again, I've taken one of the metallics there so we can see how we're using the two sides next to one another. Don't forget, this is inside the card, Dave.
Yeah. So what's the outside of the card?
Which is, yeah, exactly. That's a thing. But you've just got so much fun that you can have with these. And I find it really easy to work with as well, David, really. Your imagination doesn't take long to get inspired.
Well, the thing is, you could go out looking in craft shops around the country, trying to find something new. Yes, you'll find mirror card. Everywhere sells mirror card. But when you see the textured cardstock, the stuff that Keith develops and brings, you don't find that anywhere else. You just don't find it.
No, you can't, David. No, that's exactly right. We take a lot of pride, and of course we're delighted to be partnered up here with Hobby Maker. We've had a fantastic year with the viewers, and we hope that the viewers are going to stick with us in 2023 as well.
I think
really,
they will.
We're getting busier and busier, aren't we, David?
We are. We're getting more and more new suppliers, more and more new viewers.
And if you've only just found us, tell a friend.
Absolutely tell a friend. And get them involved. I think lots of you have done that. We've just noticed, well, not recently, but ever since we've been on air, we've just grown and grown and grown very, very quickly, and the word has spread. So thank you if you have kind of flown our flag for us. We very much appreciate that. And also when we were going out to the shows like the NEC and that sort of thing, the positive feedback we were getting was fantastic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, David. And that's what you want, isn't it, really? Positive feedback. Yep. That's what we all want. And we're glad that the viewers are enjoying the shows. I get so many people, contact me after the shows and say, really enjoyed the show, Smithy, you made me laugh.
Yep.
Well, if I made you laugh, then that's really good. I'm really happy about that, really.
And it's our first Hobby Maker Christmas. Yeah, we came on air 3rd of March, I think it was. And it's our first Hobby Maker Christmas. And thank you if you sent some Christmas cards in, by the way. Been inundated with them. Thank you ever so much. And we're giving you name checks on air as well.
And an absolute first for maybe for you and I, David. In all of the years that we've been working in craft and at Christmas, we've never been live at Christmas. No. On Christmas Day, we've never been live.
Hobby Maker is.
We've never been live. It's always been pre-recorded. But today, Christmas Day, 25th of December.
If you fancy a bit of company on Christmas Day, I don't know, your circumstances, if you're on your own, if your family have moved away or whatever, you can join us from 12 until 4. Ruth is doing it, and they're just going to have some fun. They're going to bring you some amazing deals, lots and lots of fun, lots of interaction. You can message in. We're on 1 till 5 on Boxing Day as well, so you can take part in all the shows. We'd love to know that you're there and get involved. Ruth would love to have your company. So yeah, live on Christmas Day, first time that I've ever known it.
Well, we've never known it, David, have we, really, for sure? They did invite me, and I did say yes. Unfortunately, I was overruled. The current Mrs. Smith, she said, we're having none of that. You got your family coming around. You got your sister coming round. We've got my sister coming round. I said, they'll only be out for a few hours, so I'll be back home before midnight.
The thing is, all the crew, Alex, who's on today, our lovely floor guy and producer, he volunteered to do it. He wanted to do it. He's looking forward to it. So some people, like Christmas more than others, I suppose, at the end of the day, and he'd rather be here. So that's nice.
This paper, David, is out of the floral effort range.
Yes.
So I'm just using a bit out of that now, really, just to bring this into play a little bit as well. We're going to talk about this in a minute or two.
Yeah, we are.
But you can see how the vintage look now stands together from a beautiful backdrop. You can really imagine any kind of toppers on there as well. We could bring into play the autumnal kind of range. That would work with it as well. So it's got, because of its lovely bronze, rustic kind of feel, it will work with many, many, many collections.
And that is a well solid card. There's a lot of GSM there, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
going to be, you know, really, really strong and sturdy.
Well, it's something that people are going to go, this must have cost you a few quid, for sure. But no, when you actually add it all up, and the elements that we've used a half a sheet here, 3/4 of a sheet there, but only 2 or 3 sheets in the entire card making project, David, for sure. And literally just cutting into them as you would recommend to do. And we're just paneling now, so we just create the lovely, lovely panels on there with those lovely vintagey kind of backgrounds. Let's open that up on the inside. We're going to put one on the inside of there, David, as well, which really good. And I did say in the previous show that you could use these as a focal point. You don't necessarily need to put a topper on there if you don't want to do. You could literally use these as a focal point, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do now, is use the inside with this lovely background as a little bit of a focal point. So your eyes are drawn to all of it, not just to a particular part of it. But we'll see what it turns out like, David. I'm finished. I mean, I haven't done one before, so you never know.
The question is, where else do you get foil cardstock like this? Where else do you get fantastic artwork like this, other than Paper Dienamics here at Hobby Maker? You know, you can go and buy standard standard holographic cardstock or standard mirrored cardstock. That's nothing unusual. But when you've got the textures and you've got this double foiling technique, you know, it's by Keith having a dabble, having a play and trying things that the new things come out. And you're having a chance to get these brand new techniques and brand new looks at a really, really good price through Hobby Maker.
Absolutely, David. Yeah, you know, couldn't put that better myself, really. Yeah, we're having a little bit. We'd love to be inventive back at the factory. That's what we do. We know we're not buying it in from offshore or anything like that. We're actually making it there, made in Halifax. And don't forget, Happy Valley's coming back again. If you're into your Happy Valley, that's shot in Halifax as well.
Oh, is it?
Oh yes, yes. See, we're all happy in Halifax, and we're in a valley. It's all true, Dave. It is honestly all true.
I believe you.
Now, Dave, do you remember you like this bit? So I'm going to give you that little bit for me, if you don't mind. You can just bit a peeler there.
Yep.
This is one of the adhesives that we've done.
I love these.
So Dave's just going to peel that off.
Strips. There we go. Look, remember you're going to get, how many was it again? 40.
40 sheets,
40,
80 centimetres.
And they're all self-adhesive. They've all got the sticky backs. You just peel off the back, and actually there's even a little strip there which makes it easy to peel it off. See what I mean? Because if you don't have that there, I'd be forever. It'd take me forever to get the backing off, but this makes it nice and easy.
Yep,
so
that's
you
what we
thought
call
of
a
everything.
crack back, Dave, in the industry. It's a crack back. So when you just fold it a little bit, find out where the crack is, and then peel it off.
Yeah.
It does make it really, really easy to get the bits off. We've die cut a little sentiment out on here, and that's going to work hopefully nicely on our little card making project, which will be cool. I'm just deciding really as to whether we're going to put on a bit of gold card or whether we're
peel it off for you.
Yeah, let's peel it off, David. We'll see where we're going to go with that.
Now, if you stuck glue on that, it would probably work, it would stick, but if you're anything like me, you put too much on and it'll all ooze out the sides. That's edge to edge. You can see the glistening adhesive on the back. Edge to edge adhesive. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And then all we're going to do then, Dave, is we're going to put the edge to edge right bang in the middle of our little floral thing there. So just basically saying, lovely little happy birthday. Again, we've noticed we've used the gold foil application to tie it all in with the vintage kind of feel. So we've got the lovely foil of the gold foil. And then, Dave, what I'm going to do is just to finish this off, is I've taken one of the toppers, which we're going to show you in a moment or two. And I've used a fancy die on this. So we're going to die cut this one out. And that's the idea with these toppers, Dave, is really is put it through your crafting paces. Yes, it's great in square, and we've got loads of squares, and I'll show you those in a minute or two. You've got 18 different designs, Dave. 18 different designs, which is brilliant. I mean, it's not. I mean, sometimes we'll maybe do like 12 and give you 3 of each, but this one we're going to give you 18 different designs and 2 of each. So if you want more than that, you have to order more than one set.
Okay, and when we flick through them in a minute, you'll love the artwork. I'm sure you will. If you love vintage and you love flowers, combination of the two is a marriage made in heaven, isn't it, really?
It is. And then just look, Dave, how this is die cut. It's absolutely stunning. So I'm going to peel this off now, and we'll take this off of the edge nice and carefully. Just put a little bit of low tack adhesive on there to hold it in place. We've used a double die application on this, so really, really great fun. But you could use this with any of your dies. This is just what I found. I keep going through my big boxes and finding it. Don't forget, I've got a lovely frame there as well, David. Left over with the musical notes on there. It would work again. Lovely. I mean, let's just bring that into play. If I use one of the small square cards that's on the available in the show as well, look at that.
That's not waste, that's an aperture.
That's it. That is just brilliant, isn't it? That's ready to go on another card making project. That's, I mean, again, that's what I say. There's many a time we have these little happy accidents, David, when we're doing. But look how beautiful this is as die cut. Let's just pop some of those little bits out really quickly. They're going to come out really, really nicely.
Now, the floral ephemera.
Ephemera, yes. It took me a little while to get my teeth around that one.
Ephemera. We'll give you that detail in a second, though. But yeah, you can keep them as squares if you want the toppers to be just plain square, or you can use your fancy dies like Keith's done there and make them very, very elaborate. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, you can literally go on and on and on, David, wherever you want. But I mean, look how easy all of those bits have popped out. These are 250 GSM. Beautiful, beautiful quality. And again, we've got a lovely now focal point on our top. And what I'm going to do, Dave, is I'm going to put that down onto there. Just going to put some tape on the back just to hold this into place. And again, this is quite a quick, card making project that you can copy if you like it and you want to make one of these. If you get the collection, then you can absolutely reciprocate that. No problem at all. I'm not that precious. I'm not. It's not a Banksy. It's not a Smithy. Well, it could be a Smithy, but
Keith loves the fact that you make and sell, if that's what you do. He absolutely loves that. And this day and age at the moment, maybe you're looking at ways of maybe getting a little bit of a second job going on, a little cottage business that you could do at home when you have time off from work, or if you aren't working, things that you can do in your own time when you want to at the weekends. And card making for a lot of people, whether it's for charitable purposes or for personal profit, has been something that a lot of people do in their spare time for years. But more and more people are finding it now. Discovering it now.
Well, there's so many channels now, David. We're here at Hobbymaker are very proud of the fact that we're here bringing all of the vendors and suppliers to you for you to be able to buy all of these goods. But I was watching Stacey Solomon the other night on crafting. Kirsty also. You've got so many. It's in the mainstream now, isn't it? Really. Of course, we've got our lovely Sarah Davis and what she's just done her road show. It is brilliant for the industry that it's becoming mainstream. Everybody knows about it. And at one time. It made me laugh really, because at one time people used to say, "Oh, I'm a crafter," and it was like one of those stigma things. Like, ooh, a crafter, ooh, a crafter. But now, when you say you're a crafter, oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about, obviously, having fun, making something maybe from complete scratch that's yours. You don't have to be talented artistically or anything like that. Everyone can craft. Just finding what you're into, whether it's putting together a card like this, whether it's felting like we showed you with Steffi earlier on today. There's just so many, it's hundreds, if not thousands of different ways of crafting. You just got to find the niche that you're into. Now, isn't that lovely? Using these brand new metallic cards that we showed you a few minutes ago. $24.99 will get you the Floral Ephemera Complete Collection. Now, shall I show you the Floral Ephemera as it's on the screen? Now, this is the bundle that gives you 336 sheets bundles, okay? So you're going to get basically, let's show you the toppers first of all. Now, the toppers, as I said to you earlier on, they come square, and this is cardstock, so this is 250 GSM.
250 GSM, David, yeah, 36, as I said, 18 different designs.
Yeah.
So you're only going to get 2 of each included in with the collection. They are lovely. Some of them have got a little musical score there behind. Some of them are just floral. Some have got the vintage writing behind. You can use them portrait. You can turn them any which way around you like.
Yep.
That one looks really nice with those lovely little flowers.
And some of them, a couple from the previous show. I'll just show you this card here. I mean, this one, for example, this one has actually been fussy cut out and decoupaged up using some glue gel or something like that, and then a little bit of glitter added around the edge. There. You could use your glossy highlights or your glossy accents to give it a lovely shiny finish, like dewdrops on there. So you can, cut into them, because you do get 2 of each design, but they're beautiful, they're wonderful. And these would look great just in a frame on the wall. It's art that you are allowed to use, make cards with, and sell for personal profit or for charity. Whichever you choose to do is fine by you, fine by us, and fine by Keith. But of course, if you're buying this and you're raising funds for local causes, you can get at least 36 cards out of these toppers if you use your card blanks. And if that's all you want to do, mount this onto a 7x7 square card blank. Job done. You could sell that maybe for £2, £2.50, and just do the maths.
And you mentioned, David, earlier on in the first show about if you want to just send somebody a little bit of a postcard.
Yeah.
You can literally just mount that onto a bit of gold card, which we'll come to in a minute or two, write your little message on the back, stick a stamp on it and post it off. I
mean, to be fair, you think of that, a postcard as being like a letterbox shape, a kind of rectangle shape, but nothing stops. Postcards can be square. You put a stamp on there, write a little message, pop it in the postbox. You don't even have to put it in an envelope. I think we should mount a campaign to bring back postcards.
Oh, absolutely, David. I love it. Yeah, that would be great. And do you know what? I don't know about you, David, but because we don't write anymore,
no.
When I start to write, I have to really think about my handwriting. I do write like a doctor now.
My handwriting is awful. I don't know if you find it, because it's all texting and messages and keyboards and emails and all that. Yeah, when I do come to write, I'm the same as you. I've got to really think about it. How do I spell this? How do I spell that? And how do I write? Crikey.
Yeah.
Now, this is also included in the bundle here today. Now, this is your 36 sheets of, what was this one called again? This is the...
Texture background, I think.
Vintage text backing papers. There we go. So this is my favourite, because this has got the old-fashioned newspapers, it's got the old-fashioned adverts, the old-fashioned pictures. Who that gent is there, I'm not quite sure, but that's all part of the fun bit, the mystery of why is he in the paper, who is he, what did he do? Really lovely. I mean, that I think is my favourite sheet. Isn't that lovely? Almost in soft focus, those wonderful flowers, and you've got the print over the top as well. But yeah, fascinating. Well, what newspaper was that? When was that printed? When was that actually published? It's fantastic. So not only to be used with flowers, you can use this with any other toppers that you may have got in your collection as well. I adore this. Now you can buy this separately if you want to. If you do want this on its own, I can let you know it is called, and this is what you need to have in your basket, it's called the Vintage Text Backing Paper Stash. And then we've also got the Floral Backing Paper Stash as well. Now these are really clever, because these have also got the print and the text, but also you've got the flowers boldly printed over the top. So this is so different. I'd not seen anything like this until today. Love it, absolutely love it. And if you want to fussy cut those flowers out, you can do that. There we go, even more flowers, smaller, but even more on that one. And having the print in the background, you know, was this a trial and error thing? Because it really works.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it, David?
Yeah, I love it.
Dawn did an amazing job of working with these artworks and putting it all together as a wonderful, wonderful collection. I mean, it's almost like, you know, scrapbooking meets crafting, isn't it, really? But again, and I'm thinking, really, if you've got one of those old photographs, maybe of your parents or something like that, you could mount this up and make your own handmade picture frames in some of the DIY stores and the like are quite inexpensive these days. There's plenty of places you can buy these inexpensive picture frames. These are 8-inch by 8-inch. Do a little bit of matte and layering. Don't forget, we've got the gold card that we're going to come to in a minute. So you could really make a high-end gift, very personal.
Honestly, if that was a picture in a gallery, in an art gallery, in a lovely frame, what would it be? I dread to think. Okay, it would probably be a one-off work of art or a limited edition masterpiece or something like that, not just card that's printed. But equally, you know, that on a wall, fantastic art, fantastic artwork. And Fran says, great for scrapbooking. Absolutely, totally 100% agree with you there, Fran. Fantastic for your scrapbooking as well. So the deal on the screen, $24.99, gets you all 3 packs, okay? So it gets you the toppers, it gets you the vintage text backing paper, and it also gets you the floral backing paper as well. So that's in total 336.
108.
108, thank you.
108.
Right, next we're going to go to the gold metallic mats. Now these are brilliant. If you normally cut mats out of A4 cardstock, if you cut a 6x6, a 7x7, or could you get an 8x8 out of an A4? You could, couldn't you?
You get an 8x8 out of an A4 with a little bit left over.
Yeah, and where would that little bit left over go? In the bin, probably, or just in a drawer and never be used again. So what Keith has done is he's actually cut the mats for you, so there's no wastage from sheets of A4 that you may have got at home. And most people have got mirrored cards at home, but why waste it and cut into it when you can actually buy them pre-cut? 6x6, you're going to get how many 6x6?
You get 44 6x6s, Dave.
You get 40
Yep.
7x7.
That's right.
And then you get 36?
Of the 8x8, yes.
Of the 8x8. And they all are pre-cut, and they've got a lovely kind of satin finish to them. It's not the mirrored card. So, and I like that about it, because it's got a very upmarket, like a satin finish. Yes, it's got a mirrored surface, but not quite as shiny as some mirrored card out there on the market. But what about that? 120 in total, the sheets. You can obviously chop it down if you want to, chop it into 4s, chop it into halves. It's entirely up to you. But if you want to keep them for your mats and layers, can I show you something? If you go and buy the topper stash, what Keith has done, he's made sure that if you buy the mats and the layers, the topper stash is just that little bit smaller. So they're just under 6x6, the toppers, giving you the most perfect, subtle gold frame and edge around the topper. How cool is that? And if you put it on a 7x7, you'll then have a much bigger border, but nonetheless still beautiful around that topper. So that's why they're in the show, because they're the perfect add-on to go with the floral ephemera. $19.99 for all of those, 120 of them in total. Quality, quality, quality. UL2126 is the product code if you'd like to add those into your order, and loads of those went earlier on. Now, the Buy the Show is all of the floral ephemera, so all packs of the 36 toppers, 36 backgrounds, 36 backgrounds. The 120 sheets of your mats and layers, your mats and layer sheets in gold, and 16 sheets of the most beautiful, luxurious vellum. This is 160 GSM.
160 GSM, David, yeah.
This is some of the thickest vellum I've known.
Fabulous quality. Now, I've seen here on Hobby Maker, we've had 115 gram, there's 140 gram.
Yeah.
We've gone straight to the top of the range
Yeah.
at 160 grams. This is, you know, when you compare oranges with oranges, and I'm a Yorkshire person, I like them oranges and oranges, yeah, this is not 115 GSM. That would obviously be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
It's not 140 GSM, middle of the road. This is the top end of it.
It
This
is.
Like is the Ferrari end of the translucent
It's a
paper.
great way, very, very luxurious. So the Buy the Show is all of that, okay? $78.93. That's what it should be. If you were to buy it separately, $78.93 for all the floral ephemera, for all of the mats and layers, and the 16 sheets of vellum. Now, when you get the chance to buy the show, a lot of you grab it because it's by far the best value. Look at what you save, nearly £30 off the price, $49.99 for everything. Absolutely everything that's in the show today that I've just shown you about. So the floral ephemera, the vellum, and those fantastic 6x6, 7x7 and 8x8 mats and layers in the gold. All of it for under 50 quid. That's why so many of you ordered this at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll get it to your door as quickly as we can. Grab it, order it, we'll ship it out to you straight away. Remember, you will only pay, no matter how many things you bought today, $3.95 P&P to get all of that delivered. If you buy something from, say, Steffi, for example, she'll ship it out. If you bought anything from the makers, she ships it out from her business. If you buy from Paper Dienamics, Keith ships it out from his business. If you buy from Crafters Companion, they ship it out from their business. So they will arrive on different days probably, and certainly in different parcels, but you still only pay the one P&P of $3.95. I don't know how we do that.
Neither do I.
I'm glad we do.
I have no idea how we do it either. It's nothing to do with me. We just have to do our job and you know, get it shipped on their way for you. But I know that the guy that comes in the truck gets back here quite regularly, Dave.
I bet.
Now, shall I just show you, David, those bits that we were just playing around with, really, and sort of thing. Let's just put that up, because this is one of those squares. This is a 6x6 square where David's just showing you now. You can get the topper, you can literally put the topper on, and you're going to get that 3mm edge all the way around there. Bish, bash, bosh, already done for you. No messing about, no thinking about it, it's already done. If you then apply that application to what I've done here, which is what I've done, and then I have actually trimmed this one slightly down from the 6x6. So you can see it's slightly gone down. I've given it a bit of a trimming edge because I want it to be small enough to work with this little fella. This is the bit that we got from our dies by using our dies. And so we're not going to waste that little bit there. We've got a little bit of our dies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mount this bit, Dave, onto that bit.
Okay.
As easy as that. And
did you come up with this in between?
This is just literally us thinking whilst on the show. On the show, this is live.
On the hoof
this
thinking.
Is live TV, and Smithy had one of his premonitions. I'm famous for my premonitions.
I mean, well, you're only doing what we all do at home, aren't you? We kind of make it up as we go along at home.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
well,
yes, and sometimes when you're talking, Dave, and I know our lovely producers saying things, and it feeds your imagination.
Yeah,
and
makes you think, oh, I can do
mean,
this.
if you're watching the show back on repeat, you can go on YouTube, watch us again. You can watch the show on the Hobby Maker website. Just watch the show again. But sometimes inspiration just comes just by watching shows or listening to what David is saying, which is just great. But you can certainly have a lot of fun with this. Now, what I've done with this is I've just cut this down to work lovely down on there. That's hopefully going to work.
It does
perfectly.
look good. It started off life as probably waste to go in the bin, and then suddenly, actually, that looks really good. That's a lovely shaped aperture. We'll keep that. And now we're using it.
Now we're going to use it, David, yeah? Just got to get it stuck down in one piece. There we go. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. So got it stuck to my fingers. There we go. it's fixed. Now, I took that little bit there, as I say, I took one of the toppers, gave it a little bit of a trimming edge because I wanted to be able to put this on. Now, I could either mount that on the top there and keep the little bit of gold and silver. I could do that, Dave, what do you think? Or I could put it slightly on the kilter. What do you think of that one?
I like it with the bit at the top and the bottom.
Bit at the top of the bottom. So we can put that on the top there, really, for us. So let's put a little bit of tape on the back there, really. And we could do that, as easy as that. And we're going to be on that little bit of a mission, David, in a moment. So let's just put that on there. We can do double-sided tape. As easy as this. And I was just thinking about what you were saying earlier on, David, about what if now, right, we've got that going onto there. Let's just put the little gold on. Let's put it on. So we've got a little gold edge on the top, little gold edge on the bottom.
I like that.
We potentially there, we could either get one of our little vintage cards and we could, you know, put it onto our little vintage card quite easily onto there. We could do all of that.
That's perfect.
We could equally do it on the landscape as well. We could do it that way around as well if we wanted to do so. Or we could literally turn it over and just put on there. And up here, I'm going to put a postage stamp with the Queen's head on it and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to post that to you, David. There you go. There's a
Postcard.
Postcard. Posh postcard. You're not going to get one of these out of Blackpool, are you? Right, fair. Or Scarborough or anywhere else. You can make yourself a lovely little range of postcards.
Also, you can make yourself a lot of little notelets as well. Make them into notelets if you wish them to. Maybe look great as notelets, wouldn't they?
Oh, they would, yeah,
Put them
for
in a little,
sure.
make a little box.
Other thing you could do as well is, I'm sure some of your crafters out there would make you little waterfall kind of cards as well. You could do that. Really be adventurous with them, as for sure.
Well, remember, if you buy the show, what you're going to get are all 3 of the floral ephemera items. So you're going to get basically the floral backgrounds, you're going to get the vintage text backgrounds, and you're going to get all 36 of those 250 GSM toppers. So that's part of Buy the Show. The other part of Buy the Show are the 8x8, 7x7 and 6x6 matting and layering pre-cut cardstock. That's going to save you an awful lot of waste out of your A4 cardstock. It really is. And as an extra bonus, if you buy the show, you're going to get the 16 sheets of that really high-end, top quality vellum here, 160 GSM. It's one of the thickest and best quality vellums I've seen. You can get it all for $49.99, saving you nearly £30. You know, at the moment, we're all looking after the pennies, and there's lots of kind of incentives with loyalty schemes where you save a couple of pound here and a pound there. We've saved you nearly 30 quid in one order, and it should be nearly 80. It's down to under 50. And you're getting all of that. All of that delivered to your door for $3.95. I mean, that's a lot. I've just stuck it all out for you. Look.
You're going to have to open the door. Open the door and let me in. Yeah, it's a great bundle, isn't it, David? It really is. And a fabulous saving today.
All of that for $3.95 shipping and handling. And if you've bought 5, 6, 7 things today, which lots of you tell us that you have, you know that once you paid that P&P once, and if you're looking at your online account, you're thinking, oh, they've not taken the P&P out or anything like that. It happens at midnight, okay? All of your orders that you order during the day get collated by our computer at midnight. That is when your debit or credit card is charged with that $3.95 P&P. And then you get an email confirmation straight away, which you can see in the morning when you wake up.
That's it.
That's the way it works.
Yeah. And we wake up to the orders.
I'm back with you on the 23rd, aren't I?
The 23rd. Join us on the 23rd. We've got an amazing show. David, we're going to have a blast. We might not be doing many demos because we've got loads of stuff, and it's all going to be at a fall off a lorry price.
Amazing. Take care. Safe journey back. I'll see you with Crafter's Companion next.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, it's Gwen here from Creative Expressions. I just wanted to let you know about my last shows for this year, which are going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the 21st and 2nd of December. I have got an amazing collection for you. These are some of my favourite picks from shows we've done in the past. So I have some paper cuts dies, and I have some products which you might find somewhat surprising. So I hope you can join me then.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size, or quantity of your order, or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Where has this afternoon gone? This is our last hour with you through until 6. We are Hobbymaker. Great to have your company, and I hope you enjoyed the shows this afternoon. We've been very, very busy, and I hope you are going to look forward to the next 60 minutes because we are bringing you our amazing weekend wonder. Now, this was launched with the lovely Debby Robinson at 2 o'clock this afternoon. She's had to dash off to a 21st birthday party, relative of hers. So we're very pleased to say we are being joined by Craig from Crafters Companion HQ, and you'll see him in a second or so. Here he is. Oh, I like your outfit, Craigie.
What do you think?
Oh,
Buddy the elf.
amazing. I'm jealous. I've got outfit envy.
We all need a hug at times, don't we? So I've come as Buddy. Apparently I look good in it, so I'm told.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, what we've got for you is the weekend wonder. Let's have a little look at this. Now, when you bear in mind, you've got every letter of the alphabet that you need in uppercase and lowercase, and you've even got the outline die that gives you the map that goes around the letter. Now, when we showed you this price earlier on, the phones went absolutely crazy. We had queues on the phones, busy on the website, way over half the stock has gone, and we only spent about 10 minutes looking at this in the 2 o'clock show this afternoon. It's supposed to be here for tomorrow as well. That's the font that you can have so much fun with, uppercase and lowercase, and I think they're just the perfect size for card making, because you don't necessarily, when you're making cards, want massive letters and massive numbers. For sign writing, yeah, but these are going to give you the potential to offer a personalisation service to your nearest and dearest, your friends, your buddies at work, people at the craft fair. And you can, of course, put these through the tiniest die-cutting machines that are out there on the market. If you've got your mini die-cutting machine, maybe from Crafters Companion, you can take that with you in your handbag. And you can take these with you and personalise whatever you make and whatever you sell, wherever you go. MG2065 is the product code. We still have stock for this show. I know there's a scheduled show tomorrow with Debby in the afternoon. I've got my doubts as to whether this is going to be available for all of Sunday. Craig, I mean, they are just so versatile and easy to use as well. And the price at $13.49 is ridiculous, isn't it?
That's exactly what the word is, Dave. It's ridiculous. I did not know, because I've come in to give a hand with this show last minute, so I didn't know what the prices are for all of these. And we've got a few other items as well. I don't know the price. When you just said the actual price of these ones here, and it came up on my screen, £13.49 for, yes, a full alphabet uppercase, lowercase, but then you've got that matten layer to go with it as well. So I thought, do you know what we're going to do? I'm going to take the opportunity. I've got a bit of black and white card. I thought we'll just run a few of the letters through, give you an idea of how you can use them in different ways, because you maybe only want the alphabet on their own. Maybe you want to have that matten layer for the background if you want to. Very, very versatile as they are. So I've got my set here. So as I say, we've got the uppercase, we've got the lowercase here, so you can go all uppercase, maybe all lower, or go traditional with both of them. So let's go in with, so let's start. We'll go upper and lower. So let's go for your name, Dave. Let's go for the D, and you can have it completely on its own if you so wish. So tell you what, let's go in, and then let's do the actual letter in our white. And then we'll do it in black as well to really show them off. And then we can go in for the lowercase. And as you were saying, these are so handy if you are wanting to do some personalization, but you've only got a really, really small machine. Or maybe you do just want to have small personalization. You don't want your big letters or, you know, your big, the backdrops for your letters. You can then go in with these ones, and these are going to be perfect. So all I need to do is, let's go in with the E, and I'm choosing to go upper and lower, but you've got the option to do it all in the upper, all in the lower. And then I would, of course, secure them with my low-tack tape. So I'm going to do all of these together and make sure they're nice and secure. Now, I'm doing it in black and white just to show you. It shows you them really, really well. But this could be mirror card. This could be matte card. You know, it could still go through all your different materials that you already know and love. I'm doing it through the Junior. I could have done the pause in reverse. But then what we've got is if we then take my cardstock off, and then what I will do as well, I'll just use the base of this one, Dave, and then we'll pop out the D. So it's always got the little release holes that you would know and expect from our dies. So let's just take, there we go, already popped out there. So if you're wanting to use that inner letter on its own, you absolutely can do. But then if I pop that one out, what you've then got is the matten layer to go with it, and it perfectly fits all the way around. So you can see that, how it perfectly fits. It's got that curvature, it goes in with the flow of the letters that you're using. So let's pop these ones out again, and then we're going to pop that one out. So taking it out, and then all that you need to do is just have a look at the flow of your letter, and you will easily see where it sits into position because, of course, it's got that curve all the way around. So then we can go in with our last two. And you know when you do want something with a little bit of personalisation, but you might have a name that's never found when it comes to personalised items. Or it could simply be, I never even had that E the wrong way around. Let's run that one through again. And then we can get the E so that I can at least show you the whole idea of these ones. But yeah, you might actually have a name that's got an unusual spelling, and you don't necessarily want to go down the road of, you know, there's other, you know, bladed cut machines and that out there. All good. But sometimes you just want that small alphabet. You want that versatility. So let's come in with these ones here. So pop in my white out. And then once again, I'm just looking at the E, looking at the shape, popping that one into place. And you've got that really, really lovely word, name. It could be, of course, an actual sentiment. Let's turn the A the right way. Let's go into here. And this is what I was saying with the black card that I'm using, Dave. This could be all your different mediums, but then so could the actual letters that I'm cutting into the white. So let's just turn that around all the way around here. But then the other thing that you could do if you wanted to, let's take this black card that I've got here. I'm going to trim it down just ever so slightly, because what I do want to do is let's take just the larger outline for the D. And then if you want to have it so your letter is kind of concaved in, you can use these as sort of an aperture form. So we can go in, let's run that through again. And any die cut machine, not necessarily just the Gemini, but small ones as well. So different branded, different size, they're all going to fit, no problem whatsoever. But if I bring this one out, so this one, what I do want is I actually want this part here, Dave, just so I can kind of show you. So that one could be, let's move that up there. I am simply going to do 2 foam pads there and then there. What I'm also going to do, let's bring in a piece of cheeky card that I'm going to use later on. So if we lift this one up into place, so we can go in, so I'm making sure I've got my D the right way. So that can be higher up, and you can do this with all of them. But then what we can then do is let's take the actual D. So dotty tape runner, it could be your tacky glue, anything like that. Press that in. So you've now, as if you're looking into the word or the letter. So either sitting on top or using the little individual letters completely on their own, or of course what you can do is use the outer die as an aperture form so that you're looking inwards. These really are, at that price, Dave, that is absolutely crazy. For actual alphabets, that is kind of like 3 different ways that you can be using them. This is, it's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
Well, Craig, I was saying earlier on with Debbie when she was here that one of the first things I ever presented on a craft channel, going back donkey's years now, was an alphabet. And it was just literally one case. It wasn't upper and lower case. It was one case, and it was £99 just for the basic letters of the alphabet. I'll never forget that. One of the first things I ever presented. So to be able to get the uppercase and lowercase in these letters today for £13.49 is just amazing value for money. MG2065. And like you said, you know, lots of people's names are spelled in very unusual ways these days. Maybe you just want to put someone's nickname onto a card rather than the actual, you know, birth name. You can have so much fun with them. And I particularly love the font because it's not like a run-of-the-mill font. It's very unusual, very, very different. And it's our weekend wonder. But half the sort went at launch this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And we're busy again this evening for this too. And the fact that you've actually got 106 dies for £13.49. 106 dies for that price. Unbelievable value for money. Okay, now the multi-pack is this over here that I'm going to show you. So these ones, yeah? Yep, the big ones. Now these are slightly deeper dies. So in other words, they used to be called like multimedia dies or mixed media dies or whatever. The blade on the die is a little bit deeper. That means you can actually cut through multiple layers in one pass through the machine. But it also means not only can you do, say, 2 or 3 sheets of cardstock in one go, you can also use it for things like your fabrics, felts as well. So if you wanted to put maybe, I don't know, someone's initials on a blanket or a duvet or a quilt that you're making, you could do that as well. The sky's the limit with this. Now these are big dies and they are incredibly well made. Now you're going to get all of your numbers and your ampersands as well, your exclamation mark, your hashtag, question mark and so on. You're also then going to get your lowercase and you're also going to get your uppercase as well. Now they are really lovely, lovely dies and they make fantastic signs if you want to use them in that way. So if you're kind of publicising your website, if you're trying to get people to go onto your website to buy cards or whatever it might be, you know, sign writing for putting messages up on notice boards or message boards in church halls or at school or wherever, social clubs, these are going to really stand out and be striking. But they are so versatile. You can use them on things like faux leather. So you can actually have initials maybe sewn onto a cushion or something like that. Let's get that price down. NV2086, $69.99. Think about vinyl. If you've got vinyl, okay, yeah, you can use vinyl in your cutting machines and your Cricut, but you can also use vinyl with these. And if you've got the adhesive vinyl, peel them off, stick them on, put them on walls, put them on, yeah, sofa around the home. around your business. These are just great, and we are doing them for less than £70, and we've got them on 2 split pays as well. NV2086 is the item number. Craig, do you have to readjust your plate formulation when you're using these if they're slightly deeper than the other ones?
You do, Dave, but just by one. And what I mean by that is you're going to take out your magnetic shim, and then that's you good to go. Because as you said, they are slightly deeper, so that they are going to cover many of the materials you said, especially if you love your paper crafting, but you love your soft crafts as well, then this is the perfect one to have, because you can use them for both. I'm going to make a nice little card in a moment where I'm actually going to use them with my cardstock, my Centura Pearl, to show that maybe you do want bigger letters, maybe you're thinking about in the new year doing a little bit of soft crafts, or maybe you are into your sewing and your soft crafts, you're thinking of going into paper crafts. These are going to work both ways as well. So with your heavy materials, but that idea of maybe a lovely blanket or a throw with someone's name or initial on it, such a lovely idea. It's that personal touch, but you know you're going to get that seamless cut because they are multimedia dies, or multi-craft dies, but as you said, we know them as multimedia dies. But you were showing there how you've got your lowercase as well. You do have your uppercase. Now, your uppercase as well as your lowercase, and even the numbers, all of them, they're 1 inch in height. So they are, in actual fact, they're not, Dave, they're 2 inches in height. It's because I was looking at the number 1 there a minute ago. These are huge, but you've got so much craftability when it comes to these ones here. So whether you are wanting to do a few layers of cardstock together, which a normal die, we would never recommend that, but you can do that with these ones because they're slightly deeper. You know the difference because they are a darker colour that you can see here. But if you're doing any of your fabrics or your mediums, you know, your acetates, your real thick acetate, balsa woods, all of these, it's going to cut with no problem whatsoever. Having them all, as well as the amphicans, as you were saying, this is really one of these. I know it does say applique dies, and we do have them as multi-craft dies, but they are multi-craft. If you're only a card maker or a project maker with cards and paper, you can absolutely use these ones, no problem whatsoever. So I thought, because of that, I've already started a card here. Now it's a 6x6 card, and I folded back on itself, and I've decorated it with some of the papers. This was, for anyone that wants to know, it was from Masquerade Ball, which I know was a paper pad that was on Hobby Maker website a good couple of months ago, but if you're wanting to know the name of it, that was the one that I'm using. And then what I've done is, this could have been the bottom half, Dave, that I've just trimmed away, and I've trimmed 2.5 inches, turning it on itself, and we're going to do a little Z-fold card that you can see here. So that was the concept of that one. But then I thought, right, let's go in with our actual Centura Pearl, and I'm going to go in with the, which is the number 9. However, you do have, which I love, is you do have the 6 and the 9 together. I know some out there will give you just the 6 or just the 9. To be honest with you, Dave, that frustrates me. It frustrates me. I love to have my full numbers, including the 6 and the 9. However, what we've then got is the number 9, and I'm going to go through. And we do need to adjust our plates ever so slightly, as you were saying. So what I'm going to do, this is what we would normally use for our die cutting and paper and card. Base cutting plate, plastic, magnetic, top plate. So for any of your multi-craft dies, we're going to take out our magnetic shim, and that's it. Because these are thicker, so you need to take a little bit of thickness out your combination, which will be your magnetic shim. Then all we're going to do is use it in the exact same way we would do die cutting. Layer it up. We're then going to feed that one into our Junior, our large Gemini, any again of your other machines. Can pause and reverse it. I know I love my Gemini, so I just let it run through for the sake of like 9 seconds. And then what we've got, if I move that one to the side, we can see here, we've got a crisp, clean, lovely flow to that number, and that will be the same with any of the numbers, any of the letters, the alphasans, but that could be your fabrics, your materials, your cotton, you know, your faux leather, your real leather, or any of your crafted material, tin cans. All of these are going to be great to be using with. And then what I am going to do is I'm going to take this one here, and what I want to show you is how you can use both. So that is our 9, but I'm not going to use that one, Dave. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come in. These were just my nesting dies. And what I want to do is I want to make sure I keep that little center of the 9. And for speed, I am going to use our tape runner. Now, this is our shedless glitter card. So anything like that, I would highly, highly recommend that you use our wet tacky glue. So any other adhesives of that of ours you will find on the Hobby Maker website. But now at this point, I am going to go in flat. I could, if I wanted to, go in and raise it with a little bit of height. And in actual fact, let's do that, just to show how even with these, you can get extra depth by using what would be the opposite. I'm not going to go all the way around with my foam pads, and I would use more when I was doing this at home with a little bit more time. So straight away, we're getting the form of the 9. We've got it lifted. They've been made using the multimedia dies. But then let's not forget that tiny little bit. Now, you could use your glue gel if you want to, but I'm going to add a pad onto that, because when it comes to the alphabets, I know you're getting that full set, Dave, but then if you use them in this way, you're doubling it over in the ways that you can use them. So popping that one in. Now, some might say, well, you could have cut the 9 out in the shedless glitter card. You could do, but it's nice having an aperture for them, for your letter or your number. So then all that I need to do is on the base of my Z fold, I'm just going to add some of my tape. I'm going to come in here, and then let's go to the base and pop that one in. I'm going to press so that one's stuck. And then when it comes to this one, if I go with one size up, what I can then do is go in and add some adhesive onto that one and press that one in. I'm just going to go in, because I also added tape underneath, which was before thought. I'm just going to lift that one up, because I'm wanting to show you the depth that you've got by using the waist part of it. And then let's go in with this one here. So I'm going to cross it over there. Now, I don't know about you or any of you at home, but to go into a store and find a card with the age 9 on it, or even 8 or 7 or 19 or 29, very, very hard, if not impossible to find. So then to decorate, we've got these coming up. I know Debbie was on earlier and she would have shown you these stamps from the left-fold alphabets. All that we need to do, I'm just going to go in with a pad there with a cupcake. I'm going to go in there with the balloons. And these have all been coloured with our tri-blend pens that we've had on Hobby Maker so many times. But let's go into there at an angle. And then I am just going to finish off, Dave, with a really, really lovely bow. Let's pop that one on. If anyone wants to know, this was from Sarah's Christmas collection that was on Hobby Maker in the past. So that's where that one's from, the iridescent. But then look at that. So if I turn that one around, you can see, now, yes, we could have used the actual die cut, but then what we've done is we've used the waist component, so you're getting extra depth when it comes to not only the actual number or letter, but if you remember, and make sure you add in the little center die cut pieces, it really finishes it off, and it creates natural shadow when you're looking in. So if you'll have drop shadows, but don't necessarily want to do that, if you do it this way, Dave, it creates a natural drop shadow inside, and it works really, really well.
It's really cool. It's like a twofer, isn't it? Because you've got the positive and you've got the negative. So for every pass through the machine, you've actually got two things that you can use, which is fantastic. Now, these should have been and were, in the early days, £120. Now, I just think this is a fantastic tool, not just from a craft maker's point of view, but also from a business point of view as well. If you have invested in sign writing, that can be very, very expensive. Letters of this size are going to get noticed from across the room, from a long, long way away. And we've got it on split pay as well, and we've got it reduced to $69.99, so it's a great opportunity. $34.99. This is the only alphabet set you'll ever need, really. If you want the larger letters, this is the one to go for. And it's a classic font, a font that's never going to date, it's never going to go out of fashion, it's easy to read as well. And remember, because they are the multi-craft dies, in other words, they can do multiple surfaces. You could do 2 or 3 layers of cardstock in one pass. You could do fabric, you could do leather, faux leather, you could do all sorts of things, even craft metal and some types of like balsa wood and things like that as well. So multiple surfaces. Just have a little look at the plates and readjust the plates slightly, like Craig was saying. If you've got the Gemini machine, just take out your magnetic shim, and that will allow the extra depth of the blade to go through the cardstock and so on. But what a price, what a great deal. And that's NV2086. If you'd like that today. And as I said to you, in the early days of me being on TV with craft shows, it was a stamp, it was a die set like that, roughly like that. I think they were similar size as well, the letters that I was doing, and it was just literally A to Z, and it was $99.99 just for that, and that's what people were paying in those days for dies. Now you've got the uppercase and lowercase, and you've got your numbers, and you've got your ampersands there as well, the hashtag, the question mark, the and the exclamation mark, all of it for $69.99. How times have changed. When everything else is going up, the cost of dies has come massively down, and it's on split pay as well, $34.99. NV2086 if you want to get hold of yours today, of course. And remember, they are basically similar to other dies, but they are slightly deeper, so just think about taking one of the layers out of your plate formation. It should work fine, okay? Now, another thing that we talked about earlier on today when Debbie was here are these. Now, these absolutely flew. Craig, you were saying about how difficult it would be to find a happy 9th birthday. Try finding 58. It's not easy. They just don't exist. But what you've got here are
well, that's not your age, so you don't need to worry about that.
Not yet, not for a little while, not for another few months. But look at these, look at the size of these. They are absolutely huge. Now, what you've got is not only the die, you've also got the stencil. Now, the stencil is genius because rather than having 3 or 4 dies that would up the price massively, you've got the one die to do the single number, but then you've got these stencils that allow you to draw and cut out your card blanks and your mats as well. So you can make them in exactly the same shape as the numbers. Now you're going to get all 10 of these dies, and you can see how big they are. They are huge. This could actually be your card blank. And what Debbie did earlier on is she did a card for her, I think it was her niece, who's 21 today, and she actually made it out of the card blank itself, actually made the number into the card blank, which is a really good way and cool way of doing it. But these are super. These actually were originally made a few years ago, and then Crafters Companion kind of stopped doing them and moved on. And very often they don't go back and repeat something that they've done previously. But such was the public outcry. They're saying, please do the numbers. Why have you stopped doing them? They've actually done them again, and public demand for them has been absolutely huge. I mean, I can imagine maybe making these into bunting if you wanted to, someone's birthday. You could, of course, use them for phone numbers to publicise your business, whatever it might be. But yeah, for $79.90, that is a great, great price. And we took it down way below half price. Yeah, it's buy 5, get 5 free, basically, we're doing with this, Craig. $79.90 down to $39.99. We've got less than half the stock left of what we had earlier on, Craig. Good price, huh?
That is a really, really good price. And as you were saying, Dave, and what Debbie was saying as well, so I've been with Crafters Companion 3.5 years. It'll soon be 4 years. And these were launched not that long after I first joined. And once again, reiterating what you said, when we bring out a collection, when it goes, once any remaining stock goes, we don't see it again. But then there was a lot that knew of this collection, although it had gone years before, and they wanted it back. And it was the demand that all of you at home wanted these. We brought out a short run And Dave, they came in and they went out. So that's why we've then got still a wee bit more. But at that price, and what I will say to you as well is because there is a demand to them and for them, we wouldn't actually necessarily have to drop down to even a crazy price like that. But the fact is, with Crafter's Companion, Hobby Maker, it's not what we're about. We want to give you the best products at the best value when it comes to us both together. So we are going to do a card in a moment, but let's show you a few ideas because as you were saying, Debbie done a card blank and using the stencil to create a card blank. But what you can do is you can use them to create frames. You can then use them to create the shaker. With you saying, Dave, you don't need to worry about all the additional matte and layer dies. You've got the actual stencil or template, whichever way you want to think of it. So then you can have up to, well, really, it's kind of up to 4 mats and layers if you want to. That enables you to create frames. Use the die just to cut in to your cardstock here. And even although these are big, deeper dies, you can still go into some of your fabrics. I would add my metal shim, but they'll still work for that. Then again, this one, the 5 is being cut using the die. That craft card is 1 layer from the stencil. That brown card is another layer. Here's another one when it comes to the actual number 6. Isn't that cute there? Now, the actual pattern paper, it's been cut with the number 6 die, and then the actual piece of red cardstock, that's also been cut with the die. However, it's gone around one element of the template so you can create the frame. I'll just show you a few more as well. Like there's one there being made into the card blank that you can see here. And let's go in. I mean, look at this. Well, there you go. 2019, Dave. You can then create your lovely memory books when it comes to these. It could be the anniversary. It could be the year you got married. It could be the year that the baby was born. It could be anything, but they're big, they're large. You know what you can even use them for that many people have said? Use them for the wheelie bins. So you've got your numbers. Cut them out, maybe laminate them or something along the lines, stick them on the wheelie bin so the neighbours will know, oh, well, that's yours because you've got that lovely fancy number on the wheelie bin. But let's go in and let's show you how we can cut in our pattern paper. So this one, I'm going to use the number 1 here. I have got something kind of pre-prepped, Dave, but I was using the number 7 and I can't find my 7 stencil. So we'll go with 1 at the moment. Normal die, so that's going to be going back to your main plate configuration, but you'll see that they'll still go through your MIDI machines as well. We'll pop that through in a minute. Now I do want to do a black layer, however, black pen on black pen or paper, it's not going to show. So what I would recommend is a pencil and lightly, because you can then rub it out with ease. If I actually, let's just bring back in that die in actual fact, because you'll be able to see here, your die, it then not necessarily fits, you're not going to use them both together, but the number 1 sits nicely within that little stencil. So what you've got then is, well, 3 options for mats and layers. So there's 1 option, there's 2 options, or there's 3 options. So all that you're going to decide is how thick do you want your mats and layers to be? Do you want a big thick one? If that's the case, then what you would do is you would draw around the whole of the outside. If you want a mediocre, you're going to follow around the inner lines all the way around. Or if you want your smaller one, then of course you're just going to go with that smaller layer. So what I'll do is, let's just turn that one over. I'm going to use black pen so that you can see, and let's go in with our smaller layer. And then I'm going to go in, and once again, I am using a black pen to show you. I would use a pencil, but then use your tape to tape it down if you want. Or if you have no issues when it comes to your hands, as you can see here, Dave, I can quite easily just hold it down and it doesn't move. If you do want to secure it with tape or your temporary sprays, you absolutely can do. And then that is then giving you your number. So you can do that with all of them. And then all that you're going to do is go round with your scissors, or what you can also do as well is if you have got your bladed cutting machines, like I know that you've got on Hobby Maker now, why not go in and use that to cut them out? So there is different ways that you could use it. But all that I would do is cut to that inner line of my pen mark. You might even just want to use the outline of the stencil on its own. Maybe you want a thicker, chunkier number. You can do that. But then let's go back. Let's run this die through. So I'm just going to go back, and if I pop this one on, so I've shown you the die cut, and then I have shown you your stencil, and then I can bring back in the 7 that I've already done. That's the letter 7, number 7, not the actual 7 of them. Bunting, as you said, good idea. Bunting with dates, of course you could. But let's bring this one in. So let's pop that out. So then that is going to sit nicely all the way round. And that's one option against 3 different options of your mats and layers. But doing exactly the same, Dave, what I've done is I've done it with the 7 that you can see here. Once again, different cardstocks you can absolutely use. And I've started already, I've created a 6x6 easel card that you can see here. So all that I'm going to do is if I bring that one in, and then also using some other alphabet dies that we've got on the show that Debbie showed you earlier, I've taken some of these elements here. So I'm going to go in with my tape runner, and we're going to add my tape on. So let's pop this one on. And even with these ones, if you wanted to, you could lift this up with height and create your foam pads. But then if you do want to create a simple card in this forum, it's very, very easy. But then as you were saying earlier, Debbie showed you how to create a shaped card blank using the stencils. Such a fab way. But then your shaker cards that you can do. You can still do your easel cards with the actual stencils as well, or templates. So let's pop the 7 in the middle there. And then this one from that additional stamp set within the other alphabet dies. I would colour it in, but I've just quickly stamped this one out. This is going to actually act as my stopper along the front. And the other thing as well, Dave, I don't actually want a lot of additional detail because I want the 7 to do all the shouting. I want that 7 for everyone to see first. And then let's go in with birthday, and then let's go in with these little balloons. Let's pop them at the corner there. Now, once again, as I was saying, as you were saying, a number 7, when or where would you find that in the stores? How can you then create a card with a specific number on it, matching the colour that your mum likes, or your dad likes, or your gran, or your niece, or your nephew? They've got a favourite pink, make that within that pink cardstock. They've got a favourite medium, use that one as well. So whatever age you've got, it could be 1 and it could be right up to 101, you can absolutely do that. Date, bunting, memory books, and you can colour coordinate that to the individual's colour love.
I tell you what though, Craig, having that black mat behind the 7, doesn't it make it pop? Really makes the colour pop out.
Really does.
And I love that.
And there's still nothing yet, Dave. Sorry, Dave, carry on.
I was going to say, I love that photo album and that journal that you have with 2019 on the front of it. That looks amazing.
It does. And it's these... When I say little things, obviously it's a lovely memory book, but it's a little idea that you wouldn't necessarily think of when it comes to numbers. Certainly I wouldn't. And again, you could transfer this idea with some of the other alphabets that we've got, but on a smaller scale. But it really is a great idea. And actually, what I was just away to say, Dave, and it's actually been done by Dawn on these ones here, just using the die, you can still do your drop shadow by only using the die. You don't have to use the templates, although that's a lovely addition. So again, lots of craftability and uses when it comes to these.
Okay, now, I know for a fact this next collection of alphabets is one of your favourites. I've done the show with you many, many times with these, and I must admit they're a firm favourite of mine as well. And this is the last set in the show. And this is basically what they call these. They call this the left fold alphabet. Now, you might think to yourself, what's that? What's a left fold alphabet? Well, basically, one of the dies, or one side of the dies, doesn't have a cutting edge. So if, for example, you're cutting out the letter F there, you've got a cutting edge up that side of the letter, but no cutting edge there. So basically that cuts out the cardstock, but it stays attached on the actual back of the letter. And what that means is, like a door, you can open the letter. And I just love that. I absolutely do. So you can put different coloured cardstock in the background. You could put glitter card behind it. You could actually turn it into like a shaker card if you want to. And I know this is certainly one of Craig's favourite fonts and designs to go for. And then you're also going to get not only the letters of the alphabet that open up from the left-hand side, you're also going to get the numbers as well. So everything 1 through to 0, and you get the and as well, and they open up too. That's what Debbie used in the earlier show to do the 21st birthday card. And then you've also got included with that these. Now these are what Craig was using a few minutes ago to put the bunting out on that last card that he made. Also things like the balloons, the flowers, the love hearts. We've also got things like cupcakes there as well. So you've got the stamps, but then you've also got the die sets as well to cut what you've stamped. So you've got everything to say what you want to say, the name or a special greeting or whatever, but then you've got all of the dies and stamps to decorate it with all the celebratory bits and pieces. Now this is just incredible value. It really is. You get the whole lot, QW 2080. I don't have any actual finished cards here to show you, but I think Craig's got some for you. QW28, is that the final price? No. It says no at, but we took it down and we're going to take it down even lower. QW2080 for all of this, $36.99. Shut the front door. How do we do this? Craig, this is your favourite, isn't it? Are you in shock?
Yeah, my absolute favourite. The concept of these, Dave, is phenomenal, as you were saying. I use these a lot as individual alphabets, simply by chopping down the score line. So once again, you've got another way in which you use them. And actually, I'm going to kind of incorporate that in a minute. Your full alphabet, they're all uppercase, with the numbers, and those stamps that, as you said, Dave, that's what I've been using within the other demonstrations there. For that price there is crazy. So your left fold for them, plus an individual form if you simply chop them out. It is ridiculous, in a good way for all of you at home. So I know Dave was showing you the packaging here, but let's just show you how these initially start with, because they cut out, but then what you've got is a score line on, funny enough, the left-hand side. So these create a left fold alphabet. So you can then do pattern papers at the back. We've put black, but it could be pattern papers, could be glitter cards. You can even use them, as to what I'm going to do shortly, as in a way to create a shaker card. But these are wonderful. I use them all the time. They are absolutely my favourite. I hold no apologies by saying that, Dave. I adore them. I use them all the time. We have got the numbers, as we say, really kind of traditional sized fonts or traditional font styles, because you've got that and as well. All of these you're able to cut out, and there's not a lot of fussy cutting. It's simply one snip or two, and that's them out. But then look at these. You've got your dies, you've got all your stamps as well. So whichever way you want to colour them, you can absolutely do that in many, many different mediums. Just to say as well, if you're using these individually, or you're only doing a few letters or a few alphabets, these will even go through your mini or your really small machines. So that is how phenomenal these ones are. But then we're not finished there. We've also got the butterflies, we've got the foliage, you've got these lovely sentiments. I mean, a banner die, you're going to be using all throughout the year, all different occasions, not necessarily just with this collection here. So I thought what we can do as well is, before we dive straight in, I do have some finished samples to show you, and this is how these start to look. So you can start and create your cards as a pattern with the stamps, go to town with the mats and layers. I mean, look at this one here. Z-fold card that I used a moment ago, but fab at 50, or it could be any age that you've got. If you love your concept cards, you love your easel cards, you don't have to cut them into a square piece of cardstock or paper. Bring in your nesting dies if you want to. Bring in the stamp, so it's a second birthday. You've still got that left fold. And see here how these have all been cut in a small section, i.e. a circle. That's been cut directly into that full patterned paper. So you can absolutely do that in the middle of your card, the edges of your card, little individual pieces. I mean, look, isn't that gorgeous? So fun, depending on how you're going to use them, make them. We all need a hug. We love a hug. Certainly Buddy the Elf loves a hug. I mean, look, as well, happy. And then you can recut them, trim them, Dave, into different colours and then stick them on the top, and I'll show you that in a moment. But you're going to have so much fun when it comes to using these and playing with them. You'll think of one thing and then you'll think, oh, that would be good for so-and-so's birthday next month or the month after. But what we're going to do is I've got a couple of layers already done and ready to go. So these ones are from our paper pads that we just had over the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to set that to the side. And then this one here, just so if anyone wants to know, the glitter is 6 1/4 by 3 1/4, shedless glitter card. And that's because I'm coming in with another piece of the pattern paper that you can see here. So when it comes to this one is actually our Heartfelt Wishes 12 by 12 paper pad, in case anyone wants to know. And then what we're going to do is let's go in with Noel. The only thing I would say, now certain letters, you know by looking at them, the way that they're going to go. So your left fold, so your embossed line is then going to be to the left. Just make sure that you have a check when it comes to the O, because it's completely symmetrical. So if you pop it the other way, it's going to be a right fold, which can work, but then you'll have most of your letters that are going one way, and then you're going to have one that's going the other way. So just make sure all of the score lines are to the left. Like I say, E, that's a given, you know which way that's going, and same with the L. So all that I need to do is I would spend a wee bit more time lining these ones up, but I'm going to go in, do them individually if you feel comfortable doing them individually, but as long as you've got a really, really good stick down with your low tack tape, they're not going to move, they're not going to budge. So let's hold that one in. I'm going to lightly move that. Would spend a wee bit more time just to line them up, but then going through your actual machine. So this is what a size I would say that's going to go through your mini or any small machines because of the length of the card, which is brilliant. But you could do a big scrapbook page, you know, up to, of course, your A4 size memory book page with these in. Then what we're going to do is, for this next bit, the piece that comes out the O, keep that. And then we're going to carefully take off all of these letters here. So I'm just going to carefully bend that back on itself. I'm going to move that one in there, and then let's just grab that one. So what we've then got, Dave, is if we take our alphabet and just along your score line, you've then got your left fold alphabet. But for me, your letters, they kind of just blend into the pattern paper because it's all done in one. So what you can do, and this is what I do a lot, is let's say the N. So I've already cut that one out, Dave, just in a piece of Centura Pearl. Same plate configuration, take it off. We've got our left fold, but we are left with a score line. So what you can do, follow that score line down, and we now have another full set of alphabets that you can be using time and time again. And predominantly, this is how I use them, Dave, when it comes to them individually. But then what you can do is you can go in with your tape. So this is going to make the word, the letters, pop out even more. So all that you're going to do is you're going to stick that straight over the top. Now I'm going to do it on this one that I've already started to prepare, so you can see how it looks. It makes it stand out even more. Line that one up, press that in. Now we've still got our left fold, but we can see it even clearly because of the white. And then that's what I meant by keep the center of the O, because if you pop it back in, it finishes it off just beautifully, the whole word. Then what I've done, piece of acetate just to cover the back, and I've popped a strip of our foam on a roll. So what we can then do is take this one off. We can then pop this one into place here. Now, if you didn't want to do a shaker, Dave, if you ignored the acetate and that foam, you could simply pop that on into place and you're going to see your glitter pop through. So you can use it in that simple way. But I'm going to come in with some of this iridescent sequins. Now, I did have this on a show not that long ago, so anything like that, you can always just double check the Hobby Maker website, but we can go in. And what I'm also going to do as well, because this is shedless glitter card, and I love my foam, however, our dry adhesive and also our shedless glitter, they don't always play friends together. Sometimes they can just pop away from each other. So what I'm doing is I'm taking some of our tacky glue and I'm just going to do a little line. That's not plain ball today, so let's go in with our actual container. All of these you'll definitely find on the Hobby Maker website. So all I'm going to do is just a light line. And that foam on a roll, that will give me my initial grab, Dave. But then this tacky glue, that will soak into the foam and then it will soak into the grains of your shedless glitter. And once you've left that to dry, that will be completely solid, nice and secure. It could sit on the mantelpiece. It can become a Christmas decoration year after year after year. Lift them ones up. Then what we've got is a lovely shaker with the Noel at the front, which you wouldn't necessarily think that at first. So yes, you've got the glitter, but you've got that shaker element too. And then let's go onto the back here. I'm just going to add my tape runner, and then we can bring that in, sit that into the middle, then lift that up. Now using one of the stamps, which says celebrate, I'm just going to add that to the bottom. And then let's also bring in a rose gold bow into the corner there. So we've got Noel, or that could be any name, that could be any word with whatever pattern paper, whatever time of the year. It's entirely up to yourself. But you can see as well, if you're looking at it from the other direction, because I've used pattern paper, you see that all the way through. So whether you want to chop them up, use them individually, or the concept, as you can see, is the left-handed alphabet. So that just means that they're going to cut all the way round. Apart from the left-hand side, you've got a score line. Just manipulate that one back, and then you get something like that, or any of the other ideas that we showed you.
Craig, brilliant demos as ever. You did make us laugh earlier. In the yellow show with Debbie, the Fab at 50 card that you held up, we misread it.
I know what you're away to say.
Fat at 50. Everyone was on the floor.
Ever since.
Yeah.
Ever since Debbie pointed that one out to me, it was a couple of weeks ago. I cannot not see that.
Exactly.
Now that she said it. So let's bring it in again.
There you go. What do you see? Fat
Look
at 50. Brilliant. Well, are we going to see you before Christmas?
You're not. No, in actual fact, this has been a lovely present for me, because I was actually at Hobby Maker the other day, Dave, and that was originally meant to be my last show of the year. How it is, I've come in and given a hand today. So no, my show right now with you, this is my last show of the year.
Well, have a great Christmas to you and yours,
I
and
will
all
do.
the guys at Crafters Companion HQ as well. I know we've got to let you go because you're on air at 6 somewhere else, aren't you? So
I am. I'm literally flying just next door, and we're going to be doing the shows that we are doing. Well, basically, as soon as Hobby Maker finishes on our YouTube channel, we are going to go across there. I am back in January. I've got quite a few dates for Hobby Maker shows in January,
Cool.
Dave. So everyone, all of you at Hobby Maker there, have a lovely Christmas and New Year. And Dave, that goes to you as well. You absolute legend.
love to you and your family.
You too.
There we go, the legend that is Craig at Crafters Companion HQ. Thank you for those fantastic demonstrations, as ever. Now, I think you're sport for choice with letters of the alphabet, aren't you? We are so busy for all of these letters of the alphabet. The first one that we showed you in the hour, though, was this one. And this is your weekend wonder. I can't get over the value. I really can't get over the value on this. You've got uppercase letters, lowercase letters, but you've also got the surrounding dies to give you the mats that you can put the letters on. And the font is so different and it's so fun. And the price, wait until you see this, in case you've just got in, maybe you've been out Christmas shopping all day and you're getting in and you're a bit frustrated, the car park's been full, the shops have been chaotic, and you're sitting down with a cup of tea, looking at this. Look, £13.49. That's the font that you can use to say Merry Christmas. And how cool does that look? It's jovial, it's whimsical, it's different. £13.49, MG2065 is the product code. And the Weekend Wonder, just so you know, we launch it normally at 2 o'clock on Saturday, which is what we did with Debbie this afternoon. We repeat it again, for those of you that aren't in the afternoon, in the 5 o'clock show. And it will be back tomorrow, provided we have any stock, with Debbie. I think, is it 2 o'clock tomorrow? Yeah, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So another chance to see this tomorrow if there's any stock. Now, I know the stock, well over half the stock has gone already today. It's just, for the price, crazy. You may have already got lots of letters of the alphabet, but, you know, have you got one in this font? Because you don't always want to use the same font all the time. You want to have a little bit of variety, mix it up a little bit. And this is a great, inexpensive way of doing it. And also, although all those dies that we've been showing you with Craig, or the lovely letters of the alphabet, are quite large, maybe they're too large for your smaller cards. These will be absolutely perfect. These will go through the tiniest die cutting machine that you own. Maybe you've got the Gemini Mini. You can take these to your church hall, take them to the craft fair, wherever you're going, wherever you're selling your cards, and you can offer personalisation. And you don't have to take a big machine with you. You can put the little mini machine in your handbag or in your bag for life. You can take these along with you as well, and you know, you're then covered. Every letter for every spelling of everybody's name. If it's a nickname that you want to do, you can do that, of course, as well. But it's just lovely. It really is. And you can use them again in your journaling if you want to kind of personalize and label things with the place where you've been, the date that you went there as well. You know, all of that. Okay, you don't get numbers with these. You get the uppercase and lowercase letters. But to get them with the matte dies as well, 106 dies for £13.49. Unbelievable value for money. It is the Weekend Wonder. Now, I know for those of you that have only just found Hobby Maker, we get new customers every day, new viewers every day. We're going to be handing over to Gem Collector and Gemporia Lifestyle, depending on which channel you're watching us on, whether it's Freeview or Sky or whatever. And then tomorrow, we're back live from 1 o'clock. Zena will be here. But you can watch, if you're on the internet, you can watch these shows back at your command. So all you have to do is go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click watch live, and then basically all the programs of the day will be there, and it says watch now. So you can just tap it and watch it on your tablet, watch it on your phone, watch it on your smart TV. And you know, sometimes things sell out during the live shows, but sometimes things sell out after the live shows on repeat. So you can certainly catch up on all the events of the afternoon if you have a little look at our website. And also that's the place where you can see all the products that have been on the show as well. So here we go. This is what Craig's been demonstrating brilliantly throughout the show. You've got your large numbers and stencils. If you just want a certain number, you can buy it individually. But when you bear in mind, the actual bundle of all of them is half price. Why go for one when you can go for a half price deal and get every number you'll ever need? I mean, the big numbers are great for any kind of birthday. I'm 58 next year, I know. Could I find a 58-year happy 58th birthday? I don't think so. How old are you, Callum? 29. Could you find a 29-year happy birthday, 29? Would you find a 29-year-old card? Don't think so. Alex, how old are you? 32. 32. Could you find a 32 card? No. So you need these numbers. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everyone on the team. I'm off until the 23rd. Have a great weekend. Zena's here tomorrow. Ta-ra.